Section 1 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill, Preface to the first edition. This book makes no pretense of giving to the world a new theory of the intellectual operations. Its claim to attention, if it possess any, is grounded on the fact that it is an attempt not to supersede but to embody and systematize the best ideas which have been either promulgated on its subject by speculative writers or conformed to by accurate thinkers in their scientific inquiries. To cement together the detached fragments of a subject never yet treated as a whole, to harmonize the true portions of discordant theories by supplying the links of thought necessary to connect them, and by disentangling them from the errors with which they are always more or less interwoven, must necessarily require a considerable amount of original speculation. To other originality than this, the present work lays no claim. In the existing state of the cultivation of the sciences, there would be a very strong presumption against anyone who should imagine that he had effected a revolution in the theory of the investigation of truth, or added any fundamentally new process to the practice of it. The improvement which remains to be effected in the methods of philosophizing, and the author believes that they have much need of improvement, can only consist in performing more systematically and accurately operations with which, at least in their elementary form, the human intellect, in some one or other of its employments, is already familiar. In the portion of the work which treats of ratiocination, the author has not deemed it necessary to enter into technical details which may be obtained in so perfect a shape from the existing treatises on what is termed the logic of the schools. In the contempt entertained by many modern philosophers for the syllogistic art, it will be seen that he by no means participates, though the scientific theory on which its defence is usually rested appears to him erroneous, and the view which he has suggested of the nature and functions of the syllogism may, perhaps, afford the means of conciliating the principles of the art with as much as is well grounded in the doctrines and objections of its assailants. The same abstinence from details could not be observed in the first book on names and propositions, because many useful principles and distinctions which were contained in the old logic have been gradually omitted from the writings of its later teachers, and it appeared desirable both to revive these and to reform and rationalize the philosophical foundation on which they stood. The earlier chapters of this preliminary book will consequently appear to some readers needlessly elementary and scholastic, but those who know in what darkness the nature of our knowledge and of the processes by which it is obtained is often involved by a confused apprehension of the import of the different classes of words and assertions, will not regard these discussions as either frivolous or irrelevant to the topics considered in the later books. On the subject of induction, the task to be performed was that of generalizing the modes of investigating truth and estimating evidence, by which so many important and recondite laws of nature have, in the various sciences, been aggregated to the stock of human knowledge. That this is not a task free from difficulty may be presumed from the fact that even at a very recent period, eminent writers, among whom it is sufficient to name Archbishop Whately and the author of a celebrated article on Bacon in the Edinburgh Review, have not scrupled to pronounce it impossible. Footnote. In the later editions of Archbishop Whately's Logic, he states his meaning to be, not that rules for the ascertainment of truths by inductive investigation cannot be laid down, or that they may not be of eminent service, but must always be comparatively vague and general and incapable of being built up into a regular demonstrative theory like that of the syllogism. Book 4, Chapter 4, Section 3. And he observes that to devise a system for this purpose, capable of being brought into a scientific form, would be an achievement which he must be more sanguine than scientific who expects. Book 4, Chapter 2, Section 4. To effect this, however, being the express object of the portion of the present work which treats of induction, the words in the text are no overstatement of the difference of opinion between Archbishop Whately and me on the subject. End footnote. The author has endeavoured to combat their theory in the manner in which Diogenes confuted the sceptical reasonings against the possibility of motion, remembering that Diogenes' argument would have been equally conclusive, though his individual perambulations might not have extended beyond the circuit of his own tub. Whatever may be the value of what the author has succeeded in effecting on this branch of his subject, it is a duty to acknowledge that for much of it he has been indebted to several important treatises, partly historical and partly philosophical, on the generalities and processes of physical science, which have been published within the last few years. To these treatises and to their authors he has endeavoured to do justice in the body of the work, but as with one of these writers, Dr. Whewell, he has occasion frequently to express difference of opinion. It is more particularly incumbent on him in this place to declare that without the aid derived from the facts and ideas contained in that gentleman's History of the Inductive Sciences, the corresponding portion of this work would probably not have been written. The concluding book is an attempt to contribute towards the solution of a question which the decay of old opinions and the agitation that disturbs European society to its inmost depths render as important in the present day to the practical interests of human life as it must at all times be to the completeness of our speculative knowledge, namely, whether moral and social phenomena are really exceptions to the general certainty and uniformity of the course of nature, and how far the methods by which so many of the laws of the physical world have been numbered among truths irrevocably acquired and universally assented to, can be made instrumental to the formation of a similar body of received doctrine in moral and political science. End of section 1. Section 2 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill, Preface to the 3rd and 4th editions. Several criticisms of a more or less controversial character on this work have appeared since the publication of the 2nd edition, and Dr. Whewell has lately published a reply to those parts of it in which some of his opinions were controverted. Footnote. Now forming a chapter in his volume on The Philosophy of Discovery. End footnote. I have carefully reconsidered all the points on which my conclusions have been assailed, but I have not to announce a change of opinion on any matter of importance. Such minor oversights as have been detected, either by myself or by my critics, I have in general silently corrected, but it is not to be inferred that I agree with the objections which have been made to a passage, in every instance in which I have altered or cancelled it. I have often done so merely that it might not remain a stumbling block when the amount of discussion necessary to place the matter in its true light would have exceeded what was suitable to the occasion. To several of the arguments which have been urged against me, I have thought it useful to reply with some degree of minuteness, not from any taste for controversy, but because the opportunity was favourable for placing my own conclusions and the grounds of them more clearly and completely before the reader. Truth on these subjects is militant and can only establish itself by means of conflict. The most opposite opinions can make a plausible show of evidence, while each has the statement of its own case, and it is only possible to ascertain which of them is in the right after hearing and comparing what each can say against the other, and what the other can urge in its defence. Even the criticisms from which I most dissent have been of great service to me, by showing in what places the exposition most needed to be improved or the argument strengthened, and I should have been well pleased if the book had undergone a much greater amount of attack, as in that case I should probably have been enabled to improve it still more than I believe I have now done. In the subsequent editions, the attempt to improve the work by additions and corrections suggested by criticism or by thought has been continued. The additions and corrections in the present, 8th edition, which are not very considerable, are chiefly such as have been suggested by Professor Bain's Logic, a book of great merit and value. Mr. Bain's view of the science is essentially the same with that taken in the present treatise, the differences of opinion being few and unimportant compared with the agreements, and he has not only enriched the exposition by many applications and illustrative details, but has appended to it a minute and very valuable discussion of the logical principles specially applicable to each of the sciences, a task for which the encyclopedical character of his knowledge peculiarly qualified him. I have in several instances made use of his exposition to improve my own, by adopting and occasionally by controverting matter contained in his treatise. The longest of the editions belongs to the chapter on causation, and is a discussion of the question how far, if at all, the ordinary mode of stating the law of cause and effect requires modification to adapt it to the new doctrine of the conservation of force, a point still more fully and elaborately treated in Mr. Bain's work. End of section 2. Section 3 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. Introduction. Part 1. There is a great diversity among authors in the modes in which they have adopted of defining logic, as in their treatment of the details of it. This is what might naturally be expected on any subject on which writers have availed themselves of the same language as a means of delivering different ideas. Ethics and jurisprudence are liable to the remark in common with logic, almost every writer having taken a different view of some of the particulars which these branches of knowledge are usually understood to include. Each has so framed his definition as to indicate beforehand his own peculiar tenets, and sometimes, to beg the question, in their favour. The diversity is not so much an evil to be complained of as an inevitable and in some degree a proper result of the imperfect state of those sciences. It is not to be expected that there should be agreement about the definition of anything until there is agreement about the thing itself. To define is to select from among all the properties of a thing those which shall be understood to be designated and declared by its name, and the properties must be well known to us before we can be competent to determine which of them are fittest to be chosen for this purpose. Accordingly, in the case of so complex an aggregation of particulars as are comprehended in anything which can be called a science, the definition we set out with is seldom that which a more extensive knowledge of the subject shows to be the most appropriate. Until we know the particulars themselves, we cannot fix upon the most correct and compact mode of circumscribing them by a general description. It was not until after an extensive and accurate acquaintance with the details of chemical phenomena that it was found possible to frame a rational definition of chemistry and the definition of the science of life, and organization is still a matter of dispute. So long as the sciences are imperfect, the definitions must partake of their imperfection, and if the former are progressive, the latter ought to be so too. As much, therefore, as is to be expected from a definition placed at the commencement of a subject is that it should define the scope of our inquiries, and the definition which I am about to offer of the science of logic pretends to nothing more than to be a statement of the question which I have put to myself, and which this book is an attempt to resolve. The reader is at liberty to object to it as a definition of logic, but it is at all events a correct definition of the subject of this volume. Part 2. Logic has often been called the art of reasoning. A writer, Archbishop Whately, who has done more than any other person to restore this study to the rank from which it had fallen in the estimation of the cultivated class in our own country, has adopted the above definition with an amendment. He has defined logic to be the science as well as the art of reasoning, meaning by the former term the analysis of the mental process which takes place whenever we reason, and by the latter the rules grounded on that analysis for conducting the process correctly. There can be no doubt as to the propriety of the emendation. A right understanding of the mental process itself, of the conditions it depends on, and the steps of which it consists, is the only basis on which a system of rules fitted for the direction of the process can possibly be founded. Art necessarily presupposes knowledge. Art, in any but its infant state, presupposes scientific knowledge, and if every art does not bear the name of a science, it is only because several sciences are often necessary to form the groundwork of a single art. So complicated are the conditions which govern our practical agency that to enable one thing to be done, it is often requisite to know the nature and property of many things. Logic, then, comprises the science of reasoning as well as an art founded on that science. But the word reasoning, again, like most other scientific terms in popular use, abounds in ambiguities. In one of its acceptations it means syllogizing, or the mode of inference which may be called, with sufficient accuracy for the present purpose, concluding from generals to particulars. In another of its senses, to reason is simply to infer any assertion from assertions already admitted, and in this sense induction is as much entitled to be called reasoning as the demonstrations of geometry. Writers on logic have generally preferred the former acceptance of the term. The latter and more extensive signification is that in which I mean to use it. I do this by virtue of the right I claim for every author to give whatever provisional definition he pleases of his own subject, but sufficient reasons will, I believe, unfold themselves as we advance, why this should be not only the provisional but the final definition. It involves, at all events, no arbitrary change in the meaning of the word, for, with the general usage of the English language, the wider signification, I believe, accords better than the more restricted one. Part 3. But reasoning, even in the widest sense of which the word is susceptible, does not seem to comprehend all that is included, either in the best or even in the most current conception of the scope and province of our science. The employment of the word logic to denote the theory of argumentation is derived from the Aristotelian, or as they are commonly termed, the scholastic logicians. Yet even with them in their systematic treatises, argumentation was the subject only of the third part. The two former treated of terms and of propositions, under one or the other of which heads were also included, definition and division. By some, indeed, these previous topics were professedly introduced only on account of their connection with reasoning, and as a preparation for the doctrine and rules of the syllogism. Yet they were treated with greater minuteness and dwelt on at greater length than was required for that purpose alone. More recent writers on logic have generally understood the term as it was employed by the able author of the Port Royal Logic, that is, as equivalent to the art of thinking. Nor is this acceptation confined to books and scientific inquiries. Even in ordinary conversation, the ideas connected with the word logic include at least precision of language and accuracy of classification, and we perhaps oftener hear persons speak of a logical arrangement, or of expressions logically defined, than of conclusions logically deduced from premises. Again, a man is often called a great logician, or a man of powerful logic, not for the accuracy of his deductions, but for the extent of his command over premises, because the general propositions required for explaining a difficulty or refuting a sophism copiously and promptly occur to him, because, in short, his knowledge, besides being ample, is well under his command for argumentative use. Whether, therefore, we conform to the practice of those who have made the subject their particular study, or to that of popular writers and common discourse, the province of logic will include several operations of the intellect not usually considered to fall within the meaning of the terms reasoning and argumentation. These various operations might be brought within the compass of the science, and the additional advantage be obtained of a very simple definition, if, by an extension of the term, sanctioned by high authorities, we were to define logic as the science which treats of the operations of the human understanding in the pursuit of truth. For to this ultimate end, naming, classification, definition, and all other operations over which logic has ever claimed jurisdiction are essentially subsidiary. They may all be regarded as contrivances for enabling a person to know the truths which are needful to him, and to know them at the precise moment at which they are needful. Other purposes, indeed, are also served by these operations, for instance, that of imparting our knowledge to others, but viewed with regard to this purpose, they have never been considered as within the province of the logician. The sole object of logic is the guidance of one's thoughts. The communication of those thoughts to others falls under the consideration of rhetoric, in the larger sense in which that art was conceived by the ancients, or of the still more extensive art of education. Logic takes cognizance of our intellectual operations only as they conduce to our own knowledge and to our command over that knowledge for our own uses. If there were but one rational being in the universe, that being might be a perfect logician, and the science and art of logic would be the same for that one person as for the whole human race. Part 4. But if the definition which we formerly examined included too little, that which is now suggested has the opposite fault of including too much. Truths are known to us in two ways. Some are known directly and of themselves, some through the medium of other truths. The former are the subject of intuition or consciousness, the latter of inference. Footnote. I use these terms indiscriminately because for the purpose in view there is no need for making any distinction between them, but metaphysicians usually restrict the name intuition to the direct knowledge we are supposed to have of things external to our minds, and consciousness to our knowledge of our own mental phenomena. End footnote. The truths known by intuition are the original premises from which all others are inferred. Our assent to the conclusion being grounded on the truth of the premises, we never could arrive at any knowledge by reasoning unless something could be known antecedently to all reasoning. Examples of truths known to us by immediate consciousness are our own bodily sensations and mental feelings. I know directly and of my own knowledge that I was vexed yesterday, or that I am hungry today. Examples of truths which we know only by way of inference are occurrences which took place while we were absent, the events recorded in history, or the theorems of mathematics. The two former we infer from the testimony adduced or from the traces of those past occurrences which still exist. The latter from the premises laid down in books of geometry under the title of definitions and axioms. Whatever we are capable of knowing must belong to the one class or to the other, must be in the number of the primitive data or of the conclusions which can be drawn from these. With the original data or ultimate premises of our knowledge, with their number or nature, the mode in which they are obtained, or the tests by which they may be distinguished, logic, in a direct way at least, has, in the sense in which I conceive the science, nothing to do. These questions are partly not a subject of science at all, partly that of a very different science. Whatever is known to us by consciousness is known beyond possibility of question. What one sees or feels, whether bodily or mentally, one cannot but be sure that one sees or feels. No science is required for the purpose of establishing such truths. No rules of art can render our knowledge of them more certain than it is in itself. There is no logic for this portion of our knowledge. But we may fancy that we see or feel what we in reality infer. A truth or supposed truth, which is really the result of a very rapid inference, may seem to be apprehended intuitively. It has long been agreed by thinkers of the most opposite schools that this mistake is actually made in so familiar an instance as that of the eyesight. There is nothing of which we appear to ourselves to be more directly conscious than the distance of an object from us. Yet it has long been ascertained that what is perceived by the eye is at most nothing more than a variously coloured surface, that when we fancy we see distance, all we really see is certain variations of apparent size and degrees of faintness of colour, that our estimate of the object's distance from us is the result partly of a rapid inference from the muscular sensations accompanying the adjustment of the focal distance of the eye to objects unequally remote from us, and partly of a comparison, made with such rapidity that we are unconscious of making it, between the size and colour of the object as they appear at the time, and the size and colour of the same or similar objects as they appeared when close at hand, or when their degree of remoteness was known by other evidence. The perception of distance by the eye, which seems so like intuition, is thus in reality an inference grounded on experience, an inference too which we learn to make, and which we make with more and more correctness as our experience increases, though in familiar cases it takes place so rapidly as to appear exactly on a par with those perceptions of sight which are really intuitive, our perception of colour. Footnote. This important theory has of late been called in question by a writer of deserved reputation, Mr. Samuel Bailey, but I do not conceive that the grounds on which it has been admitted as an established doctrine for a century past have been at all shaken by that gentleman's objections. I have elsewhere said what appeared to me necessary in reply to his arguments. See the Westminster Review for October 1842, reprinted in Dissertations and Discussions, Volume 2. End footnote. Of the science, therefore, which expounds the operations of the human understanding in the pursuit of truth, one essential part is the inquiry. What are the facts which are the objects of intuition or consciousness, and what are those which we merely infer? But this inquiry has never been considered a portion of logic. Its place is in another and a perfectly distinct department of science, to which the name metaphysics more particularly belongs, that portion of mental philosophy which attempts to determine what part of the furniture of the mind belongs to it originally, and what part is constructed out of materials furnished to it from without. To this science appertain the great and much debated questions of the existence of matter, the existence of spirit, and of a distinction between it and matter, the reality of time and space, as things without the mind and distinguishable from the objects which are said to exist in them. For in the present state of the discussion on these topics, it is almost universally allowed that the existence of matter or of spirit, of space or of time, is, in its nature, unsusceptible of being proved, and that if anything is known of them, it must be by immediate intuition. To the same science belong the inquiries into the nature of conception, perception, memory, and belief, all of which are operations of the understanding in the pursuit of truth, but with which, as phenomena of the mind, or with the possibility which may or may not exist of analysing any of them into simpler phenomena, the logician as such has no concern. To this science must also be referred the following and all analogous questions. To what extent our intellectual faculties and our emotions are innate? To what extent the result of association, whether God and duty are realities, the existence of which is manifest to us a priori by the constitution of our rational faculty, or whether our ideas of them are acquired notions, the origin of which we are able to trace and explain, and the reality of the objects themselves a question not of consciousness or intuition, but of evidence and reasoning. The province of logic must be restricted to that portion of our knowledge which consists of inferences from truths previously known, whether those antecedent data be general propositions or particular observations and perceptions. Logic is not the science of belief, but the science of proof or evidence. Insofar as belief professes to be founded on proof, the office of logic is to supply a test for ascertaining whether or not the belief is well grounded. With the claims which any proposition has to belief on the evidence of consciousness, that is, without evidence in the proper sense of the word, logic has nothing to do. Part 5. By far the greatest portion of our knowledge, whether of general truths or of particular facts, being avowedly matter of inference, nearly the whole, not only of science, but of human conduct, is amenable to the authority of logic. To draw inferences has been said to be the great business of life. Everyone has daily, hourly, and momentary need of ascertaining facts which he has not directly observed, not from any general purpose of adding to his stock of knowledge, but because the facts themselves are of importance to his interests or to his occupations. The business of the magistrate, of the military commander, of the navigator, of the physician, of the agriculturist, is merely to judge of evidence and to act accordingly. They all have to ascertain certain facts in order that they may afterward apply certain rules, either devised by themselves or prescribed for their guidance by others. And as they do this well or ill, so they discharge, well or ill, the duties of their several callings. It is the only occupation in which the mind never ceases to be engaged, and is the subject not of logic, but of knowledge in general. Logic, however, is not the same thing with knowledge, though the field of logic is coextensive with the field of knowledge. Logic is the common judge and arbiter of all particular investigations. It does not undertake to find evidence, but to determine whether it has been found. Logic neither observes nor invents, nor discovers, but judges. It is no part of the business of logic to inform the surgeon what appearances are found to accompany a violent death. This he must learn from his own experience and observations, or from that of others, his predecessors in his peculiar pursuit. But logic sits in judgment on the sufficiency of that observation and experience to justify his rules, and on the sufficiency of his rules to justify his conduct. It does not give him proofs, but teaches him what makes them proofs and how he is to judge of them. It does not teach that any particular fact proves any other, but points out to what conditions all facts must conform in order that they may prove other facts. To decide whether any given fact fulfills these conditions, or whether facts can be found which fulfill them in a given case, belongs exclusively to the particular art or science, or to our knowledge of the particular subject. It is in this sense that logic is, what it was so expressively called by the schoolmen and by Bacon, ars artium, the science of science itself. All science consists of data and conclusions from those data, of proofs and what they prove. Now logic points out what relations must subsist between data and whatever can be concluded from them, between proof and everything which it can prove. If there be any such indispensable relations, and if these can be precisely determined, every particular branch of science, as well as every individual in the guidance of his conduct, is bound to conform to those relations, under the penalty of making false inferences, of drawing conclusions which are not grounded in the realities of things. Whatever has at any time been concluded justly, whatever knowledge has been acquired otherwise than by immediate intuition, depended on the observance of the laws which it is the province of logic to investigate. If the conclusions are just, and the knowledge real, those laws, whether known or not, have been observed. Part 6. We need not, therefore, seek any further for a solution of the question so often agitated respecting the utility of logic. If a science of logic exists, or is capable of existing, it must be useful. If there be rules to which every mind consciously or unconsciously conforms in every instance in which it infers rightly, there seems little necessity for discussing whether a person is more likely to observe those rules when he knows the rules than when he is unacquainted with them. A science may undoubtedly be brought to a certain, not inconsiderable stage of advancement without the application of any other logic to it than what all persons who are said to have a sound understanding acquire empirically in the course of their studies. Mankind judged of evidence, and often correctly, before logic was a science, or they never could have made it one, and they executed great mechanical works before they understood the laws of mechanics. But there are limits both to what mechanicians can do without principles of mechanics, and to what thinkers can do without principles of logic. A few individuals, by extraordinary genius, or by the accidental acquisition of a good set of intellectual habits, may work without principles in the same way, or nearly the same way, in which they would have worked if they had been in possession of principles. But the bulk of mankind require either to understand the theory of what they are doing, or to have rules laid down for them by those who have understood the theory. In the progress of science from its easiest to its more difficult problems, each great step in advance has usually had either as its precursor or as its accompaniment and necessary condition a corresponding improvement in the notions and principles of logic received among the most advanced thinkers. And if several of the more difficult sciences are still in so defective a state, if not only so little is proved, but disputation has not terminated, even about the little which seem to be so, the reason perhaps is that men's logical notions have not yet acquired the degree of extension or of accuracy requisite for the estimation of the evidence proper to those particular departments of knowledge. Part 7. Logic, then, is the science of the operations of the understanding which are subservient to the estimation of evidence, both the process itself of advancing from known truths to unknown, and all other intellectual operations in so far as auxiliary to this. It includes, therefore, the operation of naming, for language is an instrument of thought, as well as a means of communicating our thoughts. It includes also definition and classification. For the use of these operations, putting all other minds than one's own out of consideration, is to serve not only for keeping our evidences and the conclusions from them permanent and readily accessible in the memory, but for so marshalling the facts which we may at any time be engaged in investigating, as to enable us to perceive more clearly what evidence there is, and to judge with fewer chances of error whether it be sufficient. These, therefore, are operations specially instrumental to the estimation of evidence, and, as such, are within the province of logic. There are other more elementary processes concerned in all thinking, such as conception, memory, and the like. But of these it is not necessary that logic should take any particular cognizance, since they have no special connection with the problem of evidence. Further than that, like all other problems addressed to the understanding, it presupposes them. Our object, then, will be to attempt a correct analysis of the intellectual process called reasoning or inference, and of such other mental operations as are intended to facilitate this, as well as, on the foundation of this analysis and pari passu with it, to bring together or frame a set of rules or canons for testing the sufficiency of any given evidence to prove any given proposition. With respect to the first part of this undertaking, I do not attempt to decompose the mental operations in question into their ultimate elements. It is enough if the analysis as far as it goes is correct, and if it goes far enough for the practical purposes of logic considered as an art. The separation of a complicated phenomenon into its component parts is not like a connected and interdependent chain of proof. If one link of an argument breaks, the whole drops to the ground. But one step toward an analysis holds good and has an independent value, though we should never be able to make a second. The results which have been obtained by analytical chemistry are not the less valuable, though it should be discovered that all which we now call simple substances are really compounds. All other things are, at any rate, compounded of those elements. Whether the elements themselves admit of decomposition is an important inquiry, but does not affect the certainty of the science up to that point. I shall accordingly attempt to analyze the process of inference and the processes subordinate to inference, so far only as may be requisite for ascertaining the difference between a correct and an incorrect performance of those processes. The reason for thus limiting our design is evident. It has been said by objectors to logic that we do not learn to use our muscles by studying their anatomy. The fact is not quite fairly stated, for if the action of any of our muscles were vitiated by local weakness or other physical defect, a knowledge of their anatomy might be very necessary for effecting a cure. But we should be justly liable to the criticism involved in this objection were we, in a treatise on logic, to carry the analysis of the reasoning process beyond the point at which any inaccuracy which may have crept into it must become visible. In learning bodily exercises, to carry on the same illustration, we do and must analyze the bodily motions so far as is necessary for distinguishing those which ought to be performed from those which ought not. To a similar extent and no further, it is necessary that the logician should analyze the mental processes with which logic is concerned. Logic has no interest in carrying the analysis beyond the point at which it becomes apparent whether the operations have in any individual case been rightly or wrongly performed. In the same manner as the science of music teaches us to discriminate between musical notes and to know the combinations of which they are susceptible, but not what number of vibrations in a second correspond to each, which, though useful to be known, is useful for totally different purposes. The extension of logic as a science is determined by its necessities as an art. Whatever it does not need for its practical ends, it leaves to the larger science, which may be said to correspond not to any particular art, but to art in general. The science which deals with the constitution of the human faculties, and to which, in the part of our mental nature which concerns logic, as well as in all other parts, it belongs to decide what are ultimate facts and what are resolvable into other facts. And I believe it will be found that most of the conclusions arrived at in this work have no necessary connection with any particular views respecting the ulterior analysis. Logic is common ground on which the partisans of Hartley and Reid, of Locke and Kant, may meet and join hands. Particular and detached opinions of all these thinkers will no doubt occasionally be controverted, since all of them were logicians as well as metaphysicians. But the field on which their principal battles have been fought lies beyond the boundaries of our science. It cannot, indeed, be pretended that logical principles can be altogether irrelevant to those more abstruse discussions, nor is it possible but that the view we are led to take of the problem which logic proposes must have a tendency favourable to the adoption of some one opinion on these controverted subjects rather than another. For metaphysics, in endeavouring to solve its own peculiar problem, must employ means the validity of which falls under the cognizance of logic. It proceeds, no doubt, as far as possible, merely by a closer and more attentive interrogation of our consciousness, or more properly speaking, of our memory, and so far is not amenable to logic. But wherever this method is insufficient to attain the end of its inquiries, it must proceed, like other sciences, by means of evidence. Now, the moment this science begins to draw inferences from evidence, logic becomes the sovereign judge whether its inferences are well grounded, or what other inferences would be so. This, however, constitutes no nearer or other relation between logic and metaphysics than that which exists between logic and every other science, and I can conscientiously affirm that no one proposition laid down in this work has been adopted for the sake of establishing, or with any reference to its fitness for being employed in establishing, preconceived opinions in any department of knowledge or of inquiry on which the speculative world is still undecided. Footnote: the view taken in the text of the definition and purpose of logic stands in marked opposition to that of the school of philosophy which, in this country, is represented by the writings of Sir William Hamilton and of his numerous pupils. Logic, as this school conceives it, is the science of the formal laws of thought, a definition framed for the express purpose of excluding, as irrelevant to logic, whatever relates to belief and disbelief, or to the pursuit of truth as such, and restricting the science to that very limited portion of its total province which has reference to the conditions, not of truth, but of consistency. What I have thought it useful to say in opposition to this limitation of the field of logic has been said at some length in a separate work, first published in 1865 and entitled An Examination of Sir William Hamilton's Philosophy and of the Principal Philosophical Questions Discussed in his Writings. For the purpose of the present treatise, I am content that the justification of the larger extension which I give to the domain of the science should rest on the sequel of the treatise itself. Some remarks on the relation which the logic of consistency bears to the logic of truth, and on the place which that particular part occupies in the whole to which it belongs, will be found in the present volume. See section 21 of this work, Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 9. End footnote. End of section 3. Section 4 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1 of Names and Propositions. La scolastique qui produit dans la logique comme dans la morale est dans une partie de la métaphysique une subtilité, une précision d'idées dont l'habitude inconnue aux anciens a contribué plus qu'on ne croit au progrès de la bonne philosophie. Condorcet, Vie de Turgot. To the schoolmen, the vulgar languages are principally indebted for what precision and analytic subtlety they possess. Sir W. Hamilton, Discussions in Philosophy. Book 1, Chapter 1, of the necessity of commencing with an analysis of language. Part 1. It is so much the established practice of writers on logic to commence their treatises by a few general observations, in most cases it is true rather meagre, on terms and their varieties, that it will perhaps scarcely be required from me, in merely following the common usage, to be as particular in assigning my reasons as it is usually expected that those should be who deviate from it. The practice indeed is recommended by considerations far too obvious to require a formal justification. Logic is a portion of the art of thinking. Language is evidently, and by the admission of all philosophers, one of the principal instruments or helps of thought, and any imperfection in the instrument or in the mode of employing it is confessedly liable, still more than in almost any other art, to confuse and impede the process, and destroy all ground of confidence in the result. For a mind not previously versed in the meaning and right use of the various kinds of words, to attempt the study of methods of philosophizing would be as if someone should attempt to become an astronomical observer, having never learned to adjust the focal distance of his optical instruments so as to see distinctly. Since reasoning, or inference, the principal subject of logic, is an operation which usually takes place by means of words, and in complicated cases can take place in no other way, those who have not a thorough insight into the signification and purposes of words will be under chances amounting almost to certainty of reasoning or inferring incorrectly, and logicians have generally felt that unless, in the very first stage, they removed this source of error, unless they taught their pupil to put away the glasses which distort the object, and to use those which are adapted to his purpose in such a manner as to assist, not perplex, his vision, he would not be in a condition to practice the remaining part of their discipline with any prospect of advantage. Therefore it is that an inquiry into language, so far as is needful to guard against the errors to which it gives rise, has at all times been deemed a necessary preliminary to the study of logic. But there is another reason, of a still more fundamental nature, why the import of words should be the earliest subject of the logician's consideration, because without it he cannot examine into the import of propositions. Now this is a subject which stands on the very threshold of the science of logic. The object of logic, as defined in the introductory chapter, is to ascertain how we come by that portion of our knowledge, much the greatest portion, which is not intuitive, and by what criterion we can, in matters not self-evident, distinguish between things proved and things not proved, between what is worthy and what is unworthy of belief. Of the various questions which present themselves to our inquiring faculties, some receive an answer from direct consciousness. Others, if resolved at all, can only be resolved by means of evidence. Logic is concerned with these last, but before inquiring into the mode of resolving questions, it is necessary to inquire what are those which offer themselves, what questions are conceivable, what inquiries are there to which mankind have either obtained or been able to imagine, if possible, that they should obtain an answer. This point is best ascertained by a survey and analysis of propositions. Part 2. The answer to every question which it is possible to frame must be contained in a proposition or assertion. Whatever can be an object of belief or even of disbelief must, when put into words, assume the form of a proposition. All truth and all error lie in propositions. What by a convenient misapplication of an abstract term we call a truth means simply a true proposition, and errors are false propositions. To know the import of all possible propositions would be to know all questions which can be raised, all matters which are susceptible of being either believed or disbelieved, how many kinds of inquiries can be propounded, how many kinds of judgments can be made, and how many kinds of propositions it is possible to frame with the meaning are but different forms of one and the same question. Since then, the objects of all belief and of all inquiry express themselves in propositions, a sufficient scrutiny of propositions and of their varieties will apprise us what questions mankind have actually asked of themselves, and what, in the nature of answers to those questions, they have actually thought they had grounds to believe. Now, the first glance at a proposition shows that it is formed by putting together two names. A proposition, according to the common simple definition, which is sufficient for our purpose, is discourse in which something is affirmed or denied of something. Thus, in the proposition gold is yellow, the quality yellow is affirmed of the substance gold. In the proposition Franklin was not born in England, the fact expressed by the words born in England is denied of the man Franklin. Every proposition consists of three parts: the subject, the predicate, and the copula. The predicate is the name denoting that which is affirmed or denied. The subject is the name denoting the person or thing which something is affirmed or denied of. The copula is the sign denoting that there is an affirmation or denial, and thereby enabling the hearer or reader to distinguish a proposition from any other kind of discourse. Thus, in the proposition the earth is round, the predicate is the word round, which denotes the quality affirmed, or, as the phrase is, predicated. The earth, words denoting the object which that quality is affirmed of, compose the subject. The word is, which serves as the connecting mark between the subject and predicate to show that one of them is affirmed of the other, is called the copula. Dismissing for the present the copula, of which more will be said hereafter, every proposition then consists of at least two names, brings together two names in a particular manner. This is already a first step toward what we are in quest of. It appears from this that for an act of belief, one object is not sufficient. The simplest act of belief supposes and has something to do with two objects, two names, to say the least, and, since the names must be names of something, two nameable things. A large class of thinkers would cut the matter short by saying two ideas. They would say that the subject and predicate are both of them names of ideas, the idea of gold, for instance, and the idea of yellow, and that what takes place, or part of what takes place, in the act of belief consists in bringing, as it is often expressed, one of these ideas under the other. But this we are not yet in a condition to say. Whether such be the correct mode of describing the phenomenon is an after consideration. The result with which for the present we must be contented is that in every act of belief two objects are in some manner taken cognizance of, that there can be no belief claimed or question propounded which does not embrace two distinct, either material or intellectual, subjects of thought, each of them capable or not of being conceived by itself, but incapable of being believed by itself. I may say, for instance, the sun. The word has a meaning and suggests that meaning to the mind of anyone who is listening to me. But suppose I ask him whether it is true, whether he believes it. He can give no answer. There is as yet nothing to believe or disbelieve. Now, however, let me make, of all possible assertions respecting the sun, the one which involves the least of reference to any object besides itself. Let me say, the sun exists. Here at once is something which a person can say he believes. But here, instead of only one, we find two distinct objects of conception. The sun is one object, existence is another. Let it not be said that this second conception, existence, is involved in the first, for the Son may be conceived as no longer existing. The Son does not convey all the meaning that is conveyed by the Son exists. My Father does not include all the meaning of my Father exists, for he may be dead. A round square does not include the meaning of a round square exists, for it does not and cannot exist. When I say the Son, my Father, or a round square, I do not call upon the hearer for any belief or disbelief, nor can either the one or the other be afforded me. But if I say the Son exists, my Father exists, or a round square exists, I call for belief, and should, in the first of the three instances, meet with it. In the second, with belief or disbelief, as the case might be. In the third, with disbelief. Part 3. This first step in the analysis of the object of belief, which, though so obvious, will be found to be not unimportant, is the only one which we shall find it practicable to make without a preliminary survey of language. If we attempt to proceed further in the same path, that is, to analyze any further the import of propositions, we find forced upon us as a subject of previous consideration the import of names. For every proposition consists of two names, and every proposition affirms or denies one of these names of the other. Now, what we do, what passes in our mind when we affirm or deny two names of one another, must depend on what they are names of, since it is with reference to that, and not to the mere names themselves, that we make the affirmation or denial. Here, therefore, we find a new reason why the signification of names and the relation generally between names and the things signified by them must occupy the preliminary stage of the inquiry we are engaged in. It may be objected that the meaning of names can guide us at most only to the opinions, possibly the foolish and groundless opinions, which mankind have formed concerning things, and that as the object of philosophy is truth, not opinion, the philosopher should dismiss words and look into things themselves to ascertain what questions can be asked and answered in regard to them. This advice, which no one has it in his power to follow, is in reality an exhortation to discard the whole fruits of the labours of his predecessors, and conduct himself as if he were the first person who had ever turned an inquiring eye upon nature. What does any one's personal knowledge of things amount to, after subtracting all which he has acquired by means of the words of other people? Even after he has learned as much as people usually do learn from others, will the notions of things contained in his individual mind afford as sufficient a basis for a catalogue raisonné as the notions which are in the minds of all mankind. In any enumeration and classification of things which does not set out from their names, no variety of things will, of course, be comprehended but those recognized by the particular inquirer, and it will still remain to be established, by a subsequent examination of names, that the enumeration has omitted nothing which ought to have been included. But if we begin with names and use them as our clue to the things, we bring at once before us all the distinctions which have been recognized not by a single inquirer, but by all inquirers taken together. It doubtless may, and I believe it will, be found that mankind have multiplied the varieties unnecessarily, and have imagined distinctions among things, where there were only distinctions in the manner of naming them. But we are not entitled to assume this in the commencement. We must begin by recognizing the distinctions made by ordinary language. If some of these appear, on a close examination, not to be fundamental, the enumeration of the different kinds of realities may be abridged accordingly. But to impose upon the facts in the first instance the yoke of a theory, while the grounds of the theory are reserved for discussion in a subsequent stage, is not a course which a logician can reasonably adopt. End of section 4. Section 5 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 2, of Names, Parts 1 through 4. Part 1. A name, says Hobbes, is a word taken at pleasure to serve for a mark which may raise in our mind a thought like to some thought we had before, and which, being pronounced to others, may be to them a sign of what thought the speaker had before in his mind. Footnote. Computational Logic, Chapter 2. End footnote. Footnote. In the original, had or had not. These last words, as involving a subtlety foreign to our present purpose, I have forborne to quote. End footnote. This simple definition of a name as a word or set of words, serving the double purpose of a mark to recall to ourselves the likeness of a former thought, and a sign to make it known to others, appears unexceptionable. Names, indeed, do much more than this, but whatever else they do grows out of, and is the result of this, as will appear in its proper place. Are names more properly said to be the names of things, or of our ideas of things? The first is the expression in common use, the last is that of some metaphysicians who conceived that in adopting it they were introducing a highly important distinction. The eminent thinker just quoted seems to countenance the latter opinion. But seeing, he continues, names ordered in speech, as is defined, are signs of our conceptions, it is manifest they are not signs of the things themselves, for that the sound of this word stone should be the sign of a stone cannot be understood in any sense but this, that he that hears it collects that he that pronounces it thinks of a stone. If it be merely meant that the conception alone, and not the thing itself, is recalled by the name, or imparted to the hearer, this of course cannot be denied. Nevertheless, there seems good reason for adhering to the common usage, and calling, as indeed Hobbes himself does in other places, the word sun the name of the sun, and not the name of our idea of the sun. For names are not intended only to make the hearer conceive what we conceive, but also to inform him what we believe. Now, when I use a name for the purpose of expressing a belief, it is a belief concerning the thing itself, not concerning my idea of it. When I say, the sun is the cause of day, I do not mean that my idea of the sun causes or excites in me the idea of day, or in other words, that thinking of the sun makes me think of day. I mean that a certain physical fact, which is called the sun's presence, and which in the ultimate analysis resolves itself into sensations, not ideas, causes another physical fact, which is called day. It seems proper to consider a word as the name of that which we intend to be understood by it when we use it, of that which any fact that we assert of it is to be understood of, that in short concerning which, when we employ the word, we intend to give information. Names, therefore, shall always be spoken of in this work as the names of things themselves, and not merely of our ideas of things. But the question now arises, of what things? And to answer this, it is necessary to take into consideration the different kinds of names. Part 2. It is usual, before examining the various classes into which names are commonly divided, to begin by distinguishing from names of every description those words which are not names, but only parts of names. Among such are reckoned particles, as of, to, truly, often. The inflected cases of nouns substantive, as me, him, John's, and even adjectives, as large, heavy. These words do not express things of which anything can be affirmed or denied. We cannot say heavy fell or a heavy fell. Truly or a truly was asserted. Of or an of was in the room. Unless indeed we are speaking of the mere words themselves, as when we say truly is an English word or heavy is an adjective. In that case they are complete names. For example, names of those particular sounds or of those particular collections of written characters. This employment of a word to denote the mere letters and syllables of which it is composed was termed by the schoolmen the suppositio materialis of the word. In any other sense, we cannot introduce one of these words into the subject of a proposition unless in combination with other words, as a heavy body fell, a truly important fact was asserted, a member of Parliament was in the room. An adjective, however, is capable of standing by itself as the predicate of a proposition, as when we say snow is white, and occasionally even as the subject, for we may say white is an agreeable colour. The adjective is often said to be so used by a grammatical ellipsis, snow is white, instead of snow is a white object. White is an agreeable colour, instead of a white colour, or the colour white is agreeable. The Greeks and Romans were allowed by the rules of their language to employ this ellipsis universally in the subject as well as in the predicate of a proposition. In English this cannot, generally speaking, be done. We may say the earth is round, but we cannot say round is easily moved. We must say a round object. This distinction, however, is rather grammatical than logical, since there is no difference of meaning between round and a round object. It is only custom which prescribes that on any given occasion one shall be used and not the other. We shall therefore, without scruple, speak of adjectives as names, whether in their own right or as representative of the more circuitous forms of expression above exemplified. The other classes of subsidiary words have no title whatever to be considered as names. An adverb or an accusative case cannot, under any circumstances, except when their mere letters and syllables are spoken of, figure as one of the terms of a proposition. Words which are not capable of being used as names, but only as parts of names, were called by some of the schoolmen syncategorematic terms, from synd, with, and categoreo, to predicate, because it was only with some other word that they could be predicated. A word which could be used either as the subject or predicate of a proposition without being accompanied by any other word was termed by the same authorities a categorematic term. A combination of one or more categorematic and one or more syncategorematic words, as a heavy body or a court of justice, they sometimes called a mixed term. But this seems a needless multiplication of technical expressions. A mixed term is, in the only useful sense of the word, categorematic. It belongs to the class of what have been called many-worded names. For as one word is frequently not a name, but only part of a name, so a number of words often compose one single name and no more. These words, the place which the wisdom or policy of antiquity had destined for the residence of the Abyssinian princes, form in the estimation of the logician only one name, one categorematic term. A mode of determining whether any set of words makes only one name, or more than one, is by predicating something of it, and observing whether, by this predication, we make only one assertion or several. Thus, when we say, John Noakes, who was the mayor of the town, died yesterday, by this predication we make but one assertion, whence it appears that John Noakes, who was the mayor of the town, is no more than one name. It is true that in this proposition, besides the assertion that John Noakes died yesterday, there is included another assertion, namely, that John Noakes was mayor of the town. But this last assertion was already made. We did not make it by adding the predicate died yesterday. Suppose, however, that the words had been John Noakes and the mayor of the town, they would have formed two names instead of one. For when we say John Noakes and the mayor of the town died yesterday, we make two assertions. One, that John Noakes died yesterday. The other, that the mayor of the town died yesterday. It being needless to illustrate at any greater length the subject of many-worded names, we proceed to the distinctions which have been established among names, not according to the words they are composed of, but according to their signification. Part 3. All names are names of something, real or imaginary, but all things have not names appropriated to them individually. For some individual objects we require, and consequently have, separate distinguishing names. There is a name for every person, and for every remarkable place. Other objects of which we have not occasion to speak so frequently, we do not designate by a name of their own, but when the necessity arises for naming them, we do so by putting together several words, each of which by itself might be and is used for an indefinite number of other objects, as when I say, this stone. This and stone being, each of them, names that may be used of many other objects besides the particular one meant, though the only object of which they can both be used at the given moment consistently with their signification may be the one of which I wish to speak. Were this the sole purpose for which names that are common to more things than one could be employed, if they only served by mutually limiting each other to afford a designation for such individual objects as have no names of their own, they could only be ranked among contrivances for economizing the use of language. But it is evident that this is not their sole function. It is by their means that we are enabled to assert general propositions, to affirm or deny any predicate of an indefinite number of things at once. The distinction, therefore, between general names and individual or singular names is fundamental, and may be considered as the first grand division of names. A general name is familiarly defined, a name which is capable of being truly affirmed in the same sense of each of an indefinite number of things. An individual or singular name is a name which is only capable of being truly affirmed in the same sense of one thing. Thus, man is capable of being truly affirmed of John, George, Mary, and other persons without assignable limit, and it is affirmed of all of them in the same sense, for the word man expresses certain qualities, and when we predicate it of those persons, we assert that they all possess those qualities. But John is only capable of being truly affirmed of one single person, at least in the same sense. For though there are many persons who bear that name, it is not conferred upon them to indicate any qualities or anything which belongs to them in common, and cannot be said to be affirmed of them in any sense at all. Consequently, not in the same sense. The king who succeeded William the Conqueror is also an individual name, for that there cannot be more than one person of whom it can be truly affirmed is applied in the meaning of the words. Even the king, when the occasion or the context defines the individual of whom it is to be understood, may justly be regarded as an individual name. It is not unusual, by way of explaining what is meant by a general name, to say that it is the name of a class, but this, though a convenient mode of expression for some purposes, is objectionable as a definition, since it explains the clearer of two things by the more obscure. It would be more logical to reverse the proposition and turn it into a definition of the word class. A class is the indefinite multitude of individuals denoted by a general name. It is necessary to distinguish general from collective names. A general name is one which can be predicated of each individual of a multitude. A collective name cannot be predicated of each separately, but only of all taken together. The 76th Regiment of Foot in the British Army, which is a collective name, is not a general but an individual name, for though it can be predicated of a multitude of individual soldiers taken jointly, it cannot be predicated of them severally. We may say Jones is a soldier, and Thompson is a soldier, and Smith is a soldier. But we cannot say Jones is the 76th Regiment, and Thompson is the 76th Regiment, and Smith is the 76th Regiment. We can only say Jones and Thompson and Smith and Brown and so forth, enumerating all the soldiers, are the 76th Regiment. The 76th Regiment is a collective name, but not a general one. A regiment is both a collective and a general name. General with respect to all individual regiments, of each of which separately it can be affirmed. Collective with respect to the individual soldiers of whom any regiment is composed. Part 4. The second general division of names is into concrete and abstract. A concrete name is a name which stands for a thing. An abstract name is a name which stands for an attribute of a thing. Thus, John, the sea, this table are names of things. White also is a name of a thing, or rather of things. Whiteness, again, is the name of a quality or attribute of those things. Man is a name of many things. Humanity is a name of an attribute of those things. Old is a name of things. Old age is a name of one of their attributes. I have used the words concrete and abstract in the sense annexed to them by the schoolmen who, notwithstanding the imperfections of their philosophy, were unrivalled in the construction of technical language, and whose definitions, in logic at least, though they never went more than a little way into the subject, have seldom, I think, been altered but to be spoiled. A practice, however, has grown up in more modern times which, if not introduced by Locke, has gained currency chiefly from his example of applying the expression abstract name to all names which are the result of abstraction or generalization, and consequently to all general names, instead of confining it to the names of attributes. The metaphysicians of the Condillac school, whose admiration of Locke, passing over the profoundest speculations of that truly original genius, usually fastens with peculiar eagerness upon his weakest points, have gone on imitating him in this abuse of language until there is now some difficulty in restoring the word to its original signification. A more wanton alteration in the meaning of a word is rarely to be met with, for the expression general name, the exact equivalent of which exists in all languages I am acquainted with, was already available for the purpose to which abstract has been misappropriated, while the misappropriation leaves that important class of words, the name of attributes, without any compact distinctive appellation. The old acceptation, however, has not gone so completely out of use as to deprive those who still adhere to it of all chance of being understood. By abstract, then, I shall always, in logic proper, mean the opposite of concrete by an abstract name, the name of an attribute, by a concrete name, the name of an object. Do abstract names belong to the class of general or to that of singular names? Some of them are certainly general. I mean those which are names not of one single and definite attribute, but of a class of attributes. Such is the word colour, which is a name common to whiteness, redness, and so on. Such is even the word whiteness in respect of the different shades of whiteness to which it is applied in common. The word magnitude in respect of the various degrees of magnitude and the various dimensions of space. The word weight in respect of the various degrees of weight. Such also is the word attribute itself, the common name of all particular attributes. But when only one attribute, neither variable in degree nor in kind, is designated by the name, as visibleness, tangibleness, equality, squareness, milk whiteness, then the name can hardly be considered general, for though it denotes an attribute of many different objects, the attribute itself is always conceived as one, not many. Footnote. See section 19 of this work, Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 3. End footnote. To avoid needless logo machines, the best course would probably be to consider these names as neither general nor individual, and to place them in a class apart. It may be objected to our definition of an abstract name that not only the names which we have called abstract, but adjectives which we have placed in the concrete class are names of attributes, that white, for example, is as much the name of the colour as whiteness is. But, as before remarked, a word ought to be considered as the name of that which we intend to be understood by it when we put it to its principal use, that is, when we employ it in predication. When we say snow is white, milk is white, linen is white, we do not mean it to be understood that snow or linen or milk is a colour. We mean that they are things having the colour. The reverse is the case with the word whiteness. What we affirm to be whiteness is not snow, but the colour of snow. Whiteness, therefore, is the name of the colour exclusively. White is a name of all things whatever having the colour, a name not of the quality whiteness, but of every white object. It is true, this name was given to all those various objects on account of the quality, and we may therefore say without impropriety that the quality forms part of its signification. But a name can only be said to stand for, or to be a name of, the things of which it can be predicated. We shall presently see that all names which can be said to have any signification, all names by applying which to an individual we give any information respecting that individual, may be said to imply an attribute of some sort, but they are not names of the attribute. It has its own proper abstract name. End of section 5. Section 6 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 2 of Names, Parts 5 through 8. Part 5. This leads to the consideration of a third great division of names into connotative and non-connotative, the latter sometimes, but improperly called absolute. This is one of the most important distinctions which we shall have occasion to point out, and one of those which goes deepest into the nature of language. A non-connotative term is one which signifies a subject only, or an attribute only. A connotative term is one which denotes a subject and implies an attribute. By a subject is here meant anything which possesses attributes. Thus, John, or London, or England are names which signify a subject only. Whiteness, length, virtue signify an attribute only. None of these names, therefore, are connotative, but white, long, virtuous are connotative. The word white denotes all white things, as snow, paper, the foam of the sea, and so on, and implies, or in the language of the schoolmen, connotes the attribute whiteness. Footnote: notare, to mark, connotare, to mark along with, to mark one thing with, or in addition to another. End footnote. The word white is not predicated of the attribute, but of the subjects, snow, and so on. But when we predicate it of them, we convey the meaning that the attribute whiteness belongs to them. The same may be said of the other words above cited. Virtuous, for example, is the name of a class which includes Socrates, Howard the man of Ross, and an undefinable number of other individuals, past, present, and to come. These individuals collectively and severally can alone be said with propriety to be denoted by the word. Of them alone can it properly be said to be a name. But it is a name applied to all of them in consequence of an attribute which they are supposed to possess in common, the attribute which has received the name of virtue. It is applied to all beings that are considered to possess this attribute, and to none which are not so considered. All concrete general names are connotative. The word man, for example, denotes Peter, Jane, John, and an indefinite number of other individuals of whom, taken as a class, it is the name. But it is applied to them because they possess, and to signify that they possess, certain attributes. These seem to be corporeity, animal life, rationality, and a certain external form which, for distinction, we call the human. Every existing thing which possessed all these attributes would be called a man, and anything which possessed none of them, or only one, or two, or even three of them, without the fourth, would not be so called. For example, if in the interior of Africa there were to be discovered a race of animals possessing reason equal to that of human beings, but with the form of an elephant, they would not be called men. Swift's hooihounds would not be so called, or if such newly discovered beings possessed the form of man, without any vestige of reason, it is probable that some other name than that of man would be found for them. How it happens that there can be any doubt about the matter will appear hereafter. The word man, therefore, signifies all these attributes, and all subjects which possess these attributes, but it can be predicated only of the subjects. What we call men are the subjects, the individual styles and noks, not the qualities by which their humanity is constituted. The name, therefore, is said to signify the subjects directly, the attributes indirectly. It denotes the subjects and implies, or involves, or indicates, or, as we shall say henceforth, connotes the attributes. It is a connotative name. Connotative names have hence been also called denominative, because the subject which they denote is denominated by, or receives a name from, the attribute which they connote. Snow and other objects receive the name white because they possess the attribute which is called whiteness. Peter, James, and others receive the name man because they possess the attributes which are considered to constitute humanity. The attribute or attributes may therefore be said to denominate those objects or to give them a common name. Footnote: Archbishop Whately, who, in the later editions of his Elements of Logic, aided in reviving the important distinction treated of in the text, proposes the term attributive as a substitute for connotative, page 22, 9th edition. The expression is in itself appropriate, but as it has not the advantage of being connected with any verb of so markedly distinctive a character as to connote, it is not, I think, fitted to supply the place of the word connotative in scientific use. End footnote. It has been seen that all concrete general names are connotative, even abstract names, though the names only of attributes may in some instances be justly considered as connotative, for attributes themselves may have attributes ascribed to them, and a word which denotes attributes may connote an attribute of those attributes. Of this description, for example, is such a word as fault, equivalent to bad or hurtful quality. This word is a name common to many attributes and connotes hurtfulness, an attribute of those various attributes. When, for example, we say that slowness in a horse is a fault, we do not mean that the slow movement, the actual change of pace of the slow horse is a bad thing, but the property or peculiarity of the horse from which it derives that name, the quality of being a slow mover, is an undesirable peculiarity. In regard to those concrete names which are not general but individual, a distinction must be made. Proper names are not connotative. They denote the individuals who are called by them, but they do not indicate or imply any attributes as belonging to those individuals. When we name a child by the name Paul, or a dog by the name Caesar, these names are simply marks used to enable those individuals to be made subjects of discourse. It may be said, indeed, that we must have had some reason for giving them those names rather than any others, and this is true, but the name once given is independent of the reason. A man may have been named John because that was the name of his father. A town may have been named Dartmouth because it is situated at the mouth of the Dart. But it is no part of the signification of the word John that the father of the person so called bore the same name, nor even of the word Dartmouth to be situated at the mouth of the Dart. If sand should choke up the mouth of the river, or an earthquake change its course and remove it to a distance from the town, the name of the town would not necessarily be changed. That fact, therefore, can form no part of the signification of the word, for otherwise, when the fact confessedly ceased to be true, no one would any longer think of applying the name. Proper names are attached to the objects themselves and are not dependent on the continuance of any attribute of the object. But there is another kind of names, which, although they are individual names, that is, predicable only of one object, are really connotative. For though we may give to an individual a name utterly unmeaning, which we call a proper name, a word which answers the purpose of showing what thing it is we are talking about, but not of telling anything about it, yet a name peculiar to an individual is not necessarily of this description. It may be significant of some attribute or some union of attributes, which, being possessed by no object but one, determines the name exclusively to that individual. The sun is a name of this description. God, when used by a monotheist, is another. These, however, are scarcely examples of what we are now attempting to illustrate, being, in strictness of language, general, not individual names. For however they may be in fact predicable only of one object, there is nothing in the meaning of the words themselves which implies this, and accordingly, when we are imagining and not affirming, we may speak of many sons, and the majority of mankind have believed and still believe that there are many gods. But it is easy to produce words which are real instances of connotative individual names. It may be part of the meaning of the connotative name itself that there can exist but one individual possessing the attribute which it connotes, as for instance, the only son of John Stiles, the first emperor of Rome. Or the attribute connoted may be a connection with some determinate event, and the connection may be of such a kind as only one individual could have, or may at least be such as only one individual actually had, and this may be implied in the form of the expression. The father of Socrates is an example of the one kind, since Socrates could not have had two fathers. The author of the Iliad, the murderer of Henri IV of the second. For though it is conceivable that more persons than one might have participated in the authorship of the Iliad, or in the murder of Henri IV, the employment of the article the implies that, in fact, this was not the case. What is here done by the word the is done in other cases by the context. Thus, Caesar's army is an individual name if it appears from the context that the army meant is that which Caesar commanded in a particular battle. The still more general expressions, the Roman army or the Christian army, may be individualized in a similar manner. Another case of frequent occurrence has already been noticed. It is the following. The name, being a many-worded one, may consist in the first place of a general name, capable therefore in itself of being affirmed of more things than one, but which is, in the second place, so limited by other words joined with it that the entire expression can only be predicated of one object, consistently with the meaning of the general term. This is exemplified in such an instance as the following. The present Prime Minister of England. Prime Minister of England is a general name. The attribute which it connotes may be possessed by an indefinite number of persons, in succession, however, not simultaneously, since the meaning of the name itself imports, among other things, that there can be only one such person at a time. This being the case, and the application of the name being afterward limited by the article and the word present to such individuals as possess the attributes at one indivisible point of time, it becomes applicable only to one individual, and as this appears from the meaning of the name without any extrinsic proof, it is strictly an individual name. From the preceding observations it will easily be collected that, whenever the names given to objects convey any information, that is, whenever they have properly any meaning, the meaning resides not in what they denote, but in what they connote. The only names of objects which connote nothing are proper names, and these have, strictly speaking, no signification. Footnote. A writer who entitles his book Philosophy, or The Science of Truth, charges me in his very first page, referring at the foot of it to this passage, with asserting that general names have properly no signification, and he repeats this statement many times in the course of his volume, with comments not at all flattering thereon. It is well to be now and then reminded to how great a length perverse misquotation, for strange as it appears, I do not believe that the writer is dishonest, can sometimes go. It is a warning to readers when they see an author accused, with volume and page referred to, and the apparent guarantee of inverted commas, of maintaining something more than commonly absurd, not to give implicit credence to the assertion without verifying the reference. End footnote. If, like the robber in the Arabian Nights, we make a mark with chalk on a house to enable us to know it again, the mark has a purpose, but it has not properly any meaning. The chalk does not declare anything about the house. It does not mean, this is such a person's house, or this is a house which contains booty. The object of making the mark is merely distinction. I say to myself, all these houses are so nearly alike that if I lose sight of them, I shall not again be able to distinguish that which I am now looking at from any of the others. I must therefore contrive to make the appearance of this one house unlike that of the others, that I may hereafter know when I see the mark, not indeed any attribute of the house, but simply that it is the same house which I am now looking at. Morgiana chalked all the other houses in a similar manner and defeated the scheme. How? Simply by obliterating the difference of appearance between that house and the others. The chalk was still there, but it no longer served the purpose of a distinctive mark. When we impose a proper name, we perform an operation in some degree analogous to what the robber intended in chalking the house. We put a mark, not indeed upon the object itself, but, so to speak, upon the idea of the object. A proper name is but an unmeaning mark which we connect in our minds with the idea of the object, in order that, whenever the mark meets our eyes or occurs to our thoughts, we may think of that individual object. Not being attached to the thing itself, it does not, like the chalk, enable us to distinguish the object when we see it, but it enables us to distinguish it when it is spoken of, either in the records of our own experience or in the discourse of others, to know that what we find asserted in any proposition of which it is the subject is asserted of the individual thing with which we were previously acquainted. When we predicate of anything its proper name, when we say, pointing to a man, this is Brown, or Smith, or pointing to a city, that is York, we do not, merely by so doing, convey to the reader any information about them, except that those are their names. By enabling him to identify the individuals, we may connect them with information previously possessed by him, by saying, this is York. We may tell him that it contains the Minster, but this is in virtue of what he has previously heard concerning York, not by anything implied in the name. It is otherwise when objects are spoken of by connotative names. When we say, the town is built of marble, we give the hearer what may be entirely new information, and this merely by the signification of the many-worded connotative name built of marble. Such names are not signs of the mere objects, invented because we have occasion to think and speak of those objects individually, but signs which accompany an attribute, a kind of livery, in which the attribute clothes all objects which are recognized as possessing it. They are not mere marks, but more, that is to say, significant marks, and the connotation is what constitutes their significance. As a proper name is said to be the name of the one individual which it is predicated of, so, as well from the importance of adhering to analogy as for the other reasons formerly assigned, a connotative name ought to be considered a name of all the various individuals which it is predicable of, or in other words, denotes, and not of what it connotes. But by learning what things it is a name of, we do not learn the meaning of the name, for to the same thing we may, with equal propriety, apply many names, not equivalent in meaning. Thus, I call a certain man by the name Sophroniscus. I call him by another name, the father of Socrates. Both these are names of the same individual, but their meaning is altogether different. They are applied to that individual for two different purposes, the one merely to distinguish him from other persons who are spoken of, the other to indicate a fact relating to him, the fact that Socrates was his son. I further apply to him these other expressions: a man, a Greek, an Athenian, a sculptor, an old man, an honest man, a brave man. All these are, or may be, names of Sophroniscus, not indeed of him alone, but of him and each of an indefinite number of other human beings. Each of these names is applied to Sophroniscus for a different reason, and by each whoever understands its meaning is apprised of a distinct fact or number of facts concerning him. But those who knew nothing about the names except that they were applicable to Sophroniscus would be altogether ignorant of their meaning. It is even possible that I might know every single individual of whom a given name could be, with truth, affirmed, and yet could not be said to know the meaning of the name. A child knows who are its brothers and sisters long before it has any definite conception of the nature of the facts which are involved in the signification of those words. In some cases it is not easy to decide precisely how much a particular word does or does not connote. That is, we do not exactly know, the case not having arisen, what degree of difference in the object would occasion a difference in the name. Thus it is clear that the word man, beside animal life and rationality, connotes also a certain external form, but it would be impossible to say precisely what form, that is, to decide how great a deviation from the form ordinarily found in the beings whom we are accustomed to call men would suffice in a newly discovered race to make us refuse them the name of man. Rationality also being a quality which admits of degrees, it has never been settled what is the lowest degree of that quality which would entitle any creature to be considered a human being. In all such cases, the meaning of the general name is so far unsettled and vague, mankind have not come to any positive agreement about the matter. When we come to treat of classification, we shall have occasion to show under what conditions this vagueness may exist without practical inconvenience, and cases will appear in which the ends of language are better promoted by it than by complete precision, in order that in natural history, for instance, individuals or species of no very marked character may be ranged with those more strongly characterized individuals or species to which, in all their properties taken together, they bear the nearest resemblance. But this partial uncertainty in the connotation of names can only be free from mischief when guarded by strict precautions. One of the chief sources, indeed, of lax habits of thought is the custom of using connotative terms without a distinctly ascertained connotation, and with no more precise notion of their meaning than can be loosely collected from observing what objects they are used to denote. It is in this manner that we all acquire, and inevitably so, our first knowledge of our vernacular language. A child learns the meaning of the words man or white by hearing them applied to a variety of individual objects and finding out by a process of generalization and analysis which he could not himself describe what those different objects have in common. In the case of these two words, the process is so easy as to require no assistance from culture, the objects called human beings and the objects called white differing from all others by qualities of a peculiarly definite and obvious character. But in many other cases, objects bear a general resemblance to one another, which leads to their being familiarly classed together under a common name, while, without more analytic habits than the generality of mankind possesses, it is not immediately apparent what are the particular attributes, upon the possession of which, in common by them all, their general resemblance depends. When this is the case, people use the name without any recognized connotation, that is, without any precise meaning. They talk, and consequently think, vaguely, and remain contented to attach only the same degree of significance to their own words which a child 3 years old attaches to the words brother and sister. The child at least is seldom puzzled by the starting up of new individuals, of whom he is ignorant whether or not to confer the title, because there is usually an authority close at hand competent to solve all doubts. But a similar resource does not exist in the generality of cases, and new objects are continually presenting themselves to men, women, and children, which they are called upon to class proprio motu. They accordingly do this on no other principle than that of superficial similarity, giving to each new object the name of that familiar object, the idea of which it most readily recalls, or which, on a cursory inspection, it seems to them most to resemble, as an unknown substance found in the ground will be called, according to its texture, earth, sand, or a stone. In this manner names creep on from subject to subject until all traces of a common meaning sometimes disappear, and the word comes to denote a number of things, not only independently of any common attribute, but which have actually no attribute in common, or none but what is shared by other things, to which the name is capriciously refused. Footnote: take the familiar term stone. It is applied to mineral and rocky materials, to the kernels of fruit, to the accumulations in the gallbladder and in the kidney, while it is refused to polished minerals, called gems, to rocks that have the cleavage suited for roofing, slates, and to baked clay, bricks. It occurs in the designation of the magnetic oxide of iron, lodestone, and not in speaking of other metallic ores. Such a term is wholly unfit for accurate reasoning unless hedged round on every occasion by other phrases, as building stone, precious stone, gallstone, and so on. Moreover, the methods of definition are baffled for want of sufficient community to ground upon. There is no quality uniformly present in the cases where it is applied, and uniformly absent where it is not applied. Hence, the definer would have to employ largely the license of striking off existing applications and taking in new ones. Bain, Logic 2, 172. End footnote. Even scientific writers have aided in this perversion of general language from its purpose, sometimes because, like the vulgar, they knew no better, and sometimes in deference to that aversion to admit new words which induces mankind on all subjects not considered technical to attempt to make the original stock of names serve with but little augmentation to express a constantly increasing number of objects and distinctions, and, consequently, to express them in a manner progressively more and more imperfect. To what a degree this loose mode of classing and denominating objects has rendered the vocabulary of mental and moral philosophy unfit for the purposes of accurate thinking is best known to whoever has most meditated on the present condition of those branches of knowledge. Since, however, the introduction of a new technical language as the vehicle of speculations on subjects belonging to the domain of daily discussion is extremely difficult to effect, and would not be free from inconvenience even if effected, the problem for the philosopher, and one of the most difficult which he has to resolve, is, in retaining the existing phraseology, how best to alleviate its imperfections. This can only be accomplished by giving to every general concrete name which there is frequent occasion to predicate a definite and fixed connotation, in order that it may be known what attributes, when we call on an object by that name, we really mean to predicate of the object. And the question of most nicety is, how to give this fixed connotation to a name with the least possible change in the objects which the name is habitually employed to denote, with the least possible disarrangement, either by adding or subtraction, of the group of objects which, in however imperfect a manner it serves to circumscribe and hold together, and with the least vitiation of the truth of any propositions which are commonly received as true. This desirable purpose of giving a fixed connotation where it is wanting is the end aimed at whenever anyone attempts to give a definition of a general name already in use. Every definition of a connotative name being an attempt either merely to declare or to declare and analyze the connotation of the name, and the fact that no questions which have arisen in the moral sciences have been subjects of keener controversy than the definitions of almost all the leading expressions is a proof how great an extent the evil to which we have adverted has attained. Names with indeterminate connotation are not to be confounded with names which have more than one connotation, that is to say, ambiguous words. A word may have several meanings, but all of them fixed and recognized ones, as the word post, for example, or the word box, the various senses of which it would be endless to enumerate, and the paucity of existing names in comparison with the demand for them may often render it advisable and even necessary to retain a name in this multiplicity of acceptations, distinguishing these so clearly as to prevent their being confounded with one another. Such a word may be considered as two or more names, accidentally written and spoken alike. Footnote. Before quitting the subject of connotative names, it is proper to observe that the first writer who, in our times, has adopted from the schoolmen the word to connote, Mr. James Mill, in his analysis of the phenomena of the human mind, employs it in a signification different from that in which it is here used. He uses the word in a sense coextensive with its etymology, applying it to every case in which a name, while pointing directly to one thing, which is consequently termed its signification, includes also a tacit reference to some other thing in the case considered in the text, that of concrete general names. His language and mine are the converse of one another. Considering, very justly, the signification of the name to lie in the attribute, he speaks of the word as noting the attribute and connoting the things possessing the attribute. And he describes abstract names as being properly concrete names with their connotation dropped, whereas, in my view, it is the denotation which would be said to be dropped, what was previously connoted becoming the whole signification. In adopting a phraseology at variance with that which so high an authority, and one which I am less likely than any other person to undervalue, has deliberately sanctioned, I have been influenced by the urgent necessity for a term exclusively appropriated to express the manner in which a concrete general name serves to mark the attributes which are involved in its signification. This necessity can scarcely be felt in its full force by anyone who has not found by experience how vain is the attempt to communicate clear ideas on the philosophy of language without such a word. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that some of the most prevalent of the errors with which logic has been infected, and a large part of the cloudiness and confusion of ideas which have enveloped it, would, in all probability, have been avoided if a term had been in common use to express exactly what I have signified by the term to connote. And the schoolmen to whom we are indebted for the greater part of our logical language gave us this also, and in this very sense. For though some of their general expressions countenance the use of the word in the more extensive and vague acceptation in which it is taken by Mr. Mill, yet when they had to define it specifically as a technical term and to fix its meaning as such with that admirable precision which always characterizes their definitions, they clearly explained that nothing was said to be connoted except forms, which word may generally, in their writings, be understood as synonymous with attributes. Now, if the word to connote, so well suited to the purpose to which they applied it, be diverted from that purpose by being taken to fulfill another, for which it does not seem to me to be at all required, I am unable to find any expression to replace it, but such as are commonly employed in a sense so much more general that it would be useless attempting to associate them peculiarly with this precise idea. Such are the words to involve, to imply, and so on. By employing these, I should fail of attaining the object for which alone the name is needed, namely, to distinguish this particular kind of involving and implying from all other kinds, and to assure to it the degree of habitual attention which its importance demands. End footnote. Part 6. The fourth principal division of names is into positive and negative. Positive as man, tree, good. Negative as not man, not tree, not good. To every positive concrete name, a corresponding negative one might be framed. After giving a name to any one thing or to any plurality of things, we might create a second name, which should be a name of all things whatever, except that particular thing or things. These negative names are employed whenever we have occasion to speak collectively of all things other than some thing or class of things. When the positive name is connotative, the corresponding negative name is connotative likewise, but in a peculiar way, connoting not the presence but the absence of an attribute. Thus, not white denotes all things whatever except white things, and connotes the attribute of not possessing whiteness. For the non-possession of any given attribute is also an attribute, and may receive a name as such, and thus negative concrete names may obtain negative abstract names to correspond to them. Footnote. Professor Bain, Logic 1:56, thinks that negative names are not names of all things whatever except those denoted by the correlative positive name, but only for all things of some particular class, not white, for instance. He deems not to be a name for everything in nature except white things, but only for every coloured thing other than white. In this case, however, as in all others, the test of what a name denotes is what it can be predicated of, and we can certainly predicate of a sound or a smell that it is not white. The affirmation and the negation of the same attribute cannot but divide the whole field of predication between them. End footnote. Names which are positive in form are often negative in reality, and others are really positive, though their form is negative. The word inconvenient, for example, does not express the mere absence of convenience. It expresses a positive attribute, that of being the cause of discomfort or annoyance. So the word unpleasant, notwithstanding its negative form, does not connote the mere absence of pleasantness, but a less degree of what is signalled by the word painful, which it is hardly necessary to say is positive. Idle, on the other hand, is a word which, though positive in form, expresses nothing but what would be signified either by the phrase not working or by the phrase not disposed to work, and sober either by not drunk or by not drunken. There is a class of names called privative. A privative name is equivalent in its signification to a positive and a negative name taken together, being the name of something which has once had a particular attribute or, for some other reason, might have been expected to have it, but which has it not. Such is the word blind, which is not equivalent to not seeing or to not capable of seeing, but it would not, except by a poetical or rhetorical figure, be applied to stocks and stones. A thing is not usually said to be blind unless the class to which it is most familiarly referred, or to which it is referred on the particular occasion, be chiefly composed of things which can see, as in the case of a blind man or a blind horse, or, unless it is supposed for any reason that it ought to see, as in the saying of a man, that he rushed blindly into an abyss, or of philosophers, or the clergy, that the greater part of them are blind guides. The names called privative, therefore, connote two things: the absence of certain attributes, and the presence of others from which the presence also of the former might naturally have been expected. Part 7. The fifth leading division of names is into relative and absolute, or let us rather say relative and non-relative, for the word absolute is put upon much too hard duty in metaphysics, not to be willingly spared when its services can be dispensed with. It resembles the word civil in the language of jurisprudence, which stands for the opposite of criminal, the opposite of ecclesiastical, the opposite of military, the opposite of political, in short, the opposite of any positive word which wants a negative. Relative names are such as father, son, ruler, subject, like, equal, unlike, unequal, longer, shorter, cause, effect. Their characteristic property is that they are always given in pairs. Every relative name which is predicated of an object supposes another object or objects of which we may predicate either that same name or another relative name which is said to be the correlative of the former. Thus, when we call any person a son, we suppose other persons who must be called parents. When we call any event a cause, we suppose another event which is an effect. When we say of any distance that it is longer, we suppose another distance which is shorter. When we say of any object that it is like, we mean that it is like some other object, which is also said to be like the first. In this last case, both objects receive the same name. The relative term is its own correlative. It is evident that these words, when concrete, are, like other concrete general names, connotative. They denote a subject and connote an attribute, and each of them has or might have a corresponding abstract name to denote the attribute connoted by the concrete. Thus, the concrete like has its abstract likeness. The concretes father and son have or might have the abstracts paternity and filiati, or sonship. The concrete name connotes an attribute, and the abstract name which answers to it denotes that attribute. But of what nature is the attribute? Wherein consists the peculiarity in the connotation of a relative name? The attribute signified by a relative name, say some, is a relation, and this they give, if not as a sufficient explanation, at least as the only one attainable. If they are asked what then is a relation, they do not profess to be able to tell. It is generally regarded as something peculiar, recondite, and mysterious. I cannot, however, perceive in what respect it is more so than any other attribute. Indeed, it appears to be so in a somewhat less degree. I conceive rather that it is by examining into the signification of relative names, or, in other words, into the nature of the attribute which they connote, that a clear insight may best be obtained into the nature of all attributes, of all that is meant by an attribute. It is obvious, in fact, that if we take any two correlative names, father and son, for instance, though the objects denoted by the names are different, they both, in a certain sense, connote the same thing. They cannot, indeed, be said to connote the same attribute. To be a father is not the same thing as to be a son. But when we call one man a father, another a son, what we mean to affirm is a set of facts which are exactly the same in both cases. To predicate of A that he is the father of B, and of B that he is the son of A, is to assert one and the same fact in different words. The two propositions are exactly equivalent. Neither of them asserts more, or asserts less than the other. The paternity of A and the fility of B are not two facts, but two modes of expressing the same fact. That fact, when analyzed, consists of a series of physical events or phenomena in which both A and B are parties concerned and from which they both derive names. What those names really connote is this series of events, that is, the meaning and the whole meaning which either of them is intended to convey. The series of events may be said to constitute the relation. The schoolmen called it the foundation of the relation. Fundamentum relationis. In this manner, any fact or series of facts in which two different objects are implicated and which is therefore predicable of both of them may be either considered as constituting an attribute of the one or an attribute of the other. According as we consider it in the former or in the latter aspect, it is connoted by the one or the other of the two correlative names. Father connotes the fact regarding as constituting an attribute of A. Son connotes the same fact as constituting an attribute of B. It may evidently be regarded with equal propriety in either light, and all that appears necessary to account for the existence of relative names is that whenever there is a fact in which two individuals are concerned, an attribute grounded on that fact may be ascribed to either of these individuals. A name, therefore, is said to be relative when, over and above the object which it denotes, it implies in its signification the existence of another object also deriving a denomination from the same fact which is the ground of the first name, or, to express the same meaning in other words, a name is relative when, being the name of one thing, its signification cannot be explained but by mentioning another. Or we may state it thus: when the name cannot be employed in discourse so as to have a meaning, unless the name of some other thing than what it is itself the name of be either expressed or understood. These definitions are all, at bottom, equivalent, being modes of variously expressing this one distinctive circumstance, that every other attribute of an object might, without any contradiction, be conceived still to exist, if no object beside that one had ever existed. But those of its attributes which are expressed by relative names would, on that supposition, be swept away. Footnote. Or rather, all objects except itself and the percipient mind, for, as we shall see hereafter, to ascribe any attribute to an object necessarily implies a mind to perceive it. The simple and clear explanation given in the text of relation and relative names, a subject so long the opprobrium of metaphysics, was given, as far as I know, for the first time by Mr. James Mill in his Analysis of the Phenomena of the Human Mind. End footnote. Part 8. Names have been further distinguished into univocal and equivocal. These, however, are not two kinds of names, but two different modes of employing names. A name is univocal, or applied univocally, with respect to all things of which it can be predicated in the same sense. It is equivocal, or applied equivocally, as respects those things of which it is predicated in different senses. It is scarcely necessary to give instances of a fact so familiar as the double meaning of a word. In reality, as has been already observed, an equivocal or ambiguous word is not one name, but two names, accidentally coinciding in sound. File, meaning a steel instrument, and file, meaning a line of soldiers, have no more title to be considered one word because written alike than Greece and Greece have because they are pronounced alike. They are one sound appropriated to form two different words. An intermediate case is that of a name used analogically or metaphorically, that is, a name which is predicated of two things, not univocally, or exactly in the same signification, but in significations somewhat similar, and which, being derived one from the other, one of them may be considered the primary and the other a secondary signification, as when we speak of a brilliant light and a brilliant achievement. The word is not applied in the same sense to the light and to the achievement, but having been applied to the light in its original sense, that of brightness to the eye, it is transferred to the achievement in a derivative signification supposed to be somewhat like the primitive one. The word, however, is just as properly two names instead of one, in this case as in that of the most perfect ambiguity, and one of the commonest forms of fallacious reasoning arising from ambiguity is that of arguing from a metaphorical expression as if it were literal, that is, as if a word, when applied metaphorically, were the same name as when taken in its original sense, which will be seen more particularly in its place. End of section 6. Section 7 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 3 of the Things Denoted by Names, Parts 1 through 5. Part 1. Looking back now to the commencement of our inquiry, let us attempt to measure how far it has advanced. Logic, we found, is the theory of proof, but proof supposes something provable, which must be a proposition or assertion, since nothing but a proposition can be an object of belief, or therefore of proof. A proposition is discourse which affirms or denies something of some other thing. This is one step. There must, it seems, be two things concerned in every act of belief. But what are these things? They can be no other than those signified by the two names which, being joined together by a copula, constitute the proposition. If therefore we knew what all names signify, we should know everything which in the existing state of human knowledge is capable either of being made a subject of affirmation or denial, or of being itself affirmed or denied of a subject. We have accordingly, in the preceding chapter, reviewed the various kinds of names in order to ascertain what is signified by each of them. And we have now carried this survey far enough to be able to take an account of its results and to exhibit an enumeration of all kinds of things which are capable of being made predicates, or of having anything predicated of them, after which, to determine the import of predication, that is, of propositions, can be no arduous task. The necessity of an enumeration of existences as the basic of logic did not escape the attention of the schoolmen and of their master Aristotle, the most comprehensive, if not also the most sagacious, of the ancient philosophers. The categories or predicaments, the former a Greek word, the latter its literal translation in the Latin language, were believed to be an enumeration of all things capable of being named, an enumeration by the summa genera, that is, the most extensive classes into which things could be distributed, which, therefore, were so many highest predicates, one or the other of which was supposed capable of being affirmed with truth of every nameable thing whatsoever. The following are the classes into which, according to this school of philosophy, things in general might be reduced. Ousia, substantia. Posson, quantitas. Pion, qualitas. Prosti, relatio. Pin, actio. Paskin, passio. Pu, ubi. Pote, quando. Kistak, situs. Ehin, habitus. The imperfections of this classification are too obvious to require, and its merits are not sufficient to reward, a minute examination. It is a mere catalogue of the distinctions rudely marked out by the language of familiar life, with little or no attempt to penetrate, by philosophic analysis, to the rationale even of those common distinctions. Such an analysis, however, superficially conducted, would have shown the enumeration to be both redundant and defective. Some objects are omitted, and others repeated several times under different heads. It is like a division of animals into men, quadrupeds, horses, asses, and ponies. That, for instance, could not be a very comprehensive view of the nature of relation, which could exclude action, passivity, and local situation from that category. The same observation applies to the categories quando, or position in time, and ubi, or position in space, while the distinction between the latter and situs is merely verbal. The incongruity of erecting into a summum genus the class which forms the 10th category is manifest. On the other hand, the enumeration takes no notice of anything besides substances and attributes. In what category are we to place sensations or any other feelings and states of mind as hope, joy, fear, sound, smell, taste, pain, pleasure, thought, judgment, conception, and the like? Probably all these would have been placed by the Aristotelian school in the categories of actio and passio, and the relation of such of them as are active to their objects, and of such of them as are passive to their causes, would rightly be so placed. But the things themselves, the feelings or states of mind, wrongly. Feelings or states of consciousness are assuredly to be accounted among realities, but they cannot be reckoned either among substances or attributes. Footnote. On the preceding passage, Professor Bain remarks, Logic 1, 265, the categories do not seem to have been intended as a classification of nameable things in the sense of an enumeration of all kinds of things which are capable of being made predicates or of having anything predicated of them. They seem to have been rather intended as a generalization of predicates, an analysis of the final import of predication. Viewed in this light, they are not open to the objections offered by Mr. Mill. The proper question to ask is not, in what category are we to place sensations or other feelings of states of mind, but under what categories can we predicate regarding states of mind? Take, for example, hope. When we say that it is a state of mind, we predicate substance. We may also describe how great it is, quantity, what is the quality of it, pleasurable or painful, quality, what it has reference to, relation. Aristotle seems to have framed the categories on the plan, here is an individual, what is the final analysis of all that we can predicate about him? This is doubtless a true statement of the leading idea in the classification. The category ousia was certainly understood by Aristotle to be a general name for all possible answers to the question quid si, when asked respecting a concrete individual, as the other categories are names comprehending all possible answers to the questions quantum sit, quale sit, and so on. In Aristotle's conception, therefore, the categories may not have been a classification of things, but they were soon converted into one by his scholastic followers, who certainly regarded and treated them as a classification of things, and carried them out as such, dividing down the category substance, as a naturalist might do, into the different classes of physical or metaphysical objects as distinguished from attributes, and the other categories into the principal varieties of quantity, quality, relation, and so on. It is therefore a just subject of complaint against them that they had no category of feeling. Feeling is assuredly predicable as a summum genus of every particular kind of feeling, for instance, as in Mr. Bain's example of hope. but it cannot be brought within any of the categories as interpreted either by Aristotle or his followers. End footnote. Part 2. Before recommencing under better auspices the attempt made with such imperfect success by the early logicians, we must take notice of an unfortunate ambiguity in all the concrete names which correspond to the most general of all abstract terms, the word existence. When we have occasion for a name which shall be capable of denoting whatever exists, as contradistinguished from nonentity or nothing, there is hardly a word applicable to the purpose which is not also, and even more familiarly, taken in a sense in which it denotes only substances. But substances are not all that exists. Attributes, if such things are to be spoken of, must be said to exist. Feelings certainly exist, yet when we speak of an object or of a thing, we are almost always supposed to mean a substance. There seems a kind of contradiction in using such an expression as that one thing is merely an attribute of another thing, and the announcement of a classification of things would, I believe, prepare most readers for an enumeration like those in natural history, beginning with the great divisions of animal, vegetable, and mineral, and subdividing them into classes and orders. If rejecting the word thing, we endeavour to find another of a more general import, or at least more exclusively confined to that general import, a word denoting all that exists and connoting only simple existence, no word might be presumed fitter for such a purpose than being, originally the present participle of a verb which, in one of its meanings, is exactly equivalent to the verb exists, and therefore suitable, even by its grammatical formation, to be the concrete of the abstract existence. But this word, strange as the fact may appear, is still more completely spoiled for the purpose which it seemed expressly made for than the word thing. Being is by custom exactly synonymous with substance, except that it is free from a slight taint of a second ambiguity, being implied impartially to matter and to mind, while substance, though originally and in strictness applicable to both, is apt to suggest in preference the idea of matter. Attributes are never called beings, nor are feelings. A being is that which excites feelings and which possesses attributes. The soul is called a being. God and angels are called beings. But if we were to say extension, colour, wisdom, virtue are beings, we should perhaps be suspected of thinking, with some of the ancients, that the cardinal virtues are animals, or at least of holding with the Platonic school the doctrine of self-existent ideas, or with the followers of Epicurus, that of sensible forms, which detach themselves in every direction from bodies, and by coming in contact with our organs cause our perceptions. We should be supposed, in short, to believe that attributes are substances. In consequence of this perversion of the word being, philosophers looking about for something to supply its place laid their hands upon the word entity, a piece of barbarous Latin invented by the schoolmen to be used as an abstract name in which class its grammatical form would seem to place it. But being seized by logicians in distress to stop a leak in their terminology, it has ever since been used as a concrete name. The kindred word essence, born at the same time and of the same parents, scarcely underwent a more complete transformation when, from being the abstract of the verb to be, it came to denote something sufficiently concrete to be enclosed in a glass bottle. The word entity, since it settled down into a concrete name, has retained its universality of signification somewhat less impaired than any of the names before mentioned. Yet the same gradual decay to which after a certain age all the language of psychology seems liable has been at work even here. If you call virtue an entity, you are indeed somewhat less strongly suspected of believing it to be a substance than if you called it a being, but you are by no means free from the suspicion. Every word which was originally intended to connote mere existence seems, after a time, to enlarge its connotation to separate existence, or existence freed from the condition of belonging to a substance, which condition being precisely what constitutes an attribute. Attributes are gradually shut out, and along with them feelings, which in 99 cases out of 100 have no other name than that of the attribute which is grounded on them. Strange that when the greatest embarrassment felt by all who have any considerable number of thoughts to express is to find a sufficient variety of precise words fitted to express them. There should be no practice to which even scientific thinkers are more addicted than that of taking valuable words to express ideas which are sufficiently expressed by other words already appropriated to them. When it is impossible to obtain good tools, the next best thing is to understand thoroughly the defects of those we have. I have therefore warned the reader of the ambiguity of the names which, for want of better, I am necessitated to employ. It must now be the writer's endeavour so to employ them as in no case to leave the meaning doubtful or obscure. No one of the above items being altogether unambiguous, I shall not confine myself to any one, but shall employ on each occasion the word which seems least likely in the particular case to lead to misunderstanding. Nor do I pretend to use either these or any other words with a rigorous adherence to one single sense. To do so would often leave us without a word to express what is signified by a known word in some one or other of its senses, unless authors had an unlimited license to coin new words, together with, what it would be more difficult to assume, unlimited power of making readers understand them. Nor would it be wise in a writer on a subject involving so much of abstraction to deny himself the advantage derived from even an improper use of a term, when by means of it some familiar association is called up which brings the meaning home to the mind, as it were, by a flash. The difficulty, both to the writer and reader, of the attempt which must be made to use vague words so as to convey a precise meaning is not wholly a matter of regret. It is not unfitting that logical treatises should afford an example of that, to facilitate which is among the most important uses of logic. Philosophical language will for a long time, and popular language still longer, retain so much of vagueness and ambiguity that logic would be of little value if it did not, among its other advantages, exercise the understanding in doing its work neatly and correctly with these imperfect tools. After this preamble, it is time to proceed to our enumeration. We shall commence with feelings, the simplest class of nameable things, the term feeling being, of course, understood in its most enlarged sense. Class 1. Feelings, or states of consciousness. Part 3. A feeling and a state of consciousness are in the language of philosophy equivalent expressions. Everything is a feeling of which the mind is conscious. Everything which it feels, or in other words, which forms a part of its own sentient existence. In popular language, feeling is not always synonymous with state of consciousness, being often taken more peculiarly for those states which are conceived as belonging to the sensitive or to the emotional facies of our nature, and sometimes with a still narrower restriction to the emotional alone, as distinguished from what are conceived as belonging to the percipient or to the intellectual facies. But this is an admitted departure from correctness of language, just as, by a popular perversion, the exact converse of this, the word mind, is withdrawn from its rightful generality of signification and restricted to the intellect. The still greater perversion by which feeling is sometimes confined not only to bodily sensations, but to the sensations of a single sense, that of touch, need not be more particularly adverted to. Feeling in the proper sense of the term is a genus of which sensation, emotion, and thought are subordinate species. Under the word thought is here to be included whatever we are internally conscious of when we are said to think, from the consciousness we have when we think of a red colour, without having it before our eyes, to the most recondite thoughts of a philosopher or poet. Be it remembered, however, that by a thought is to be understood what passes in the mind itself, and not any object external to the mind, which the person is commonly said to be thinking of. He may be thinking of the sun, or of God, but the sun and God are not thoughts. His mental image, however, of the sun and his idea of God are thoughts, states of his mind, not of the objects themselves. And so also is his belief of the existence of the sun, or of God, or his disbelief, if the case be so. Even imaginary objects, which are said to exist only in our ideas, are to be distinguished from our ideas of them. I may think of a hobgoblin, as I may think of the loaf which was eaten yesterday, or of the flower which will bloom tomorrow. But the hobgoblin, which never existed, is not the same thing with my idea of a hobgoblin, any more than the loaf which once existed is the same thing with my idea of a loaf, or the flower which does not yet exist, but which will exist, is the same with my idea of a flower. They are all not thoughts, but objects of thought, though at the present time all the objects are alike non-existent. In a like manner, a sensation is to be carefully distinguished from the object which causes the sensation, our sensation of white from a white object, nor is it less to be distinguished from the attribute whiteness, which we ascribe to the object in consequence of its exciting the sensation. Unfortunately, for clearness and due discrimination in considering these subjects, our sensations seldom receive separate names. We have a name for the objects which produce in us a certain sensation, the word white. We have a name for the quality in those objects, to which we ascribe the sensation, the name whiteness. But when we speak of the sensation itself, as we have not occasion to do this often except in our scientific speculations, language, which adapts itself for the most part only to the common uses of life, has provided us with no single worded or immediate designation. We must employ a circumlocution and say the sensation of white or the sensation of whiteness. We must denominate the sensation either from the object or from the attribute by which it is excited. Yet the sensation, though it never does, might well be conceived to exist without anything whatever to excite it. We can conceive it as arising spontaneously in the mind. But if it so arose, we should have no name to denote it, which would not be a misnomer. In the case of our sensations of hearing, we are better provided. We have the word sound, and a whole vocabulary of words to denote the various kinds of sounds. For as we are often conscious of these sensations in the absence of any perceptible object, we can more easily conceive having them in the absence of any object whatever. We need only shut our eyes and listen to music to have a conception of a universe with nothing in it except sounds and ourselves hearing them. And what is easily conceived separately easily obtains a separate name. But in general, our names of sensations denote indiscriminately the sensation and the attribute. Thus, colour stands for the sensation of white, red, and so on, but also for the quality in the coloured object. We talk of the colours of things as among their properties. Part 4. In the case of sensations, Another distinction has also to be kept in view, which is often confounded and never without mischievous consequences. This is the distinction between the sensation itself and the state of the bodily organs which precedes the sensation and which constitutes the physical agency by which it is produced. One of the sources of confusion on this subject is the division commonly made of feelings into bodily and mental. Philosophically speaking, there is no foundation at all for this distinction. Even sensations are states of the sentient mind, not states of the body, as distinguished from it. What I am conscious of when I see the colour blue is a feeling of blue colour, which is one thing. The picture on my retina, or the phenomenon of hitherto mysterious nature which takes place in my optic nerve or in my brain, is another thing, of which I am not at all conscious, and which scientific investigation alone could have apprised me of. These are states of my body, but the sensation of blue, which is the consequence of these states of body, is not a state of body. That which perceives and is conscious is called mind. When sensations are called bodily feelings, it is only as being the class of feelings which are immediately occasioned by bodily states, whereas the other kinds of feelings, thoughts for instance, or emotions, are immediately excited not by anything acting upon the bodily organs, but by sensations or by previous thoughts. This, however, is a distinction not in our feelings, but in the agency which produces our feelings. All of them, when actually produced, are states of mind. Besides the affection of our bodily organs from without, and the sensation thereby produced in our minds, many writers admit a third link in the chain of phenomena, which they call a perception, and which consists in the recognition of an external object as the exciting cause of the sensation. This perception, they say, is an act of the mind, proceeding from its own spontaneous activity, while in a sensation the mind is passive, being merely acted upon by the outward object, and according to some metaphysicians it is by an act of the mind similar to perception, except in not being preceded by any sensation, that the existence of God, the soul, and other hyperphysical objects is recognized. These acts of what is termed perception, whatever be the conclusion ultimately come to respecting their nature, must, I conceive, take their place among the varieties of feelings or states of mind. In so classing them, I have not the smallest intention of declaring or insinuating any theory as to the law of mind in which these mental processes may be supposed to originate, or the conditions under which they may be legitimate, or the reverse. Far less do I mean, as Dr. Whewell seems to suppose must be meant in an analogous case, to indicate that, as they are, quote, merely states of mind, quote, it is superfluous to inquire into their distinguishing peculiarities. Footnote: Philosophy of the Inductive Sciences, Volume 1, page 40. End footnote. I abstain from the inquiry as irrelevant to the science of logic. In these so-called perceptions, or direct recognitions by the mind of objects, whether physical or spiritual, which are external to itself, I can see only cases of belief, but of belief which claims to be intuitive or independent of external evidence. When a stone lies before me, I am conscious of certain sensations which I receive from it. But if I say that these sensations come to me from an external object which I perceive, the meaning of these words is that receiving the sensations, I intuitively believe that an external cause of those sensations exists. The laws of intuitive belief and the conditions under which it is legitimate are a subject which, as we have already so often remarked, belongs not to logic, but to the science of the ultimate laws of the human mind. To the same region of speculation belongs all that can be said respecting the distinction which the German metaphysicians and their French and English followers so elaborately draw between the acts of the mind and its merely passive states, between what it receives from and what it gives to the crude materials of its experience. I am aware that with reference to the view which those writers take of the primary elements of thought and knowledge, this distinction is fundamental. But for the present purpose, which is to examine not the original groundwork of our knowledge, but how we come by that portion of it which is not original, the difference between active and passive states of mind is of secondary importance. For us, they all are states of mind, they all are feelings, by which, let it be said once more, I mean to imply nothing of passivity, but simply that they are psychological facts, facts which take place in the mind, and are to be carefully distinguished from the external or physical facts with which they may be connected either as effects or as causes. Part 5. Among active states of mind there is, however, one species which merits particular attention, because it forms a principal part of the connotation of some important classes of names. I mean volitions, or acts of the will. When we speak of sentient beings by relative names, a large portion of the connotation of the name usually consists of the actions of those beings, actions past, present, and possible or probable future. Take, for instance, the words sovereign and subject. What meanings do these words convey but that of innumerable actions done or to be done by the sovereign and the subjects to or in regard to one another reciprocally? So with the words physician and patient, leader and follower, tutor and pupil. In many cases the words also connote actions which would be done under certain contingencies by persons other than those denoted, as the words mortgagor and mortgagee, obligor and obligee, and many other words expressive of legal relation, which connote what a court of justice would do to enforce the legal obligation if not fulfilled. There are also words which connote actions previously done by persons other than those denoted, either by the name itself or by its correlative, as the word brother. From these instances it may be seen how large a portion of the connotation of names consists of actions. Now, what is an action? Not one thing, but a series of two things. The state of mind, called a volition, followed by an effect. The volition or intention to produce the effect is one thing. The effect produced in consequence of the intention is another thing. The two together constitute the action. I form the purpose of instantly moving my arm. That is a state of my mind. My arm, not being tied or paralytic, moves in obedience to my purpose. That is a physical fact, consequent on a state of mind. The intention followed by the fact, or, if we prefer the expression, the fact when preceded and caused by the intention, is called the action of moving my arm. End of section 7. Section 8 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 3 of the Things Denoted by Names, Parts 6 through 9. Part 6. Class 2, Substances. Of the first leading division of nameable things, that is, feelings or states of consciousness, we began by recognizing three subdivisions: sensations, thoughts, and emotions. The first two of these we have illustrated at considerable length. The third, emotions, not being perplexed by similar ambiguities, does not require similar exemplification. And finally, we have found it necessary to add to these three a fourth species, commonly known by the name volitions. We shall now proceed to the two remaining classes of nameable things, all things which are regarded as external to the mind being considered as belonging either to the class of substances or to that of attributes. Logicians have endeavoured to define substance and attribute, but their definitions are not so much attempts to draw a distinction between the things themselves as instructions what difference it is customary to make in the grammatical structure of the sentence, according as we are speaking of substances or of attributes. Such definitions are rather lessons of English or of Greek, Latin or German than of mental philosophy. An attribute, say the school logicians, must be the attribute of something. Colour, for example, must be the colour of something. Goodness must be the goodness of something. And if this something should cease to exist, or should cease to be connected with the attribute, the existence of the attribute would be at an end. A substance, on the contrary, is self-existent. In speaking about it, we need not put of after its name. A stone is not the stone of anything. The moon is not the moon of anything, but simply the moon. Unless, indeed, the name which we choose to give to the substance be a relative name. If so, it must be followed either by of or by some other particle, implying, as that preposition does, a reference to something else. But then the other characteristic peculiarity of an attribute would fail. The something might be destroyed, and the substance might still subsist. Thus, a father must be a father of something, and so far resembles an attribute in being referred to something besides himself. If there were no child, there would be no father. But this, when we look into the matter, only means that we should not call him father. The man called father might still exist, though there were no child, as he existed before there was a child, and there would be no contradiction in supposing him to exist, though the whole universe except himself were destroyed. But destroy all white substances, and where would be the attribute whiteness? Whiteness without any white thing is a contradiction in terms. This is the nearest approach to a solution of the difficulty that will be found in the common treatises on logic. It will scarcely be thought to be a satisfactory one. If an attribute is distinguished from a substance by being the attribute of something, it seems highly necessary to understand what is meant by of, a particle which needs explanation too much itself to be placed in front of the explanation of anything else. And as for the self-existence of substance, it is very true that a substance may be conceived to exist without any other substance, but so also may an attribute without any other attribute, and we can no more imagine a substance without attributes than we can imagine attributes without a substance. Metaphysicians, however, have probed this question deeper and given an account of substance, considerably more satisfactory than this. Substances are usually distinguished as bodies or minds. Of each of these, philosophers have at length provided us with a definition which seems unexceptionable. Part 7. A body, according to the received doctrine of modern metaphysicians, may be defined the external cause to which we ascribe our sensations. When I see and touch a piece of gold, I am conscious of a sensation of yellow colour and sensations of hardness and weight, and by varying the mode of handling, I may add to these sensations many others completely distinct from them. The sensations are all of which I am directly conscious, but I consider them as produced by something not only existing independently of my will, but external to my bodily organs and to my mind. This external something I call a body. It may be asked, how come we to ascribe our sensations to any external cause, and is there sufficient ground for so ascribing them? It is known that there are metaphysicians who have raised a controversy on the point, mainly that we are not warranted in referring our sensations to a cause such as we understand by the word body, or to any external cause whatever. Though we have no concern here with this controversy, nor with the metaphysical niceties on which it turns, one of the best ways of showing what is meant by substance is to consider what position it is necessary to take up in order to maintain its existence against opponents. It is certain, then, that a part of our notion of a body consists of the notion of a number of sensations of our own or of other sentient beings, habitually occurring simultaneously. My conception of the table at which I am writing is compounded of its visible form and size, which are complex sensations of sight, its tangible form and size, which are complex sensations of our organs of touch and of our muscles, its weight, which is also a sensation of touch and of the muscles, its colour, which is a sensation of sight, its hardness, which is a sensation of the muscles, its composition, which is another word for all the varieties of sensation which we receive under various circumstances from the wood of which it is made, and so forth. All or most of these various sensations frequently are, and, as we learn by experience, always might be, experienced simultaneously or in many different orders of succession at our own choice, and hence the thought of any one of them makes us think of the others, and the whole becomes mentally amalgamated into one mixed state of consciousness, which in the language of the school of Locke and Hartley is termed a complex idea. Now, there are philosophers who have argued as follows: if we conceive an orange to be divested of its natural colour without acquiring any new one, to lose its softness without becoming hard, its roundness without becoming square or pentagonal, or of any other regular or irregular figure whatever, to be deprived of size, of weight, of taste, of smell, to lose all its mechanical and all its chemical properties, and acquire no new ones, to become, in short, invisible, intangible, imperceptible, not only by all our senses, but by the senses of all other sentient beings, real or possible. Nothing, say these thinkers, would remain. For of what nature, they ask, could be the residuum, and by what token could it manifest its presence? To the unreflecting, its existence seems to rest on the evidence of the senses, but to the senses nothing is apparent except the sensations. We know indeed that these sensations are bound together by some law. They do not come together at random, but according to a systematic order, which is part of the order established in the universe. When we experience one of these sensations, we usually experience the others also, or know that we have it in our power to experience them. But a fixed law of connection making the sensations occur together does not, say these philosophers, necessarily require what is called a substratum to support them. The conception of a substratum is but one of many possible forms in which that connection presents itself to our imagination, a mode of, as it were, realizing the idea. If there be such a substratum, suppose it at this instant miraculously annihilated, and let the sensations continue to occur in the same order, and how would the substratum be missed? By what signs should we be able to discover that its existence had terminated? Should we not have as much reason to believe that it still existed as we now have? And if we should not then be warranted in believing it, how can we be so now? A body, therefore, according to these metaphysicians, is not anything intrinsically different from the sensations which the body is said to produce in us. It is, in short, a set of sensations, or rather of possibilities of sensation, joined together according to a fixed law. The controversies to which these speculations have given rise, and the doctrines which have been developed in the attempt to find a conclusive answer to them, have been fruitful of important consequences to the science of mind. The sensations, it was answered, which we are conscious of and which we receive not at random, but joined together in a certain uniform manner, imply not only a law or laws of connection, but a cause external to our mind, which cause, by its own laws, determines the laws according to which the sensations are connected and experienced. The schoolmen used to call this external cause by the name we have already employed, a substratum, and its attributes, as they expressed themselves, inhered, literally stuck in it. To this substratum the name matter is usually given in philosophical discussion. It was soon, however, acknowledged by all who reflected on the subject that the existence of matter cannot be proved by extrinsic evidence. The answer, therefore, now usually made to Berkeley and his followers, is that the belief is intuitive, that mankind in all ages have felt themselves compelled by a necessity of their nature to refer their sensations to an external cause, that even those who deny it in theory yield to the necessity in practice, and both in speech, thought, and feeling do, equally with the vulgar, acknowledge their sensations to be the effects of something external to them. This knowledge, therefore, it is affirmed, is as evidently intuitive as our knowledge of our sensations themselves is intuitive. And here the question merges in the fundamental problem of metaphysics, properly so called, to which science we leave it. But although the extreme doctrine of the idealist metaphysicians, that objects are nothing but our sensations and the laws which connect them, has not been generally adopted by subsequent thinkers, the point of most real importance is one on which those metaphysicians are now very generally considered to have made out their case. That is, that all we know of objects is the sensations which they give us, and the order of the occurrence of these sensations. Kant himself, on this point, is as explicit as Berkeley or Locke. However firmly convinced that there exists a universe of things in themselves, totally distinct from the universe of phenomena, or of things as they appear to our senses, and even when bringing into use a technical expression, noumenon, to denote what the thing is in itself, as contrasted with the representation of it in our minds, he allows that this representation, the matter of which he says consists of our sensations, though the form is given by the laws of the mind itself, is all we know of the object, and that the real nature of the thing is, and by the constitution of our faculties ever must remain, at least in the present state of existence, an impenetrable mystery to us. Of things absolutely or in themselves, says Sir William Hamilton, be they external, be they internal, we know nothing, or know them only as incognizable, and become aware of their incomprehensible existence only as this indirectly and accidentally revealed to us through certain qualities related to our faculties of knowledge, and which qualities, again, we cannot think as unconditional, irrelative, existent in and of ourselves. Footnote. Discussions on Philosophy and so on, Appendix 1, page 643-644. End footnote. All that we know is therefore phenomenal of the unknown. Footnote. It is to be regretted that Sir William Hamilton, though he often strenuously insists on this doctrine, and though in the passage quoted he states it with a comprehensiveness and force which leaves nothing to be desired, did not consistently adhere to his own doctrine, but maintained along with it opinions of which it is utterly irreconcilable. See the third and other chapters of An Examination of Sir William Hamilton's Philosophy. End footnote. The same doctrine is laid down in the clearest and strongest terms by M. Cousin, whose observations on the subject are more worthy of attention, as, in consequence of the ultra-German and ontological character of his philosophy in other respects, they may be regarded as the admissions of an opponent. Footnote. Nous savons qu'il existe quelque chose hors de nous parce que nous ne pouvons expliquer nos perceptions sans les rattacher à des causes distinctes de nous-mêmes. Nous savons de plus que ces causes dont nous ne connaissons pas des lieux, les sens, produisent les effets les plus variables, les plus divers et même les plus contraires, selon qu'elles rencontrent telle nature ou telle disposition de sujet. Mais savons-nous quelque chose de plus? Et même, vu le caractère indéterminé des causes que nous concevons dans les cas, y a-t-il quelque chose de plus à savoir? Y a-t-il lieu de nous enquérir si nous percevons les choses telles qu'elles sont? Non, évidemment. Je ne dis pas que le problème est insoluble, j'ai dit qu'il est absurde et enferme une contradiction. Nous ne savons pas ce que ces causes sont en elles-mêmes et les raisons nous défendent de chercher à la connaître, mais il est bien évident a priori qu'elles ne sont pas en elles-mêmes ce qu'elles sont par rapport à nous, puisque la présence de sujets modifie nécessairement leur action. Supprimer tout sujet sentant, il est certain que ces causes agiront encore puisqu'elles continueront d'exister, mais elles agiront autrement. Elles seront encore des qualités et des propriétés, mais qui ne ressembleront à rien de ce que nous connaissons. Le feu ne manifesterait plus aucune des propriétés que nous lui connaissons. Que serait-il? C'est ce que nous ne saurons jamais. C'est d'ailleurs peut-être un problème qui ne répond pas seulement à la nature de notre esprit, mais à l'essence même des choses. Comme même en effet on supprimerait par les pensées tous les sujets sentants, il faudrait encore admettre que nul corps ne manifesterait ses propriétés autrement qu'en relation avec un sujet quelconque, et dans ce cas sa propriété ne serait encore que relative. En sorte qu'il me paraît fort raisonnable d'admettre que les propriétés déterminées des corps n'existent pas indépendamment d'un sujet quelconque, et que quand on demande si les propriétés de la matière sont telles que nous les percevons, il faudrait voir auparavant si elles sont en tant que déterminées, et donc elles sont, il est vrai de dire qu'elles sont. Cours d'histoire de la philosophie morale au XVIIIe siècle, 8e leçon, end footnote. There is not the slightest reason for believing that what we call the sensible qualities of the object are a type of anything inherent in itself, or bear any affinity to its own nature. A cause does not, as such, resemble its effects. An east wind is not like the feeling of cold, nor heat like the steam of boiling water. Why then should matter resemble our sensations? Why should the inmost nature of fire or water resemble the impressions made by those objects upon our senses? Footnote. An attempt indeed has been made by Reid and others to establish that although some of the properties we ascribe to objects exist only in our sensations, others exist in the things themselves, being such as cannot possibly be copies of any impression upon the senses. And they ask, from what sensations our notions of extension and figure have been derived. The gauntlet thrown down by Reid was taken up by Brown, who, applying greater powers of analysis than had previously been applied to the notions of extension and figure, pointed out that the sensations from which those notions are derived are sensations of touch, combined with sensations of a class previously too little adverted to by metaphysicians, those which have their seat in our muscular frame. His analysis, which was adopted and followed up by James Mill, has been further and greatly improved upon in Professor Bain's profound work, The Senses and the Intellect, and in the chapters on Perception of a work of eminent analytical power, Mr. Herbert Spencer's Principles of Psychology. On this point, M. Cousin may again be cited in favour of the better doctrine. M. Cousin recognizes, in opposition to Reid, the essential subjectivity of our conceptions of what are called the primary qualities of matter, as extension, solidity, and so on, equally with those of colour, heat, and the remainder of the so-called secondary qualities. End footnote. Or on what principle are we authorized to deduce from the effects anything concerning the cause, except that it is a cause adequate to produce those effects? It may therefore safely be laid down as a truth, both obvious in itself and admitted by all whom it is at present necessary to take into consideration, that of the outward world. We know and can know absolutely nothing except the sensations which we experience from it. Footnote. This doctrine, which is the most complete form of the philosophical theory known as the relativity of human knowledge, has, since the recent revival in this country of an active interest in metaphysical speculation, been the subject of a greatly increased amount of discussion and controversy, and dissentients have manifested themselves in considerably greater number than I had any knowledge of when the passage in the text was written. The doctrine has been attacked from two sides. Some thinkers, among whom are the late Professor Ferrier in his Institute of Metaphysic, and Professor John Grote in his Exploratio Philosophica, appear to deny altogether the reality of noumena, or things in themselves, of an unknowable substratum or support for the sensations which we experience and which, according to the theory, constitute all our knowledge of an external world. It seems to me, however, that in Professor Grote's case, at least, the denial of noumena is only apparent, and that he does not essentially differ from the other class of objectors, including Mr. Bailey in his valuable Letters on the Philosophy of the Human Mind, and, in spite of the striking passage quoted in the text, also Sir William Hamilton, who contend for a direct knowledge by the human mind of more than the sensations of certain attributes or properties as they exist not in us, but in the things themselves. With the first of these opinions, that which denies noumena, I have, as a metaphysician, no quarrel, but whether it be true or false, it is irrelevant to logic, and since all the forms of language are in contradiction to it, nothing but confusion could result from its unnecessary introduction into a treatise, every essential doctrine of which could stand equally well with the opposite and accredited opinion. The other unrivalled doctrine, that of a direct perception or intuitive knowledge of the outward object as it is in itself, considered as distinct from the sensations we receive from it, is of far greater practical moment. But even this question, depending on the nature and laws of intuitive knowledge, is not within the province of logic. For the grounds of my own opinion concerning it, I must content myself with referring to a work already mentioned, an examination of Sir William Hamilton's philosophy, several chapters of which are devoted to a full discussion of the questions and theories relating to the supposed direct perception of external objects. End footnote. Part 8. Body having now been defined the external cause and, according to the more reasonable opinion, the unknown external cause to which we refer our sensations, it remains to frame a definition of mind. Nor, after the preceding observations, will this be difficult, for, as our conception of a body is that of an unknown exciting cause of sensations, so our conception of a mind is that of an unknown recipient or percipient of them, and not of them alone, but of all our other feelings. As body is understood to be the mysterious something which excites the mind to feel, so mind is the mysterious something which feels and thinks. It is unnecessary to give in the case of mind, as we gave in the case of matter, a particular statement of the sceptical system by which its existence as a thing in itself distinct from the series of what are denominated its states, is called in question. But it is necessary to remark that on the inmost nature, whatever be meant by inmost nature, of the thinking principle, as well as on the inmost nature of matter, we are, and with our faculties must always remain, entirely in the dark. All which we are aware of, even in our own minds, is, in the words of James Mill, a certain thread of consciousness, a series of feelings, that is, of sensations, thoughts, emotions, and volitions, more or less numerous and complicated. There is a something I call myself, or, by another form of expression, my mind, which I consider as distinct from these sensations, thoughts, and so on. A something which I conceive to be not the thoughts, but the being that has the thoughts, and which I can conceive as existing for ever in a state of quiescence without any thoughts at all. But what this being is, though it is myself, I have no knowledge other than the series of its states of consciousness. As bodies manifest themselves to me only through the sensations of which I regard them as the causes, so the thinking principle or mind in my own nature makes itself known to me only by the feelings of which it is conscious. I know nothing about myself save my capacities of feeling or being conscious, including, of course, thinking and willing. And were I to learn anything new concerning my own nature, I cannot, with my present faculties, conceive this new information to be anything else than that I have some additional capacities, as yet unknown to me, of feeling, thinking, or willing. Thus then, as body is the unsentient cause to which we are naturally prompted to refer a certain portion of our feeling, so mind may be described as the sentient subject, in the scholastic sense of the term, of all feelings, that which has or feels them. But of the nature of either body or mind, further than the feelings which the former excites and which the latter experiences, we do not, according to the best existing doctrine, know anything, and if anything, logic has nothing to do with it, or with the manner in which the knowledge is acquired. With this result, we may conclude this portion of our subject and pass to the third and only remaining class or division of nameable things. Part 9. Class 3. Attributes, and, first, qualities. From what has already been said of substance, what is to be said of attribute is easily deducible. For if we know not, and cannot know, anything of bodies but the sensations which they excite in us or in others, those sensations must be all that we can, at bottom, mean by their attributes, and the distinction which we verbally make between the properties of things and the sensations we receive from them must originate in the convenience of discourse rather than in the nature of what is signified by the terms. Attributes are usually distributed under the three heads of quality, quantity, and relation. We shall come to the two latter presently. In the first place, we shall confine ourselves to the former. Let us take then as our example one of what are termed the sensible qualities of objects, and let that example be whiteness. When we ascribe whiteness to any substance, as, for instance, snow, when we say that snow has the quality whiteness, what do we really assert? Simply that when snow is present to our organs, we have a particular sensation which we are accustomed to call the sensation of white. But how do I know that snow is present? Obviously by the sensations which I derive from it, and not otherwise. I infer that the object is present because it gives me a certain assemblage or series of sensations, and when I ascribe to it the attribute whiteness, my meaning is only that of the sensations composing this group or series, that which I call the sensation of white colour is one. This is one view which may be taken of the subject, but there is also another and a different view. It may be said that it is true we know nothing of sensible objects, except the sensations they excite in us, that the fact of our receiving from snow the particular sensation, which is called a sensation of white, is the ground on which we ascribe to that substance the quality whiteness, the sole proof of its possessing that quality. But because one thing may be the sole evidence of the existence of another thing, it does not follow that the two are one and the same. The attribute whiteness, it may be said, is not the fact of receiving the sensation, but something in the object itself, a power inherent in it, something in virtue of which the object produces the sensation. And when we affirm that snow possesses the attribute whiteness, we do not merely assert that the presence of snow produces in us that sensation, but that it does so through and by reason of that power or quality. For the purposes of logic, it is not of material importance which of these opinions we adopt. The full discussion of the subject belongs to the other department of scientific inquiry, so often alluded to under the name of metaphysics. But it may be said here that for the doctrine of the existence of a peculiar species of entities called qualities, I can see no foundation except in a tendency of the human mind which is the cause of many delusions. I mean the disposition, wherever we meet with two names which are not precisely synonymous, to suppose that they must be the names of two different things, whereas in reality they may be names of the same thing viewed in two different lights, or under different suppositions as to surrounding circumstances. Because quality and sensation cannot be put indiscriminately one for the other, it is supposed that they cannot both signify the same thing, namely, the impression or feeling with which we are affected through our senses by the presence of an object, though there is at least no absurdity in supposing that this identical impression or feeling may be called a sensation when considered merely in itself, and a quality when looked at in relation to any one of the numerous objects, the presence of which to our organs excites in our minds that among various other sensations or feelings. And if this be admissible as a supposition, it rests with those who contend for an entity per se called a quality to show that their opinion is preferable, or is anything in fact but a lingering remnant of the old doctrine of occult causes, the very absurdity which Molière so happily ridiculed when he made one of his pedantic physicians account for the fact that opium produces sleep by the maxim, because it has a soporific virtue. It is evident that when the physician stated that opium has a soporific virtue, he did not account for it, but merely asserted over again the fact that it produces sleep. In like manner, when we say that snow is white because it has the quality of whiteness, we are only reasserting in more technical language the fact that it excites in us the sensation of white. If it be said that the sensation must have some cause, I answer, its cause is the presence of the assemblage of phenomena which is termed the object. When we have asserted that as often as the object is present and our organs in their normal state, the sensation takes place, we have stated all that we know about the matter. There is no need, after assigning a certain and intelligible cause, to suppose an occult cause besides, for the purpose of enabling the real cause to produce its effect. If I am asked, why does the presence of the object cause this sensation in me, I cannot tell. I can only say that such is my nature, and the nature of the object, that the fact forms a part of the constitution of things. And to this we must at last come, even after interpolating the imaginary entity. Whatever number of links the chain of causes and effects may consist of, how any one link produces the one which is next to it remains equally inexplicable to us. It is as easy to comprehend that the object should produce the sensation directly and at once, as that it should produce the same sensation by the aid of something else called the power of producing it. But as the difficulties which may be felt in adopting this view of the subject cannot be removed without discussions transcending the bounds of our science, I content myself with a passing indication, and shall, for the purposes of logic, adopt a language compatible with either view of the nature of qualities. I shall say, what at least admits of no dispute, that the quality of whiteness ascribed to the object snow is grounded on its exciting in us the sensation of white, and adopting the language already used by the school logicians in the case of the kind of attributes called relations, I shall term the sensation of white the foundation of the quality whiteness. For logical purposes, the sensation is the only essential part of what is meant by the word, the only part which we ever can be concerned in proving. When that is proved, the quality is proved. If an object excites a sensation, it has, of course, the power of exciting it. End of section 8. Section 9 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 3 of the Things Denoted by Names, Parts 10 through 15. Part 10. Class 4, Relations. The qualities of a body, we have said, are the attributes grounded on the sensations which the presence of that particular body to our organs excites in our minds. But when we ascribe to any object the kind of attribute called a relation, the foundation of the attribute must be something in which other objects are concerned besides itself and the percipient. As there may with propriety be said to be a relation between any two things to which two correlative names are or may be given, we may expect to discover what constitutes a relation in general if we enumerate the principal cases in which mankind have imposed correlative names and observe what these cases have in common. What, then, is the character which is possessed in common by states of circumstances so heterogeneous and discordant as these? One thing like another, one thing unlike another, one thing near another, one thing far from another, one thing before, after, along, with another, one thing greater, equal, less than another, one thing the cause of another, the effect of another, one person the master, servant, child, parent, debtor, creditor, sovereign, subject, attorney, client of another, and so on. Omitting for the present the case of resemblance, a relation which requires to be considered separately, there seems to be one thing common to all these cases, and only one, that in each of them there exists or occurs or has existed or occurred or may be expected to exist or occur some fact or phenomenon into which the two things which are said to be related to each other both enter as parties concerned. This fact or phenomenon is what the Aristotelian logicians called the fundamentum relationis. Thus, in the relation of greater and less between two magnitudes, the fundamentum relationis is the fact that one of the two magnitudes could, under certain conditions, be included in, without entirely filling, the space occupied by the other magnitude. In the relation of master and servant, the fundamentum relationis is the fact that the one has undertaken or is compelled to perform certain services for the benefit and at the bidding of the other. Examples might be indefinitely multiplied, but it is already obvious that whenever two things are said to be related, there is some fact or series of facts into which they both enter, and that, whenever any two things are involved in some one fact or series of facts, we may ascribe to those two things a mutual relation grounded on the fact. Even if they have nothing in common but what is common to all things, that they are members of the universe, we call that a relation, and denominate them fellow creatures, fellow beings, or fellow denizens of the universe. But in proportion as the fact into which the two objects enter as parts is of a more special and peculiar, or of a more complicated nature, so also is the relation grounded upon it, and there are as many conceivable relations as there are conceivable kinds of fact in which the two things can be jointly concerned. In the same manner, therefore, as a quality is an attribute grounded on the fact that a certain sensation or sensations are produced in us by the object, so an attribute grounded on some fact into which the object enters jointly with another object is a relation between it and that other object. But the fact in the latter case consists of the very same kind of elements as the fact in the former, namely, states of consciousness. In the case, for example, of any legal relation, as debtor and creditor, principal and agent, guardian and ward, the fundamentum relationis consists entirely of thoughts, feelings, and volitions, actual or contingent, either of the persons themselves or of other persons concerned in the same series of transactions, as, for instance, the intentions which would be formed by a judge in case a complaint were made to his tribunal of the infringement of any of the legal obligations imposed by the relation, and the acts which the judge would perform in consequence. Acts being, as we have already seen, another word for intentions, followed by an effect, and that effect being but another word for sensations, or some other feelings, occasioned either to the agent himself or to somebody else. There is no part of what the names expressive of the relation imply that is not resolvable into states of consciousness, outward objects being, no doubt, supposed throughout as the causes by which some of those states of consciousness are excited, and minds as the subjects by which all of them are experienced, but neither the external objects nor the minds making their existence known otherwise than by the states of consciousness. Cases of relation are not always so complicated as those to which we last alluded. The simplest of all cases of relation are those expressed by the words antecedent and consequent, and by the word simultaneous. If we say, for instance, that dawn preceded sunrise, the fact in which the two things, dawn and sunrise, were jointly concerned consisted only of the two things themselves. No third thing entered into the fact or phenomenon at all, unless indeed we choose to call the succession of the two objects a third thing. But their succession is not something added to the things themselves, it is something involved in them. Dawn and sunrise announce themselves to our consciousness by two successive sensations. Our consciousness of the succession of these sensations is not a third sensation or feeling added to them. We have not first the two feelings and then a feeling of their succession. To have two feelings at all implies having them either successively or else simultaneously. Sensations or other feelings being given, succession and simultaneousness are the two conditions to the alternative of which they are subjected by the nature of our faculties, and no one has been able, or needs expect, to analyze the matter any further. Part 11. In a somewhat similar position are two other sorts of relations, likeness and unlikeness. I have two sensations, we will suppose them to be simple ones, two sensations of white, or one sensation of white and another of black. I call the first two sensations like, the last two unlike. What is the fact or phenomenon constituting the fundamentum of this relation? The two sensations first, and then what we call a feeling of resemblance or of want of resemblance. Let us confine ourselves to the former case. Resemblance is evidently a feeling, a state of the consciousness of the observer. Whether the feeling of the resemblance of the two colours be a third state of consciousness, which I have after having the two sensations of colour, or whether, like the feeling of their succession, it is involved in the sensations themselves, may be a matter of discussion. But in either case, these feelings of resemblance and of its opposite dissimilarity are parts of our nature, and parts so far from being incapable of analysis that they are presupposed in every attempt to analyze any of our other feelings. Likeness and unlikeness, therefore, as well as an antecedence, sequence, and simultaneousness, must stand apart among relations as things sui generis. They are attributes grounded on facts, that is, on states of consciousness, but on states which are peculiar, unresolvable, and inexplicable. But though likeness or unlikeness cannot be resolved into anything else, complex cases of likeness or unlikeness can be resolved into simpler ones. When we say of two things which consist of parts that they are like one another, the likeness of the wholes does admit of analysis. It is compounded of likenesses between the various parts respectively, and of likeness in their arrangement. Of how vast a variety of resemblances of parts must that resemblance be composed, which induces us to say that a portrait or a landscape is like its original. If one person mimics another with any success, of how many simple likenesses must the general or complex likeness be compounded? Likeness in a succession of bodily postures, likeness in voice or in the accents and intonations of the voice, likeness in the choice of words, and in thoughts or sentiments expressed, whether by word, countenance, or gesture. All likeness and unlikeness of which we have any cognizance resolve themselves into likeness and unlikeness between states of our own or some other mind. When we say that one body is like another, since we know nothing of bodies but the sensations which they excite, we mean really that there is a resemblance between the sensations excited by the two bodies, or between some portions at least of those sensations. If we say that two attributes are like one another, since we know nothing of attributes except the sensations or states of feeling on which they are grounded, we mean really that those sensations or states of feeling resemble each other. We may also say that two relations are alike. The fact of resemblance between relations is sometimes called analogy, forming one of the numerous meanings of that word. The relation in which Priam stood to Hector, namely, that of father and son, resembles the relation in which Philip stood to Alexander, resembles it so closely that they are called the same relation. The relation in which Cromwell stood to England resembles the relation in which Napoleon stood to France, though not so closely as to be called the same relation. The meaning in both these instances must be that a resemblance existed between the facts which constituted the fundamentum relationis. This resemblance may exist in all conceivable gradations, from perfect undistinguishableness to something extremely slight. When we say that a thought suggested to the mind of a person of genius is like a seed cast into the ground, because the former produces a multiple of other thoughts, and the latter a multitude of other seeds, this is saying that between the relation of an inventive mind to a thought contained in it, and the relation of fertile soil to a seed contained in it, there exists a resemblance, the real resemblance being in the two fundamenta relationis, in each of which there occurs a germ, producing by its development a multitude of other things similar to itself, and as, whenever two objects are jointly concerned in a phenomenon, this constitutes a relation between those objects. So, if we suppose a second pair of objects concerned in a second phenomenon, the slightest resemblance between the two phenomena is sufficient to admit of its being said that the two relations resemble, provided, of course, the points of resemblance are found in those portions of the two phenomena respectively which are connoted by the relative names. While speaking of resemblance, it is necessary to take notice of an ambiguity of language against which scarcely any one is sufficiently on his guard. Resemblance, when it exists in the highest degree of all, amounting to undistinguishableness, is often called identity, and the two similar things are said to be the same. I say often, not always, for we do not say that two visible objects, two persons, for instance, are the same, because they are so much alike that one might be mistaken for the other. But we constantly use this mode of expression when speaking of feelings, as when I say that the sight of any object gives me the same sensation or emotion today that it did yesterday, or the same which it gives to some other person. This is evidently an incorrect application of the word same, for the feeling which I had yesterday is gone, never to return. What I have today is another feeling exactly like the former, perhaps, but distinct from it, and it is evident that two different persons cannot be experiencing the same feeling in the sense in which we say that they are both sitting at the same table. By a similar ambiguity we say that two persons are ill of the same disease, that two persons hold the same office, not in the sense in which we say that they are engaged in the same adventure or sailing in the same ship, but in the sense that they fill offices exactly similar, though perhaps in distant places. Great confusion of ideas is often produced, and many fallacies engendered in otherwise enlightened understandings, by not being sufficiently alive to the fact, in itself not always to be avoided, that they use the same name to express ideas so different as those of identity and undistinguishable resemblance. Among modern writers, Archbishop Whately stands almost alone in having drawn attention to this distinction and to the ambiguity connected with it. Several relations generally called by other names are really cases of resemblance, as for example equality, which is but another word for the exact resemblance commonly called identity, considered as subsisting between two things in respect of their quantity, and this example forms a suitable transition to the third and last of the three heads under which, as already remarked, attributes are commonly arranged. Part 12. Class 5. Quantity. Let us imagine two things, between which there is no difference, that is, no dissimilarity, except in quantity alone. For instance, a gallon of water and more than a gallon of water. A gallon of water, like any other external object, makes its presence known to us by a set of sensations which it excites. 10 gallons of water are also an external object, making its presence known to us in a similar manner. And as we do not mistake 10 gallons of water for a gallon of water, it is plain that the set of sensations is more or less different in the two cases. In like manner, a gallon of water and a gallon of wine are two external objects, making their presence known by two sets of sensations, which sensations are different from each other. In the first case, however, we say that the difference is in quantity. In the last, there is a difference in quality. while the quantity of the water and of the wine is the same. What is the real distinction between the two cases? It is not within the province of logic to analyze it, nor to decide whether it is susceptible of analysis or not. For us, the following considerations are sufficient. It is evident that the sensations I receive from the gallon of water and those I receive from the gallon of wine are not the same, that is, not precisely alike. Neither are they altogether unlike. They are partly similar, partly dissimilar, and that in which they resemble is precisely that in which alone the gallon of water and the 10 gallons of water do not resemble. That in which the gallon of water and the gallon of wine are like each other, and in which the gallon and the 10 gallons of water are unlike each other, is called their quantity. This likeness and unlikeness I do not pretend to explain, no more than any other kind of likeness or unlikeness. But my object is to show that when we say of two things that they differ in quantity, just as when we say that they differ in quality, the assertion is always grounded on a difference in the sensations which they excite. Nobody, I presume, will say that to see or to lift or to drink 10 gallons of water does not include in itself a different set of sensations from those of seeing, lifting, or drinking 1 gallon, or that to see or handle a foot rule and to see or handle a yard measure made exactly like it are the same sensations. I do not undertake to say what the difference in the sensations is. Everybody knows, and nobody can tell, no more than anyone could tell what white is to a person who had never had the sensation. But the difference, so far as cognizable by our faculties, lies in the sensations. Whatever difference we say there is in the things themselves is, in this as in all other cases, grounded, and grounded exclusively, on a difference in the sensations excited by them. Part 13. Attributes concluded. Thus, then, all the attributes of bodies which are classed under quality or quantity are grounded on the sensations which we receive from those bodies, and may be defined the powers which the bodies have of exciting those sensations. And the same general explanation has been found to apply to most of the attributes usually classed under the head of relation. They too are grounded on some fact or phenomenon into which the related objects enter as parts, that fact or phenomenon having no meaning and no existence to us except the series of sensations or other states of consciousness by which it makes itself known, and the relation of being simply the power or capacity which the object possesses of taking part along with the correlated object in the production of that series of sensations or states of consciousness. We have been obliged, indeed, to recognize a somewhat different character in certain peculiar relations, those of succession and simultaneity, of likeness and unlikeness. These not being grounded on any fact or phenomenon distinct from the related objects themselves, do not admit of the same kind of analysis. But these relations, though not like other relations, grounded on states of consciousness, are themselves states of consciousness. Resemblance is nothing but our feeling of resemblance. Succession is nothing but our feeling of succession. Or, if this be disputed, and we cannot, without transgressing the bounds of our science, discuss it here, at least our knowledge of these relations, and even our possibility of knowledge, is confined to those which subsist between sensations or other states of consciousness. For though we ascribe resemblance, or succession, or simultaneity to objects and to attributes, it is always in virtue of resemblance or succession or simultaneity in the sensations or states of consciousness which those objects excite, and on which those attributes are grounded. Part 14. In the preceding investigation, we have, for the sake of simplicity, considered bodies only and omitted minds, but what we have said is applicable mutatis mutandis to the latter. The attributes of minds, as well as those of bodies, are grounded on states of feeling or consciousness, but in the case of a mind, we have to consider its own states, as well as those which it produces in other minds. Every attribute of a mind consists either in being itself affected in a certain way or affecting other minds in a certain way. Considered in itself, we can predicate nothing of it but the series of its own feelings. When we say of any mind that it is devout or superstitious or meditative or cheerful, we mean that the ideas, emotions, or volitions implied in those words form a frequently recurring part of the series of feelings or states of consciousness which fill up the sentient existence of that mind. In addition, however, to those attributes of a mind which are grounded on its own states of feeling, attributes may also be ascribed to it in the same manner as to a body grounded on the feelings which it excites in other minds. A mind does not, indeed, like a body, excite sensations, but it may excite thoughts or emotions. The most important example of attributes ascribed on this ground is the employment of terms expressive of approbation or blame. When, for example, we say of any character, or, in other words, of any mind, that it is admirable, we mean that the contemplation of it excites the sentiment of admiration, and indeed somewhat more, for the word implies that we not only feel admiration, but approve that sentiment in ourselves. In some cases, under the semblance of a single attribute, two are really predicated, one of them a state of the mind itself, the other a state with which other minds are affected by thinking of it. As when we say of any one that he is generous. The word generosity expresses a certain state of mind, but being a term of praise, it also expresses that this state of mind excites in us another mental state called approbation. The assertion made, therefore, is twofold and of the following purport. Certain feelings form habitually a part of this person's sentient existence, and the idea of those feelings of his excites the sentiment of approbation in ourselves or others. As we thus ascribe attributes to minds on the ground of ideas and emotions, so may we to bodies on similar grounds, and not solely on the ground of sensations, as in speaking of the beauty of a statue, since this attribute is grounded on the peculiar feeling of pleasure which the statue produces in our minds, which is not a sensation, but an emotion. Part 15. General Results. Our survey of the varieties of things which have been or which are capable of being named, which have been or are capable of being either predicated of other things or themselves made the subject of predications, is now concluded. Our enumeration commenced with feelings. These we scrupulously distinguish from the objects which excite them, and from the organs by which they are or may be supposed to be conveyed. Feelings are of four sorts: sensations, thoughts, emotions, and volitions. What are called perceptions are merely a particular case of belief, and belief is a kind of thought. Actions are merely volitions followed by an effect. After feelings, we proceed to substances. These are either bodies or minds. Without entering into the grounds of the metaphysical doubts which have been raised concerning the existence of matter and mind as objective realities, we stated as sufficient for us the conclusion in which the best thinkers are now for the most part agreed, that all we can know of matter is the sensations which it gives us and the order of occurrence of those sensations, and that while the substance body is the unknown cause of our sensations, the substance mind is the unknown recipient. The only remaining class of nameable things is attributes, and these are of three kinds: quality, relation, and quantity. Qualities, like substances, are known to us no otherwise than by the sensations or other states of consciousness which they excite, and while in compliance with common usage we have continued to speak of them as a distinct class of things, we showed that in predicating them no one means to predicate any thing but those sensations or states of consciousness on which they may be said to be grounded, and by which alone they can be defined or described. Relations, except the simple cases of likeness and unlikeness, succession and simultaneity, are similarly grounded on some fact or phenomenon, that is, on some series of sensations or states of consciousness more or less complicated. The third species of attribute, quantity, is also manifestly grounded on something in our sensations or states of feeling, since there is an indubitable difference in the sensations excited by a larger and a smaller bulk, or by a greater or less degree of intensity, in any object of sense or of consciousness. All attributes, therefore, are to us nothing but either our sensations and other states of feeling, or something inextricably involved therein, and to this even the peculiar and simple relations just adverted to are not exceptions. Those peculiar relations, however, are so important, and even if they might in strictness be classed among states of consciousness, are so fundamentally distinct from any other of those states that it would be a vain subtlety to bring them under that common description, and it is necessary that they should be classed apart. Footnote. Professor Bain, Logic 1:49, defines attributes as points of community among classes. This definition expresses well one point of view, but is liable to the objection that it applies only to the attributes of classes, though an object unique in its kind may be said to have attributes. Moreover, the definition is not ultimate, since the points of community themselves admit of and require further analysis, and Mr. Bain does analyze them into resemblances in the sensations or other states of consciousness excited by the object. End footnote. As the result, therefore, of our analysis, we obtain the following as an enumeration and classification of all nameable things. First, feelings or states of consciousness. Second, the minds which experience those feelings. Third, the bodies or external objects which excite certain of those feelings, together with the powers or properties whereby they excite them, these latter, at least, being included rather in compliance with common opinion and because their existence is taken for granted in the common language from which I cannot prudently deviate, than because the recognition of such powers or properties as real existences appears to be warranted by a sound philosophy. Fourth and last, the successions and coexistences, the likenesses and unlikenesses between feelings or states of consciousness. Those relations, when considered as subsisting between other things, exist in reality only between the states of consciousness which those things, if bodies, excite, if minds, either excite or experience. This, until a better can be suggested, may serve as a substitute for the categories of Aristotle considered as a classification of existences. The practical application of it will appear when we commence the inquiry into the import of propositions. In other words, when we inquire what it is which the mind actually believes, when it gives what is called its assent to a proposition. These four classes comprising, if the classification be correct, all nameable things, These or some of them must, of course, compose the signification of all names, and of these or some of them is made up whatever we call a fact. For distinction's sake, every fact which is solely composed of feelings or states of consciousness, considered as such, is often called a psychological or subjective fact, while every fact which is composed, either wholly or in part, of something different from these, that is, of substances and attributes, is called an objective fact. We may say, then, that every objective fact is grounded on a corresponding subjective one, and has no meaning to us, apart from the subjective fact which corresponds to it, except as a name for the unknown and inscrutable process by which that subjective or psychological fact is brought to pass. End of section 9. Section 10 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 4, of Propositions. Part 1. In treating of propositions, as already in treating of names, some considerations of a comparatively elementary nature respecting their form and varieties must be premised before entering upon that analysis of the import conveyed by them, which is the real subject and purpose of this preliminary book. A proposition, we have before said, is a portion of discourse in which a predicate is affirmed or denied of a subject. A predicate and a subject are all that is necessarily required to make up a proposition. But as we cannot conclude from merely seeing two names put together that they are a predicate and a subject, that is, that one of them is intended to be affirmed or denied of the other, it is necessary that there should be some mode or form of indicating that such is the intention, some sign to distinguish a predication from any other kind of discourse. This is sometimes done by a slight alteration of one of the words, called an inflection, as when we say fire burns. The change of the second word from burn to burns shows that we mean to affirm the predicate burn of the subject fire. But this function is more commonly fulfilled by the word is, when an affirmation is intended, is not when a negation, or by some other part of the verb to be. The word which thus serves the purpose of a sign of predication is called, as we formerly observed, the copula. It is important that there should be no indistinctness in our conception of the nature and office of the copula, for confused notions respecting it are among the causes which have spread mysticism over the field of logic and perverted its speculation into logomachies. It is apt to be supposed that the copula is something more than a mere sign of predication, that it also signifies existence. In the proposition, Socrates is just, it may seem to be implied not only that the quality just can be affirmed of Socrates, but moreover that Socrates is, that is to say, exists. This, however, only shows that there is an ambiguity of the word is, a word which not only performs the function of the copula in affirmations, but has also a meaning of its own, in virtue of which it may itself be made the predicate of a proposition. That the employment of it as a copula does not necessarily include the affirmation of existence appears from such a proposition as this: a centaur is a fiction of the poets, where it cannot possibly be implied that a centaur exists, since the proposition itself expressly asserts that the thing has no real existence. Many volumes might be filled with the frivolous speculations concerning the nature of being, to, on, ousia, ens, entitas, essentia, and the like, which have arisen from overlooking this double meaning of the word to be, from supposing that when it signifies to exist and when it signifies to be some specified thing, as to be a man, to be Socrates, to be seen or spoken of, to be a phantom, even to be a nonentity, it must still at bottom answer to the same idea, and that a meaning must be found for it which shall suit all these cases. The fog which rose from this narrow spot diffused itself at an early period over the whole surface of metaphysics. Yet it becomes us not to triumph over the great intellects of Plato and Aristotle because we are now able to preserve ourselves from many errors into which they, perhaps inevitably, fell. The fire teaser of a modern steam engine produces, by his exertions, far greater effects than Milo of Crotona could, but he is not therefore a stronger man. The Greeks seldom knew any language but their own. This rendered it far more difficult for them than it is for us to acquire a readiness in detecting ambiguities. One of the advantages of having accurately studied a plurality of languages, especially of those languages which eminent thinkers have used as the vehicle of their thoughts, is the practical lesson we learn respecting the ambiguities of words by finding that the same word in one language corresponds, on different occasions, to different words in another. When not thus exercised, even the strongest understandings find it difficult to believe that things which have a common name have not, in some respect or other, a common nature, and often expend much labour very unprofitably, as was frequently done by the two philosophers just mentioned, in vain attempts to discover in what this common nature consists. But the habit once formed, intellects much inferior are capable of detecting even ambiguities which are common to many languages, and it is surprising that the one now under consideration, though it exists in the modern languages as well as in the ancient, should have been overlooked by almost all authors. The quantity of futile speculation which has been caused by a misapprehension of the nature of the copula was hinted at by Hobbes, but Mr. James Mill was, I believe, the first who distinctly characterized the ambiguity and pointed out how many errors in the received systems of philosophy it has had to answer for. Footnote: Analysis of the Human Mind 1:126 and following. End footnote. It has indeed misled the moderns scarcely less than the ancients, though their mistakes, because our understandings are not yet so completely emancipated from their influence, do not appear equally irrational. We shall now briefly review the principal distinctions which exist among propositions and the technical terms most commonly in use to express those distinctions. Part 2. A proposition being a portion of discourse in which something is affirmed or denied of something, the first division of propositions is into affirmative and negative. An affirmative proposition is that in which the predicate is affirmed of the subject, as Caesar is dead. A negative proposition is that in which the predicate is denied of the subject, as Caesar is not dead. The copula in this last species of proposition consists of the words is not, which are the sign of negation, is being the sign of affirmation. Some logicians, among whom may be mentioned Hobbes, state this distinction differently. They recognize only one form of copula, is, and attach the negative sign to the predicate. Caesar is dead and Caesar is not dead, according to these writers, are propositions agreeing not in the subject and predicate, but in the subject only. They do not consider dead, but not dead, to be the predicate of the second proposition, and they accordingly define a negative proposition to be one in which the predicate is a negative name. The point, though not much of practical moment, deserves notice as an example, not infrequent in logic, where by means of an apparent simplification, but which is merely verbal, matters are made more complex than before. The notion of these writers was that they could get rid of the distinction between affirming and denying by treating every case of denying as the affirming of a negative name. But what is meant by a negative name? A name expressive of the absence of an attribute, so that when we affirm a negative name, what we are really predicating is absence and not presence. We are asserting not that anything is, but that something is not, to express which operation no word seems so proper as the word denying. The fundamental distinction is between a fact and the non-existence of that fact, between seeing something and not seeing it, between Caesar's being dead and his not being dead. And if this were merely verbal distinction, the generalization which brings both within the same form of assertion would be a real simplification, the distinction, however, being real, and in the facts it is the generalization confounding the distinction that is merely verbal, and tends to obscure the subject by treating the difference between two kinds of truths as if it were only a difference between two kinds of words. To put things together and to put them or keep them asunder will remain different operations, whatever tricks we may play with language. A remark of a similar nature may be applied to most of those distinctions among propositions which are said to have reference to their modality, as difference of tense or time. The sun did rise, the sun is rising, the sun will rise. These differences, like that between affirmation and negation, might be glossed over by considering the incident of time as a mere modification of the predicate. Thus, the sun is an object having risen. The sun is an object now rising. The sun is an object to rise hereafter. But the simplification would be merely verbal. Past, present, and future do not constitute so many different kinds of rising. They are designations belonging to the event asserted, to the sun's rising today. They affect not the predicate, but the applicability of the predicate to the particular subject. That which we affirm to be past, present, or future is not what the subject signifies, nor what the predicate signifies, but specifically and expressly what the predication signifies, what is expressed only by the proposition as such, and not by either or both of the terms. Therefore the circumstance of time is properly considered as attaching to the copula, which is the sign of predication, and not to the predicate. If the same cannot be said of such modifications as these, Caesar may be dead, Caesar is perhaps dead, it is possible that Caesar is dead, it is only because these fall altogether under another head, being properly assertions not of anything relating to the fact itself, but of the state of our own mind in regard to it, namely, our absence of disbelief of it. Thus, Caesar may be dead means I am not sure that Caesar is alive. Part 3. The next division of propositions is into simple and complex, more aptly, by Professor Bain, termed compound. Footnote, Logic 1, 85. End footnote. A simple proposition is that in which one predicate is affirmed or denied of one subject. A compound proposition is that in which there is more than one predicate, or more than one subject, or both. At first sight, this division has the air of an absurdity, a solemn distinction of things into one and more than one, as if we were to divide horses into single horses and teams of horses. And it is true that what is called a complex or compound proposition is often not a proposition at all, but several propositions held together by a conjunction. Such, for example, is this: Caesar is dead and Brutus is alive. Or even this: Caesar is dead but Brutus is alive. There are here two distinct assertions, and we might as well call a street a complex house as these two propositions a complex proposition. It is true that the syncategoramatic words and but have a meaning, but that meaning is so far from making the two propositions one that it adds a third proposition to them. All particles are abbreviations, and generally abbreviations of propositions, a kind of shorthand whereby something which, to be expressed fully, would have required a proposition or a series of propositions is suggested to the mind at once. Thus the words Caesar is dead and Brutus is alive are equivalent to these: Caesar is dead, Brutus is alive. It is desired that the two preceding propositions should be thought of together. If the words were Caesar is dead but Brutus is alive, the sense would be equivalent to the same three propositions together with a fourth. Between the two preceding propositions there exists a contrast, that is, either between the two facts themselves, or between the feelings with which it is desired that they should be regarded. In the instances cited, the two propositions are kept visibly distinct, each subject having its separate predicate, and each predicate its separate subject. For brevity, however, and to avoid repetition, the propositions are often blended together, as in this: Peter and James preached at Jerusalem and in Galilee, which contains four propositions. Peter preached at Jerusalem, Peter preached in Galilee, James preached at Jerusalem, James preached in Galilee. We have seen that when the two or more propositions comprised in what is called a complex proposition are stated absolutely and not under any condition or proviso, it is not a proposition at all, but a plurality of propositions, since what it expresses is not a single assertion, but several assertions, which, if true when joined, are true also when separated. But there is a kind of proposition which, though it contains a plurality of subjects and of predicates, and may be said in one sense of the word to consist of several propositions, contains but one assertion, and its truth does not at all imply that of the simple propositions which compose it. An example of this is when the simple propositions are connected by the particle or, as either A is B or C is D, or by the particle if, as A is B if C is D. In the former case, the proposition is called disjunctive, in the latter, conditional. The name hypothetical was originally common to both. As has been well remarked by Archbishop Whately and others, the disjunctive form is resolvable into the conditional, every disjunctive proposition being equivalent to two or more conditional ones. Either A is B or C is D means if A is not B, C is D, and if C is not D, A is B. All hypothetical propositions, therefore, though disjunctive in form, are conditional in meaning, and the words hypothetical and conditional may be, as indeed they generally are, used synonymously. Propositions in which the assertion is not dependent on a condition are said, in the language of logicians, to be categorical. A hypothetical proposition is not, like the pretended complex propositions which we previously considered, a mere aggregation of simple propositions. The simple propositions which form part of the words in which it is couched form no part of the assertion which it conveys. When we say, if the Quran comes from God, Mohammed is the prophet of God, we do not intend to affirm either that the Quran does come from God or that Mohammed is really his prophet. Neither of these simple propositions may be true, and yet the truth of the hypothetical proposition may be indisputable. What is asserted is not the truth of either of the propositions, but the inferability of the one from the other. What, then, is the subject and what the predicate of the hypothetical proposition? The Quran is not the subject of it, nor is Mohammed, for nothing is affirmed or denied either of the Quran or of Mohammed. The real subject of the predication is the entire proposition, Mohammed is the prophet of God, and the affirmation is that this is a legitimate inference from the proposition, the Quran comes from God. The subject and predicate, therefore, of a hypothetical proposition are names of propositions. The subject is some one proposition. The predicate is a general relative name applicable to propositions of this form, an inference from so-and-so. A fresh instance is here afforded of the remark that particles are abbreviations, since, if A is B, C is D, is found to be an abbreviation of the following: the proposition C is D is a legitimate inference from the proposition A is B. The distinction, therefore, between hypothetical and categorical propositions is not so great as it first appears. In the conditional, as well as in the categorical form, one predicate is affirmed of one subject and no more, but a conditional proposition is a proposition concerning a proposition. The subject of the assertion is itself an assertion, nor is this a property peculiar to hypothetical propositions. There are other classes of assertions concerning propositions. Like other things, a proposition has attributes which may be predicated of it. The attribute predicated of it in a hypothetical proposition is that of being an inference from a certain other proposition. But this is only one of the many attributes that might be predicated. We may say that the whole is greater than its part, is an axiom in mathematics. That the Holy Ghost proceeds from the Father alone is a tenet of the Greek Church. The doctrine of the divine right of kings was renounced by Parliament at the Revolution. The infallibility of the Pope has no countenance from Scripture. In all these cases, the subject of the predication is an entire proposition. That which these different predicates are affirmed of is the proposition. The whole is greater than its part. The proposition, the Holy Ghost proceeds from the Father alone. The proposition, kings have a divine right. The proposition, the Pope is infallible. Seeing, then, that there is much less difference between hypothetical propositions and any others than one might be led to imagine from their form, we should be at a loss to account for the conspicuous position which they have been selected to fill in treatises on logic, if we did not remember that what they predicate of a proposition, namely its being an inference from something else, is precisely that one of its attributes with which most of all a logician is concerned. Part 4. The next of the common divisions of propositions is into universal, particular, indefinite, and singular, a distinction founded on the degree of generality in which the name, which is the subject of the proposition, is to be understood. The following are examples. All men are mortal, universal. Some men are mortal, particular. Man is mortal, indefinite. Julius Caesar is mortal, singular. The proposition is singular when the subject is an individual name. The individual name needs not be a proper name. The founder of Christianity was crucified is as much a singular proposition as Christ was crucified. When the name, which is the subject of the proposition, is a general name, we may intend to affirm or deny the predicate, either of all the things that the subject denotes, or only of some. When the predicate is affirmed or denied of all and each of the things denoted by the subject, the proposition is universal. When of some undefined portion of them only, it is particular. Thus, all men are mortal, every man is mortal, are universal propositions. No man is immortal is also a universal proposition, since the predicate, immortal, is denied of each and every individual denoted by the term man, the negative proposition being exactly equivalent to the following: every man is not immortal. But some men are wise, some men are not wise, are particular propositions, the predicate wise being in the one case affirmed and in the other denied, not of each and every individual denoted by the term man, but only of each and every one of some portion of those individuals, without specifying what portion. For if this were specified, the proposition would be changed either into a singular proposition or into a universal proposition with a different subject, as, for instance, all properly instructed men are wise. There are other forms of particular propositions, as most men are imperfectly educated, it being immaterial how large a portion of the subject the predicate is asserted of, as long as it is left uncertain how that portion is to be distinguished from the rest. Footnote. Instead of universal and particular, as applied to propositions, Professor Bain proposes, Logic 1, 81, the terms total and partial, reserving the former pair of terms for their inductive meaning. The contrast between a general proposition and the particulars or individuals that we derive it from. This change in nomenclature would be attended with the further advantage that singular propositions, which in the syllogism follow the same rules as universal, would be included along with them in the same class, that of total predications. It is not the subjects denoting many things or only one that is of importance in reasoning. It is that the assertion is made of the whole or a part only of what the subject denotes. The words universal and particular, however, are so familiar and so well understood in both the senses mentioned by Mr. Bain that the double meaning does not produce any material inconvenience. End footnote. When the form of the expression does not clearly show whether the general name, which is the subject of the proposition, is meant to stand for all the individuals denoted by it, or only for some of them, the proposition is, by some logicians, called indefinite. But this, as Archbishop Whately observes, is a solecism, of the same nature as that committed by some grammarians when, in their list of genders, they enumerate the doubtful gender. The speaker must mean to assert the proposition either as a universal or as a particular proposition, though he has failed to declare which, and it often happens that though the words do not show which of the two he intends, the context or the custom of speech supplies the deficiency. Thus, when it is affirmed that man is mortal, nobody doubts that the assertion is intended of all human beings, and the word indicative of universality is commonly omitted, only because the meaning is evident without it. In the proposition, wine is good, it is understood with equal readiness, though for somewhat different reasons, that the assertion is not intended to be universal, but particular. Footnote. It may, however, be considered as equivalent to a universal proposition with a different predicate. For example, all wine is good qua wine, or is good in respect of the qualities which constitute it wine. End footnote. As is observed by Professor Bain, the chief examples of indefinite propositions occur with names of material which are the subjects, sometimes of universal, and at other times of particular predication. Footnote. Logic 1:82. End footnote. Food is chemically constituted by carbon, oxygen, and so on, is a proposition of universal quantity. The meaning is all food, all kinds of food. Food is necessary to animal life, is a case of particular quantity. The meaning is some sort of food, not necessarily all sorts. Metal is requisite in order to strength, does not mean all kinds of metal. Gold will make a way, means a portion of gold. When a general name stands for each and every individual which it is a name of, or in other words, which it denotes, it is said by logicians to be distributed, or taken distributively. Thus, in the proposition, all men are mortal, the subject, man, is distributed because mortality is affirmed of each and every man. The predicate, mortal, is not distributed because the only mortals who are spoken of in the proposition are those who happen to be men, while the word may, for aught that appears, and in fact does, comprehend within it an indefinite number of objects besides men. In the proposition, some men are mortal, both the predicate and the subject are undistributed. In the following, no men have wings, both the predicate and the subject are distributed. Not only is the attribute of having wings denied of the entire class, man, but that class is severed and cast out from the whole of the class, winged, and not merely from some part of that class. This phraseology, which is of great service in stating and demonstrating the rules of the syllogism, enables us to express very concisely the definition of a universal and a particular proposition. A universal proposition is that of which the subject is distributed. A particular proposition is that of which the subject is undistributed. There are many more distinctions among propositions than those we have here stated, some of them of considerable importance, but for explaining and illustrating these, more suitable opportunities will occur in the sequel. End of section 10. Section 11 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 5 of the Import of Propositions, Parts 1 through 3. Part 1. An inquiry into the nature of propositions must have one of two objects: to analyze the state of mind called belief, or to analyze what is believed. All language recognizes a difference between a doctrine or opinion and the fact of entertaining the opinion, between assent and what is assented to. Logic, according to the conception here formed of it, has no concern with the nature of the act of judging or believing. The consideration of that act as a phenomenon of the mind belongs to another science. Philosophers, however, from Descartes downward, and especially from the era of Leibniz and Locke, have by no means observed this distinction, and would have treated with great disrespect any attempt to analyze the import of propositions, unless founded on an analysis of the act of judgment. A proposition, they would have said, is but the expression in words of a judgment. The thing expressed, not the mere verbal expression, is the important matter. When the mind assents to a proposition, it judges. Let us find out what the mind does when it judges, and we shall know what propositions mean, and not otherwise. Conformably to these views, almost all the writers on logic in the last 2 centuries, whether English, German, or French, have made their theory of propositions from one end to the other a theory of judgments. They considered a proposition or a judgment, for they used the 2 words indiscriminately, to consist in affirming or denying one idea of another. To judge was to put 2 ideas together, or to bring one idea under another, or to compare 2 ideas, or to perceive the agreement or disagreement between 2 ideas, and the whole doctrine of propositions, together with the theory of reasoning, always necessarily founded on the theory of propositions, was stated as if ideas or conceptions, or whatever other term the writer preferred as a name for mental representations generally, constituted essentially the subject matter and substance of those operations. It is of course true that in any case of judgment, as for instance when we judge that gold is yellow, a process takes place in our minds of which some one or other of these theories is a partially correct account. We must have the idea of gold and the idea of yellow, and these 2 ideas must be brought together in our mind. But in the first place it is evident that this is only a part of what takes place, for we may put 2 ideas together without any act of belief, as when we merely imagine something, such as a golden mountain, or when we actually disbelieve. For in order even to disbelieve that Muhammad was an apostle of God, we must put the idea of Muhammad and that of an apostle of God together. To determine what it is that happens in the case of assent or dissent, besides putting 2 ideas together, is one of the most intricate of metaphysical problems. But whatever the solution may be, we may venture to assert that it can have nothing whatever to do with the import of propositions, for this reason, that propositions, except sometimes when the mind itself is the subject treated of, are not assertions respecting our ideas of things, but assertions respecting the things themselves. In order to believe that gold is yellow, I must indeed have the idea of gold and the idea of yellow, and something having reference to those ideas must take place in my mind. But my belief has not reference to the ideas, it has reference to the things. What I believe is a fact relating to the outward thing, gold, and to the impression made by that outward thing upon the human organs, not a fact relating to my conception of gold, which would be a fact in my mental history, not a fact of external nature. It is true that in order to believe this fact in external nature, another fact must take place in my mind, a process must be performed upon my ideas, but so it must in everything else that I do. I cannot dig the ground unless I have the idea of the ground, and of a spade, and of all the other things I am operating upon, and unless I put these ideas together. Footnote. Dr. Whewell, Philosophy of Discovery, page 242, questions this statement and asks, are we to say that a mole cannot dig the ground except he has an idea of the ground and of the snout and paws with which he digs it? I do not know what passes in a mole's mind, nor what amount of mental apprehension may or may not accompany his instinctive actions. But a human being does not use a spade by instinct, and he certainly could not use it unless he had knowledge of a spade and of the earth which he uses it upon. End footnote. But it would be a very ridiculous description of digging the ground to say that it is putting one idea into another. Digging is an operation which is performed upon the things themselves, though it cannot be performed unless I have in my mind the ideas of them. And in like manner, believing is an act which has for its subject the facts themselves, though a previous mental conception of the facts is an indispensable condition. When I say that fire causes heat, Do I mean that my idea of fire causes my idea of heat? No, I mean that the natural phenomenon, fire, causes the natural phenomenon, heat. When I mean to assert anything respecting the ideas, I give them their proper name. I call them ideas, as when I say that a child's idea of a battle is unlike the reality, or that the ideas entertained of the deity have a great effect on the characters of mankind. The notion that what is of primary importance to the logician in a proposition is the relation between the two ideas corresponding to the subject and predicate, instead of the relation between the two phenomena which they respectively express, seems to me one of the most fatal errors ever introduced into the philosophy of logic, and the principal cause why the theory of the science has made such inconsiderable progress during the last 2 centuries. The treatises on logic and on the branches of mental philosophy connected with logic, which have been produced since the intrusion of this cardinal error, though sometimes written by men of extraordinary abilities and attainments, almost always tacitly imply a theory that the investigation of truth consists in contemplating and handling our ideas, our conceptions of things, instead of the things themselves, a doctrine tantamount to the assertion that the only mode of acquiring knowledge of nature is to study it at second hand as represented in our own minds. Meanwhile, inquiries into every kind of natural phenomena were incessantly establishing great and fruitful truths on most important subjects by processes upon which these views of the nature of judgment and reasoning threw no light, and in which they afforded no assistance whatever. No wonder that those who knew by practical experience how truths are arrived at should deem a science futile, which consisted chiefly of such speculations. What has been done for the advancement of logic since these doctrines came into vogue has been done not by professed logicians, but by discoverers in the other sciences, in whose methods of investigation many principles of logic, not previously thought of, have successfully come forth into light, but who have generally committed the error of supposing that nothing whatever was known of the art of philosophizing by the old logicians, because their modern interpreters have written to so little purpose respecting it. We have to inquire then, on the present occasion, not into judgment, but judgments; not into the act of believing, but into the thing believed. What is the immediate object of belief in a proposition? What is the matter of fact signified by it? What is it to which, when I assert the proposition, I give my assent, and call upon others to give theirs? What is that which is expressed by the form of discourse called a proposition, and the conformity of which to fact constitutes the truth of the proposition? Part 2. One of the clearest and most consecutive thinkers whom this country or the world has produced, I mean Hobbes, has given the following answer to this question. In every proposition, says he, what is signified is the belief of the speaker that the predicate is a name of the same thing of which the subject is a name, and if it really is so, the proposition is true. Thus, the proposition, all men are living beings, he would say, is true because living being is a name of everything of which man is a name. All men are 6 feet high is not true, because 6 feet high is not a name of everything, though it is of some things, of which man is a name. What is stated in this theory as the definition of a true proposition must be allowed to be a property which all true propositions possess. The subject and predicate being both of them names of things, if they were names of quite different things, the one name could not, consistently with its signification, be predicated of the other. If it be true that some men are copper-coloured, it must be true, and the proposition does really assert that among the individuals denoted by the name man, there are some who are also among those denoted by the name copper-coloured. If it be true that all oxen ruminate, it must be true that all the individuals denoted by the name ox are also among those denoted by the name ruminating, and whoever asserts that all oxen ruminate undoubtedly does assert that this relation subsists between the two names. The assertion, therefore, which according to Hobbes is the only one made in any proposition, really is made in every proposition, and his analysis has consequently one of the requisites for being the true one. We may go a step further. It is the only analysis that is rigorously true of all propositions without exception. What he gives as the meaning of propositions is part of the meaning of all propositions, and the whole meaning of some. This, however, only shows what an extremely minute fragment of meaning it is quite possible to include within the logical formula of a proposition. It does not show that no proposition means more. To warrant us in putting together two words with a copula between them, it is really enough that the thing or things denoted by one of the names should be capable, without violation of usage, of being called by the other name also. If, then, this be all the meaning necessarily implied in the form of discourse called a proposition, why do I object to it as the scientific definition of what a proposition means? Because, though the mere collocation which makes the proposition a proposition conveys no more than this scanty amount of meaning, that same collocation combined with other circumstances, that form combined with other matter, does convey more, and the proposition in those other circumstances does assert more than merely that relation between the two names. The only propositions of which Hobbes' principle is a sufficient account are that limited and unimportant class in which both the predicate and the subject are proper names. For, as has already been remarked, proper names have strictly no meaning. They are mere marks for individual objects, and when a proper name is predicated of another proper name, all the signification conveyed is that both the names are marks for the same object. But this is precisely what Hobbes produces as a theory of predication in general. His doctrine is a full explanation of such predictions as these. Hyde was Clarendon, or Tully is Cicero. It exhausts the meaning of those propositions, but it is a sadly inadequate theory of any others. That it should ever have been thought of as such can be accounted for only by the fact that Hobbes, in common with the other nominalists, bestowed little or no attention upon the connotation of words, and sought for their meaning exclusively in what they denote, as if all names had been, what none but proper names really are, marks put upon individuals, and as if there were no difference between a proper and a general name, except that the first denotes only one individual, and the last a greater number. It has been seen, however, that the meaning of all names except proper names, and that portion of the class of abstract names which are not connotative, resides in the connotation. When, therefore, we are analyzing the meaning of any proposition in which the predicate and the subject, or either of them, are connotative names, it is to the connotation of those terms that we must exclusively look, and not to what they denote, or, in the language of Hobbes, language so far correct, are names of. In asserting that the truth of a proposition depends on the conformity of import between its terms, as for instance, that the proposition Socrates is wise is a true proposition because Socrates and wise are names applicable to, or, as he expresses it, names of the same person, it is very remarkable that so powerful a thinker should not have asked himself the question, but how came they to be names of the same person? surely not because such was the intention of those who invented the words. When mankind fixed the meaning of the word wise, they were not thinking of Socrates, nor when his parents gave him the name of Socrates were they thinking of wisdom. The names happened to fit the same person because of a certain fact, which fact was not known, nor in being, when the names were invented. If we want to know what the fact is, we shall find the clue to it in the connotation of the names. A bird or a stone, a man or a wise man, means simply an object having such and such attributes. The real meaning of the word man is those attributes, and not Smith, Brown, and the remainder of the individuals. The word mortal, in like manner, connotes a certain attribute or attributes, and when we say all men are mortal, the meaning of the proposition is that all beings which possess the one set of attributes possess also the other. If, in our experience, the attributes connoted by man are always accompanied by the attribute connoted by mortal, it will follow as a consequence that the class man will be wholly included in the class mortal, and that mortal will be a name of all things of which man is a name. But why? Those objects are brought under the name by possessing the attributes connoted by it, but their possession of the attribute is the real condition on which the truth of the proposition depends, not their being called by the name. Connotative names do not precede, but follow the attributes which they connote. If one attribute happens to be always found in conjunction with another attribute, the concrete names which answer to those attributes will, of course, be predicable of the same subjects, and may be said, in Hobbes' language, in the propriety of which on this occasion I fully concur, to be two names for the same things. But the possibility of a concurrent application of the two names is a mere consequence of the conjunction between the two attributes, and was, in most cases, never thought of when the names were introduced and their signification fixed. That the diamond is combustible was a proposition certainly not dreamed of when the words diamond and combustible first received their meaning, and could not have been discovered by the most ingenious and refined analysis of the signification of those words. It was found out by a very different process, namely, by exerting the senses, and learning from them that the attribute of combustibility existed in the diamonds upon which the experiment was tried, the number or character of the experiments being such that what was true of those individuals might be concluded to be true of all substances called by the name, that is, of all substances possessing the attributes which the name connotes. The assertion, therefore, when analyzed, is that wherever we find certain attributes, there will be found a certain other attribute, which is not a question of the signification of names, but of laws of nature, the order existing among phenomena. Part 3. Although Hobbes' theory of predication has not, in the terms in which he stated it, met with a very favourable reception from subsequent thinkers, a theory virtually identical with it, and not by any means so perspicuously expressed, may almost be said to have taken the rank of an established opinion. The most generally received notion of predication decidedly is that it consists in referring something to a class, that is, either placing an individual under a class or placing one class under another class. Thus, the proposition, man is mortal, asserts, according to this view of it, that the class man is included in the class mortal. Plato is a philosopher, asserts that the individual Plato is one of those who compose the class philosopher. If the proposition is negative, then instead of placing something in a class, it is said to exclude something from a class. Thus, if the following be the proposition, the elephant is not carnivorous, what is asserted according to this theory, is that the elephant is excluded from the class Carnivorous, or is not numbered among the things comprising that class. There is no real difference except in language between this theory of predication and the theory of Hobbes, for a class is absolutely nothing but an indefinite number of individuals denoted by a general name. The name given to them in common is what makes them a class. To refer anything to a class, therefore, is to look upon it as one of the things which are to be called by that common name. To exclude it from a class is to say that the common name is not applicable to it. How widely these views of predication have prevailed is evident from this, that they are the basis of the celebrated dictum de omni et nullo. When the syllogism is resolved by all who treat of it into an inference that what is true of a class is true of all things whatever that belong to the class, and when this is laid down by almost all professed logicians as the ultimate principle to which all reasoning owes its validity, it is clear that in the general estimation of logicians, the propositions of which reasonings are composed can be the expression of nothing but the process of dividing things into classes and referring everything to its proper class. This theory appears to me a signal example of a logical error very often committed in logic, that of isteron properon, or explaining a thing by something which presupposes it. When I say that snow is white, I may and ought to be thinking of snow as a class because I am asserting a proposition as true of all snow, but I am certainly not thinking of white objects as a class. I am thinking of no white object whatever except snow, but only of that and of the sensation of white which it gives me. When indeed I have judged or assented to the propositions that snow is white and that several other things are also white, I gradually begin to think of white objects as a class, including snow and those other things. But this is a conception which followed, not preceded, those judgments, and therefore cannot be given as an explanation of them. Instead of explaining the effect by the cause, this doctrine explains the cause by the effect, and is, I conceive, founded on a latent misconception of the nature of classification. There is a sort of language very generally prevalent in these discussions, which seems to suppose that classification is an arrangement and grouping of definite and known individuals, that when names were imposed, mankind took into consideration all the individual objects in the universe, distributed them into parcels or lists, and gave to the objects of each list a common name, repeating this operation totius quotius, until they had invented all the general names of which language consists, which, having been done once, if a question subsequently arises whether a certain general name can be truly predicated of a certain particular object, we have only, as it were, to read the roll of the objects upon which that name was conferred, and see whether the object about which the question arises is to be found among them. The framers of language, it would seem to be supposed, have predetermined all the objects that are to compose each class, and we only have to refer to the record of an antecedent decision. So absurd a doctrine will be owned by nobody when thus nakedly stated, but if the commonly received explanations of classification and naming do not imply this theory, it requires to be shown how they admit of being reconciled with any other. General names are not marks put upon definite objects. Classes are not made by drawing a line round a given number of assignable individuals. The objects which compose any given class are perpetually fluctuating. We may frame a class without knowing the individuals, or even any of the individuals of which it may be composed. We may do so while believing that no such individuals exist. If by the meaning of a general name are to be understood the things which it is the name of, no general name, except by accident, has a fixed meaning at all, or ever long retains the same meaning. The only mode in which any general name has a definite meaning is by being a name of an indefinite variety of things, namely, of all things known or unknown, past, present, or future, which possess certain definite attributes. When by studying not the meaning of words, but the phenomena of nature, we discover that these attributes are possessed by some object not previously known to possess them, as when chemists found that the diamond was combustible, we include this new object in the class, but it did not already belong to the class. We place the individual in the class because the proposition is true. The proposition is not true because the object is placed in the class. Footnote. Professor Bain remarks in qualification of the statement in the text, Logic 1:50, that the word class has two meanings. Quote, the class definite and the class indefinite. The class definite is an enumeration of actual individuals as the peers of the realm, the oceans of the globe, the known planets. The class indefinite is unenumerated. Such classes are stars, planets, gold-bearing rocks, men, poets, virtuous. In this last acceptation of the word, class name and general name are identical. The class name denotes an indefinite number of individuals and connotes the points of community or likeness. End quote. The theory controverted in the text tacitly supposes all classes to be definite. I have assumed them to be indefinite, because, for the purposes of logic, definite classes as such are almost useless, though often serviceable as a means of abridged expression. See sections 29 and 30 of this work, Book 3, Chapter 2. End footnote. It will appear hereafter, in treating of reasoning, how much the theory of that intellectual process has been vitiated by the influence of these erroneous notions, and by the habit which they exemplify of assimilating all the operations of the human understanding which have truth for their object to processes of mere classification and naming. Unfortunately, the minds which have been entangled in this net are precisely those which have escaped the other cardinal error commented upon in the beginning of the present chapter. Since the revolution which dislodged Aristotle from the schools, logicians may almost be divided into those who have looked upon reasoning as essentially an affair of ideas, and those who have looked upon it as essentially an affair of names. Although, however, Hobbes' theory of predication, according to the well-known remark of Leibniz, and the avowal of Hobbes himself, renders truth and falsity completely arbitrary, with no standard but the will of men, it must not be concluded that either Hobbes or any of the other thinkers who have in the main agreed with him did in fact consider the distinction between truth and error as less real, or attached less importance to it than other people. Footnote. From hence also this may be deduced, that the first truths were arbitrarily made by those that first of all imposed names upon things, or received them from the imposition of others. For it is true, for example, that man is a living creature, but it is for this reason that it pleased men to impose both these names on the same thing. Computation or Logic, Chapter 3, Section 8. End footnote. To suppose that they did so would argue total unacquaintance with their other speculations, but this shows how little hold their doctrine possessed over their own minds. No person, at bottom, ever imagined that there was nothing more in truth than propriety of expression, than using language in conformity to a previous convention. When the inquiry was brought down from generals to a particular case, it has always been acknowledged that there is a distinction between verbal and real questions, that some false propositions are uttered from ignorance of the meaning of words, but that in others the source of the error is a misapprehension of things, that a person who has not the use of language at all may form propositions mentally, and that they may be untrue. That is, he may believe as matters of fact what are not really so. This last admission cannot be made in stronger terms than it is by Hobbes himself, though he will not allow such erroneous belief to be called falsity, but only error. Footnote. Quote, men are subject to err not only in affirming and denying, but also in perception and in silent cogitation. Tacit errors, or the errors of sense and cogitation, are made by passing from one imagination to the imagination of another different thing, or by feigning that to be past or future which never was nor ever shall be, as when by seeing the image of the sun in the water we imagine the sun itself to be there, or by seeing swords that there has been or shall be fighting, because it used to be so for the most part, or when from promises we feign the mind of the promiser to be such and such, or lastly, when from any sign we vainly imagine something to be signified which is not. And errors of this sort are common to all things that have sense. End quote. Computation or Logic, Chapter 5, Section 1. End footnote. And he has himself laid down in other places doctrines in which the true theory of predication is by implication contained. He distinctly says that general names are given to things on account of their attributes, and that abstract names are the names of those attributes. Quote, abstract is that which in any subject denotes the cause of the concrete name, and these causes of names are the same with the causes of our conceptions, namely, some power of action or affection of the thing conceived, which some call the manner by which anything works upon our senses, but by most men they are called accidents. End quote. Footnote. Chapter 3, Section 3. End footnote. It is strange that having gone so far, he should not have gone one step further and seen that what he calls the cause of the concrete name is in reality the meaning of it, and that when we predicate of any subject a name which is given because of an attribute, or, as he calls it, an accident, our object is not to affirm the name, but by means of the name to affirm the attribute. End of section 11. Section 12 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 5 of The Import of Propositions, Parts 4 through 7. Part 4. Let the predicate be, as we have said, a connotative term, and to take the simplest case first, let the subject be a proper name. The summit of Chimborazo is white. The word white connotes an attribute which is possessed by the individual object designed by the words summit of Chimborazo, which attribute consists in the physical fact of its exciting in human beings the sensation which we call a sensation of white. It will be admitted that, by asserting the proposition, we wish to communicate information of that physical fact, and are not thinking of the names except as the necessary means of making that communication. The meaning of the proposition, therefore, is that the individual thing denoted by the subject has the attributes connoted by the predicate. If we now suppose the subject also to be a connotative name, the meaning expressed by the proposition has advanced a step further in complication. Let us first suppose the proposition to be universal as well as affirmative. All men are mortal. In this case, as in the last, what the proposition asserts, or expresses a belief of, is, of course, that the objects denoted by the subject, man, possess the attributes connoted by the predicate, mortal. But the characteristic of this case is that the objects are no longer individually designated. They are pointed out only by some of their attributes. They are the objects called men, that is, possessing the attributes connoted by the name man, and the only thing known of them may be those attributes. Indeed, as the proposition is general, and the objects denoted by the subject are therefore indefinite in number, most of them are not known individually at all. The assertion, therefore, is not as before that the attributes which the predicate connotes are possessed by any given individual, or by any number of individuals previously known as John, Thomas, and so on, but that those attributes are possessed by each and every individual, possessing certain other attributes, that whatever has the attributes connoted by the subject has also those connoted by the predicate, that the latter set of attributes constantly accompany the former set. Whatever has the attributes of man has the attribute of mortality. Mortality constantly accompanies the attributes of man. Footnote. To the preceding statement it has been objected that, quote, we naturally construe the subject of a proposition in its extension, and the predicate, which therefore may be an adjective, in its intension, connotation, and that consequently coexistence of attributes does not, any more than the opposite theory of equation of groups, correspond with the living process of thought and language. End quote. I acknowledge the distinction here drawn, which, indeed, I have myself laid down and exemplified a few pages back. But though it is true that we naturally, quote, construe the subject of a proposition in its extension, end quote, this extension, or in other words, the extent of the class denoted by the name, is not apprehended or indicated directly. It is both apprehended and indicated solely through the attributes. In the, quote, living processes of thought and language, end quote, the extension, though in this case really thought of, which in the case of the predicate it is not, is thought of only through the medium of what my acute and courteous critic terms the intention. For further illustrations of this subject, see Examination of Sir William Hamilton's Philosophy, Chapter 22. End footnote. If it be remembered that every attribute is grounded on some fact or phenomenon, either of outward sense or of inward consciousness, and that to possess an attribute is another phrase for being the cause of, or forming part of, the fact or phenomenon upon which the attribute is grounded, we may add one more step to complete the analysis. The proposition which asserts that one attribute always accompanies another attribute really asserts thereby no other thing than this, that one phenomenon always accompanies another phenomenon, insomuch that where we find the latter, we have assurance of the existence of the former. Thus, in the proposition, all men are mortal, the word man connotes the attributes which we ascribe to a certain kind of living creature, on the ground of certain phenomena, which they exhibit, and which are partly physical phenomena, namely, the impressions made on our senses by their bodily form and structure, and partly mental phenomena, namely, the sentient and intellectual life which they have of their own. All this is understood when we utter the word man, by any one to whom the meaning of the word is known. Now, when we say man is mortal, we mean that wherever these various physical and mental phenomena are all found, there we have assurance that the other physical and mental phenomenon, called death, will not fail to take place. The proposition does not affirm when, for the connotation of the word mortal goes no further than to the occurrence of the phenomenon at some time or other, leaving the particular time undecided. Part 5. We have already proceeded far enough, not only to demonstrate the error of Hobbes, but to ascertain the real import of by far the most numerous class of propositions. The object of belief in a proposition, when it asserts anything more than the meaning of words, is generally, as in the cases which we have examined, either the coexistence or the sequence of two phenomena. At the very commencement of our inquiry, we found that every act of belief implied two things. We have now ascertained what, in the most frequent case, these two things are, namely, two phenomena, in other words, two states of consciousness, and what it is which the proposition affirms, or denies, to subsist between them, namely, either succession or coexistence. And this case includes innumerable instances which no one previous to reflection would think of referring to. Take the following example. A generous person is worthy of honour. Who would expect to recognize here a case of coexistence between phenomena? But so it is. The attribute which causes a person to be termed generous is ascribed to him on the ground of states of his mind and particulars of his conduct. Both are phenomena. The former are facts of internal consciousness. The latter, so far as distinct from the former, are physical facts, or perceptions of the senses. Worthy of honour admits of a similar analysis. Honour, as here used, means a state of approving and admiring emotion, followed on occasion by corresponding outward acts. Worthy of honour connotes all this, together with our approval of the act of showing honour. All these are phenomena, states of internal consciousness, accompanied or followed by physical facts. When we say a generous person is worthy of honour, we affirm coexistence between the two complicated phenomena connoted by the two terms respectively. We affirm that wherever and whenever the inward feelings and outward facts implied in the word generosity have place, then and there the existence and manifestation of an inward feeling, honour, would be followed in our minds by another inward feeling, approval. After the analysis in a former chapter of the import of names, many examples are not needed to illustrate the import of propositions. When there is any obscurity or difficulty, it does not lie in the meaning of the proposition, but in the meaning of the names which compose it, in the extremely complicated connotations of many words, the immense multitude and prolonged series of facts which often constitute the phenomenon connoted by a name. But where it is seen what the phenomenon is, there is seldom any difficulty in seeing that the assertion conveyed by the proposition is the coexistence of one such phenomenon with another, or the succession of one such phenomenon to another, so that where the one is found we may calculate on finding the other, though perhaps not conversely. This, however, though the most common, is not the only meaning which propositions are ever intended to convey. In the first place, sequences and coexistences are not only asserted respecting phenomena, we make propositions also respecting those hidden causes of phenomena, which are named substances and attributes. A substance, however, being to us nothing but either that which causes or that which is conscious of phenomena, and the same being true, mutatis mutandis, of attributes, no assertion can be made, at least with a meaning, concerning these unknown and unknowable entities, except in virtue of the phenomena by which alone they manifest themselves to our faculties. When we say Socrates was contemporary with the Peloponnesian War, the foundation of this assertion, as of all assertions concerning substances, is an assertion concerning the phenomena which they exhibit, namely, that the series of facts by which Socrates manifested himself to mankind, and the series of mental states which constituted his sentient existence, went on simultaneously with the series of facts known by the name of the Peloponnesian War. Still, the proposition as commonly understood does not assert that alone. It asserts that the thing in itself, the noumenon, Socrates, was existing and doing or experiencing those various facts during the same time. Coexistence and sequence, therefore, may be affirmed or denied not only between phenomena, but between noumena or between a noumenon and phenomena, and both of noumena and of phenomena we may affirm simple existence. But what is a noumenon? An unknown cause. In affirming, therefore, the existence of a noumenon, we affirm causation. Here, therefore, are two additional kinds of fact capable of being asserted in a proposition. Besides the propositions which assert sequence or coexistence, there are some which assert simple existence, and others assert causation, which, subject to the explanations which will follow in the third book, must be considered provisionally as a distinct and peculiar kind of assertion. Footnote. Professor Bain in his Logic 1, 256 excludes existence from the list, considering it as a mere name. All propositions, he says, which predicate mere existence, quote, are more or less abbreviated or elliptical. When fully expressed, they fall under either coexistence or succession. When we say there exists a conspiracy for a particular purpose, we mean that at the present time a body of men have formed themselves into a society for a particular object, which is a complex affirmation resolvable into propositions of coexistence and succession as causation. The assertion that the dodo does not exist points to the fact that this animal, once known in a certain place, has disappeared or become extinct, is no longer associated with the locality, all of which may be better stated without the use of the verb exist. There is a debated question: does an ether exist? But the concrete form would be this: are heat and light and other radiant influences propagated by an ethereal medium diffused in space? Which is a proposition of causation. In like manner, the question of the existence of a deity cannot be discussed in that form. It is properly a question as to the first cause of the universe, and as to the continued exertion of that cause in providential superintendence. Mr. Bain thinks it fictitious and unmeaning language to carry up the classification of nature to one summum genus, being or that which exists, since nothing can be perceived or apprehended but by way of contrast with something else, of which important truth, under the name of law of relativity, he has been in our time the principal expounder and champion, and we have no other class to oppose to being, or fact to contrast with existence. I accept fully Mr. Bain's law of relativity, but I do not understand by it that to enable us to apprehend or be conscious of any fact, it is necessary that we should contrast it with some other positive fact. The antithesis necessary to consciousness need not, I conceive, be an antithesis between two positives. It may be between one positive and its negative. Hobbes was undoubtedly right when he said that a single sensation indefinitely prolonged would cease to be felt at all, but simple intermission, without other change, would restore it to consciousness. In order to be conscious of heat, it is not necessary that we should pass to it from cold. It suffices that we should pass to it from a state of no sensation, or from a sensation of some other kind. The relative opposite of being, considered as a summum genus, is nonentity or nothing, and we have now and then occasion to consider and discuss things merely in contrast with nonentity. I grant that the decision of questions of existence usually, if not always, depend on a previous question of either causation or coexistence. But existence is nevertheless a different thing from causation or coexistence, and can be predicated apart from them. The meaning of the abstract name existence and the connotation of the concrete name being consist, like the meaning of all other names, in sensations or states of consciousness. Their peculiarity is that to exist is to excite or be capable of exciting any sensations or states of consciousness, no matter what, but it is indispensable that there should be some. It was from overlooking this that Hegel, finding that being is an abstraction reached by thinking away all particular attributes, arrived at the self-contradictory proposition on which he founded all his philosophy, that being is the same as nothing. It is really the name of something taken in the most comprehensive sense of the word. End footnote. Part 6. To these four kinds of matter of fact or assertion must be added a fifth, resemblance. This was a species of attribute which we found it impossible to analyze, for which no fundamentum distinct from the objects themselves could be assigned. Besides propositions which assert a sequence or coexistence between two phenomena, there are therefore also propositions which assert resemblance between them, as, this color is like that color. The heat of today is equal to the heat of yesterday. It is true that such an assertion might with some plausibility be brought within the description of an affirmation of sequence by considering it as an assertion that the simultaneous contemplation of the two colors is followed by a specific feeling, termed the feeling of resemblance. But there would be nothing gained by encumbering ourselves, especially in this place, with a generalization which may be looked upon as strained. Logic does not undertake to analyze mental facts into their ultimate elements. Resemblance between two phenomena is more intelligible in itself than any explanation could make it, and under any classification must remain specifically distinct from the ordinary cases of sequence and coexistence. It is sometimes said that all propositions whatever, of which the predicate is a general name, do, in point of fact, affirm or deny resemblance. All such propositions affirm that a thing belongs to a class, but things being classed together according to their resemblance, everything is of course classed with the things which it is supposed to resemble most, and thence it may be said, when we affirm that gold is a metal, or that Socrates is a man, the affirmation intended is that gold resembles other metals, and Socrates other men, more nearly than they resemble the objects contained in any other of the classes coordinate with these. There is some slight degree of foundation for this remark, but no more than a slight degree. The arrangement of things into classes, such as the class metal or the class man, is grounded indeed on a resemblance among the things which are placed in the same class, but not on a more general resemblance. The resemblance it is grounded on consists in the possession by all those things of certain common peculiarities, and those peculiarities it is which the terms connote, and which the propositions consequently assert, not the resemblance. For though, when I say gold is a metal, I say by implication that if there be any other metals it must resemble them, yet if there were no other metals, I might still assert the proposition with the same meaning as at present, namely, that gold has the various properties implied in the word metal, just as it might be said, Christians are men, even if there were no men who were not Christians. Propositions, therefore, in which objects are referred to a class because they possess the attributes constituting the class, are so far from asserting nothing but resemblance that they do not, properly speaking, assert resemblance at all. But we remarked some time ago, and the reasons of the remark will be more fully entered into in a subsequent book, footnote, section 70 of this work, book 4, chapter 7, end footnote, that there is sometimes a convenience in extending the boundaries of a class so as to include things which possess in a very inferior degree, if in any, some of the characteristic properties of the class, provided they resemble that class more than any other, insomuch that the general propositions which are true of the class will be nearer to being true of those things than any other equally general propositions. For instance, there are substances called metals, which have very few of the properties by which metals are commonly recognized, and almost every great family of plants or animals has a few anomalous genera or species on its borders, which are admitted into it by a sort of courtesy, and concerning which it has been matter of discussion to what family they properly belonged. Now, when the class name is predicated of any object of this description, we do, by so predicating it, affirm resemblance and nothing more. And in order to be scrupulously correct, it ought to be said that in every case in which we predicate a general name, we affirm, not absolutely, that the object possesses the properties designated by the name, but that it either possesses those properties, or if it does not, at any rate, resembles the things which do so more than it resembles any other things. In most cases, however, it is unnecessary to suppose any such alternative, the latter of the two grounds being very seldom that on which the assertion is made, and when it is, there is generally some slight difference in the form of the expression, as, this species or genus is considered, or may be ranked, as belonging to such and such a family. We should hardly say positively that it does belong to it, unless it possessed unequivocally the properties of which the class name is scientifically significant. There is still another exceptional case in which, though the predicate is the name of a class, yet in predicating it we affirm nothing but resemblance, the class being founded not on resemblance in any given particular, but on general, unanalyzable resemblance. The classes in question are those into which our simple sensations or other simple feelings are divided. Sensations of white, for instance, are classed together, not because we can take them to pieces and say that they are alike in this and not alike in that, but because we feel them to be alike together, though in different degrees. When, therefore, I say, the colour I saw yesterday was a white colour, or the sensation I feel is one of tightness, in both cases the attribute I affirm of the colour or of the other sensation is mere resemblance, simple likeness to sensations which I have had before, and which have had those names bestowed upon them. The names of feelings, like other concrete general names, are connotative, but they connote a mere resemblance. When predicated of any individual feeling, the information they convey is that of its likeness to the other feelings which we have been accustomed to call by the same name. Thus, much may suffice in illustration of the kind of propositions in which the matter of fact asserted or denied is simple resemblance. Existence, coexistence, sequence, causation, resemblance. One or other of these is asserted or denied in every proposition which is not merely verbal. This fivefold division is an exhaustive classification of matters of fact, of all things that can be believed or tendered for belief, of all questions that can be propounded, and all answers that can be returned to them. Professor Bain distinguishes two kinds of propositions of coexistence. Footnote: Logic 1, 103 through 105. End footnote. Quote, in the one kind account is taken of place. They may be described as propositions of order in place. End quote. In the other kind, the coexistence which is predicated is termed by Mr. Bain coinherence of attributes. Quote, this is a distinct variety of propositions of coexistence. Instead of an arrangement in place with numerical intervals, we have the concurrence of two or more attributes or powers in the same part or locality. A mass of gold contains in every atom the concurring attributes that mark the substance: weight, hardness, colour, lustre, incorrosibility, and so on. An animal besides having parts situated in place, has co-inhering functions in the same parts, exerted by the very same masses and molecules of its substance. The mind, which affords no propositions of order in place, has co-inhering functions. We affirm mind to contain feeling, will, and thought, not in local separation, but in commingling exercise. The concurring properties of minerals, of plants, and of the bodily and mental structure of animals are united in affirmation of co-inherence." End quote. The distinction is real and important, but, as has been seen, an attribute, when it is anything but a simple, unanalyzable resemblance between the subject and some other things, consists in causing impressions of some sort on consciousness. Consequently, the coinherence of two attributes is but the coexistence of the two states of consciousness implied in their meaning, with the difference, however, that this coexistence is sometimes potential only, the attribute being considered as in existence, though the fact on which it is grounded may not be actually but only potentially present. Snow, for instance, is with great convenience said to be white, even in a state of total darkness, because, though we are not now conscious of the colour, we shall be conscious of it as soon as morning breaks. Coinherence of attributes is therefore still a case, though a complex one, of coexistence of states of consciousness, a totally different thing, however, from order in place. Being a part of simultaneity, it belongs not to place, but to time. We may therefore, and we shall sometimes find it a convenience, instead of coexistence and sequence, say, for greater particularity, order in place and order in time. Order in place being a specific mode of coexistence not necessary to be more particularly analysed here, while the mere fact of coexistence, whether between actual sensations or between the potentialities of causing them, known by the name of attributes, may be classed, together with sequence, under the head of order in time. Part 7. In the foregoing inquiry into the import of propositions, we have thought it necessary to analyse directly those alone in which the terms of the proposition, or the predicate at least, are concrete terms. But in doing so, we have indirectly analysed those in which the terms are abstract. The distinction between an abstract term and its corresponding concrete does not turn upon any difference in what they are appointed to signify, for the real signification of a concrete general name is, as we have so often said, its connotation, and what the concrete term connotes forms the entire meaning of the abstract name. Since there is nothing in the import of an abstract name which is not in the import of the corresponding concrete, it is natural to suppose that neither can there be anything in the import of a proposition of which the terms are abstract, but what there is in some proposition which can be framed of concrete terms. And this presumption a closer examination will confirm. An abstract name is the name of an attribute or combination of attributes. The corresponding concrete is a name given to things because of and in order to express their possessing that attribute or that combination of attributes. When, therefore, we predicate of anything a concrete name, the attribute is what we in reality predicate of it. But it has now been shown that in all propositions of which the predicate is a concrete name, what is really predicated is one of 5 things: existence, coexistence, causation, sequence, or resemblance. An attribute, therefore, is necessarily either an existence, a coexistence, a causation, a sequence, or a resemblance. When a proposition consists of a subject and predicate which are abstract terms, it consists of terms which must necessarily signify one or other of these things. When we predicate of anything an abstract name, we affirm of the thing that it is one or other of these 5 things, that it is a case of existence or of coexistence, or of causation, or of sequence, or of resemblance. It is impossible to imagine any proposition expressed in abstract terms which cannot be transformed into a precisely equivalent proposition in which the terms are concrete, namely, either the concrete names which connote the attributes themselves, or the names of the fundamenta of those attributes, the facts or phenomena on which they are grounded. To illustrate the latter case, let us take this proposition of which the subject only is an abstract name. Thoughtlessness is dangerous. Thoughtlessness is an attribute grounded on the facts which we call thoughtless actions, and the proposition is equivalent to this. Thoughtless actions are dangerous. In the next example, the predicate as well as the subject are abstract names. Whiteness is a color, or the color of snow is a whiteness. These attributes being grounded on sensations, the equivalent proposition in the concrete would be: the sensation of white is one of the sensations called those of color. The sensation of sight caused by looking at snow is one of the sensations called sensations of white. In these propositions, as we have before seen, the matter of fact asserted is a resemblance. In the following examples, the concrete terms are those which directly correspond to the abstract names, connoting the attribute which these denote. Prudence is a virtue. This may be rendered: all prudent persons, in so far as prudent, are virtuous. Courage is deserving of honor. Thus, all courageous persons are deserving of honor in so far as they are courageous, which is equivalent to this: all courageous persons deserve an addition to the honor, or a diminution of the disgrace which would attach to them on other grounds. In order to throw still further light upon the import of propositions of which the terms are abstract, we will subject one of the examples given above to a minuter analysis. The proposition we shall select is the following: prudence is a virtue. Let us substitute for the word virtue an equivalent but more definite expression, such as a mental quality beneficial to society, or a mental quality pleasing to God, or whatever else we adopt as the definition of virtue. What the proposition asserts is a sequence accompanied with causation, namely, that benefit to society or that the approval of God is consequent on and caused by prudence. Here is a sequence, but between what? We understand the consequent of the sequence, but we have yet to analyze the antecedent. Prudence is an attribute, and in connection with it 2 things besides itself are to be considered: prudent persons, who are the subjects of the attribute, and prudential conduct, which may be called the foundation of it. Now, is either of these the antecedent? And first, is it meant that the approval of God or benefit to society is attendant upon all prudent persons? No, except in so far as they are prudent, for prudent persons who are scoundrels can seldom, on the whole, be beneficial to society, nor can they be acceptable to a good being. Is it upon prudential conduct, then, that divine approbation and benefit to mankind are supposed to be invariably consequent? Neither is this the assertion meant when it is said that prudence is a virtue, except with the same reservation as before, and for the same reason, namely, that prudential conduct, although in so far as it is prudential, it is beneficial to society, may yet, by reason of some other of its qualities, be productive of an injury outweighing the benefit, and deserve a displeasure exceeding the approbation which would be due to the prudence. Neither the substance, therefore, that is, the person, nor the phenomenon, the conduct, is an antecedent on which the other term of the sequence is universally consequent. But the proposition, prudence is a virtue, is a universal proposition. What is it, then, upon which the proposition affirms the effects in question to be universally consequent? Upon that in the person and in the conduct which causes them to be called prudent, and which is equally in them when the action, though prudent, is wicked, namely, a correct foresight of consequences, a just estimation of their importance to the object in view, and repression of any unreflecting impulse at variance with the deliberate purpose. These, which are states of the person's mind, are the real antecedent in the sequence, the real cause in the causation, asserted by the proposition. But these are also the real ground or foundation of the attribute prudence, since wherever these states of mind exist, we may predicate prudence, even before we know whether any conduct has followed. And in this manner, every assertion respecting an attribute may be transformed into an assertion exactly equivalent respecting the fact or phenomenon which is the ground of the attribute. And no case can be assigned where that which is predicated of the fact or phenomenon does not belong to one or other of the 5 species formerly enumerated. It is either simple existence, or it is some sequence, coexistence, causation, or resemblance. And as these 5 are the only things which can be affirmed, so are they the only things which can be denied. No horses are web-footed denies that the attributes of a horse ever coexist with web feet. It is scarcely necessary to apply the same analysis to particular affirmations and negations. Some birds are web-footed affirms that, with the attributes connoted by bird, the phenomenon web feet is sometimes coexistent. Some birds are not web-footed asserts that there are other instances in which this coexistence does not have place. Any further explanation of a thing which, if the previous exposition has been assented to, is so obvious, may here be spared. End of section 12. Section 13 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 6. Of Propositions Merely Verbal. Part 1. As a preparation for the inquiry which is the proper object of logic, namely, in what manner propositions are to be proved, we have found it necessary to inquire what they contain which requires or is susceptible of proof, or, which is the same thing, what they assert. In the course of this preliminary investigation into the import of propositions, we examined the opinion of the conceptualists, that a proposition is the expression of a relation between 2 ideas, and the doctrine of the extreme nominalists, that it is the expression of an agreement or disagreement between the meanings of 2 names. We decided that, as general theories, both of these are erroneous, and that, though propositions may be made both respecting names and respecting ideas, neither the one nor the other are the subject matter of propositions considered generally. We then examined the different kinds of propositions and found that, with the exception of those which are merely verbal, they assert 5 different kinds of matters of fact, namely, existence, order in place, order in time, causation, and resemblance, that in every proposition one of these 5 is either affirmed or denied, or some fact or phenomenon, or of some object the unknown source of a fact or phenomenon. In distinguishing, however, the different kinds of matters of fact asserted to propositions, we reserved one class of propositions which do not relate to any matter of fact, in the proper sense of the term at all, but to the meaning of names. Since names and their signification are entirely arbitrary, such propositions are not, strictly speaking, susceptible of truth or falsity, but only of conformity or disconformity to usage or convention. and all the proof they are capable of is proof of usage, proof that the words have been employed by others in the acceptation in which the speaker or writer desires to use them. These propositions occupy, however, a conspicuous place in philosophy, and their nature and characteristics are of as much importance in logic as those of any of the other classes of propositions previously adverted to. If all propositions respecting the signification of words were as simple and unimportant as those which served us for examples when examining Hobbes' theory of predication, that is, those of which the subject and predicate are proper names, and which assert only that those names have, or that they have not, been conventionally assigned to the same individual, there would be little to attract to such propositions the attention of philosophers. But the class of merely verbal propositions embraces not only much more than these, but much more than any propositions which at first sight present themselves as verbal, comprehending a kind of assertions which have been regarded not only as relating to things, but as having actually a more intimate relation with them than any other propositions whatever. The student in philosophy will perceive that I allude to the distinction on which so much stress was laid by the schoolmen, and which has been retained either under the same or under other names by most metaphysicians to the present day, that is, between what were called essential and what were called accidental propositions, and between essential and accidental properties or attributes. Part 2. Almost all metaphysicians prior to Locke, as well as many since his time, have made a great mystery of essential predication and of predicates which are said to be of the essence of the subject. The essence of a thing, they said, was that without which the thing could neither be nor be conceived to be. Thus, rationality was of the essence of man, because without rationality man could not be conceived to exist. The different attributes which made up the essence of the thing were called its essential properties, and a proposition in which any of these were predicated of it was called an essential proposition, and was considered to go deeper into the nature of the thing and to convey more important information respecting it than any other proposition could do. All properties not of the essence of the thing were called its accidents, were supposed to have nothing at all or nothing comparatively to do with its inmost nature, and the propositions in which any of these were predicated of it were called accidental propositions. A connection may be traced between this distinction, which originated with the schoolmen, and the well-known dogmas of substantiae secundae, or general substances, and substantial forms, doctrines which under varieties of language pervaded alike the Aristotelian and Platonic schools, and of which more of the spirit has come down to modern times than might be conjectured from the disuse of the phraseology. The false views of the nature of classification and generalization which prevailed among the schoolmen, and of which these dogmas were the technical expression, afforded the only explanation which can be given of their having misunderstood the real nature of those essences which held so conspicuous a place in their philosophy. They said, truly, that man cannot be conceived without rationality, but though man cannot, a being may be conceived exactly like a man in all points except that one quality, and those others which are the conditions or consequences of it. All, therefore, which is really true in the assertion that man cannot be conceived without rationality is only that if he had not rationality, he would not be reputed a man. There is no impossibility in conceiving the thing, nor, for aught we know, in its existing. The impossibility is in the conventions of language, which will not allow the thing, even if it exist, to be called by the name which is reserved for rational beings. Rationality, in short, is involved in the meaning of the word man, is one of the attributes connoted by the name. the essence of man simply means the whole of the attributes connoted by the word, and any one of those attributes, taken singly, is an essential property of man. But these reflections, so easy to us, would have been difficult to persons who thought, as most of the latter Aristotelians did, that objects were made what they were called, that gold, for instance, was made gold not by the possession of certain properties to which mankind have chosen to attach that name, but by participation in the nature of a general substance called gold in general, which substance, together with all the properties that belong to it, inhered in every individual piece of gold. Footnote: the doctrines which prevented the real meaning of essences from being understood had not assumed so settled a shape in the time of Aristotle and his immediate followers as was afterward given to them by the realists of the Middle Ages. Aristotle himself, in his treatise on the categories, expressly denies that the veftere ousiae, or substantia secundae, inhere in a subject. They are only, he says, predicated of it. End footnote. As they did not consider these universal substances to be attached to all general names, but only to some, they thought that an object borrowed only part of its properties from a universal substance, and that the rest belonged to it individually. The former they called its essence, and the latter its accidents. The scholastic doctrine of essences long survived the theory on which it rested, that of the existence of real entities corresponding to general terms, and it was reserved for Locke at the end of the 17th century to convince philosophers that the supposed essences of classes were merely the signification of their names, nor, among the signal services which his writings rendered to philosophy, was there one more needful or more valuable. Now, as the most familiar of the general names by which an object is designated usually connotes not one only, but several attributes of the object, each of which attributes separately forms also the bond of union of some class and the meaning of some general name, we may predicate of a name which connotes a variety of attributes another name which connotes only one of these attributes, or some smaller number of them than all. In such cases, the universal affirmative proposition will be true, since whatever possesses the whole of any set of attributes must possess any part of that same set. A proposition of this sort, however, conveys no information to anyone who previously understood the whole meaning of the terms. The propositions, every man is a corporeal being, every man is a living creature, every man is rational, convey no knowledge to anyone who was already aware of the entire meaning of the word man, for the meaning of the word includes all this, and that every man has the attributes connoted by all those predicates is already asserted when he is called a man. Now, of this nature are all the propositions which have been called essential. They are, in fact, identical propositions. It is true that a proposition which predicates any attribute, even though it be one implied in the name, is in most cases understood to involve a tacit assertion that there exists a thing corresponding to the name and possessing the attributes connoted by it, and this implied assertion may convey information, even to those who understood the meaning of the name. But all information of this sort conveyed by all the essential propositions of which man can be made the subject is included in the assertion men exist. And this assumption of real existence is, after all, the result of an imperfection of language. It arises from the ambiguity of the copula, which, in addition to its proper office of a mark to show that an assertion is made, is also, as formerly remarked, a concrete word connoting existence. The actual existence of the subject of the proposition is therefore only apparently not really, implied in the predication if an essential one. We may say, a ghost is a disembodied spirit, without believing in ghosts. But an accidental or non-essential affirmation does imply the real existence of the subject, because in the case of a non-existent subject, there is nothing for the proposition to assert. Such a proposition as, the ghost of a murdered person haunts the couch of the murderer, can only have a meaning if understood as implying a belief in ghosts. For since the signification of the word ghost implies nothing of the kind, the speaker either means nothing or means to assert a thing which he wishes to be believed to have really taken place. It will be hereafter seen that when any important consequences seem to follow, as in mathematics, from an essential proposition, or, in other words, from a proposition involved in the meaning of a name, what they really flow from is the tacit assumption of the real existence of the object so named. Apart from this assumption of real existence, the class of propositions in which the predicate is of the essence of the subject, that is, in which the predicate connotes the whole part of what the subject connotes but nothing besides, answer no purpose but that of unfolding the whole or some part of the meaning of the name to those who did not previously know it. Accordingly, the most useful, and in strictness the only useful kind of essential propositions, are definitions, which, to be complete, should unfold the whole of what is involved in the meaning of the word defined, that is, when it is a connotative word, the whole of what it connotes. In defining a name, however, it is not usual to specify its entire connotation, but so much only as is sufficient to mark out the objects usually denoted by it from all other known objects, and sometimes a merely accidental property not involved in the meaning of the name answers this purpose equally well. The various kinds of definition which these distinctions give rise to, and the purposes to which they are respectively subservient, will be minutely considered in the proper place. Part 3. According to the above view of essential propositions, no proposition can be reckoned such which relates to an individual by name, that is, in which the subject is a proper name. Individuals have no essences. When the schoolmen talked of the essence of an individual, they did not mean the properties implied in its name, for the names of individuals imply no properties. They regard as of the essence of an individual whatever was of the essence of the species in which they were accustomed to place that individual, that is, of the class to which it was most familiarly referred, and to which, therefore, they conceived that it by nature belonged. Thus, because the proposition, man is a rational being, was an essential proposition, they affirmed the same thing of the proposition, Julius Caesar is a rational being. This followed very naturally if genera and species were to be considered as entities, distinct from, but inhering in, the individuals composing them. If man was a substance inhering in each individual man, the essence of man, whatever that might mean, was naturally supposed to accompany it, to inhere in John Thomson, and to form the common essence of Thomson and Julius Caesar. It might then be fairly said that rationality, being of the essence of man, was of the essence also of Thomson. But if man altogether be only the individual men and a name bestowed upon them in consequence of certain common properties, what becomes of John Thomson's essence? A fundamental error is seldom expelled from philosophy by a single victory. It retreats slowly, defends every inch of ground, and often, after it has been driven from the open country, retains a footing in some remote fastness. The essences of individuals were an unmeaning figment arising from a misapprehension of the essences of classes. Yet even Locke, when he extirpated the parent error, could not shake himself free from that which was its fruit. He distinguished two sorts of essences, real and Nominal. His nominal essences were the essences of classes, explained nearly as we have now explained them. Nor is anything wanting to render the third book of Locke's essay a nearly unexceptional treatise on the connotation of names, except to free its language from the assumption of what are called abstract ideas, which unfortunately is involved in the phraseology, though not necessarily connected with the thoughts contained in that immortal third book. Footnote. The always acute and often profound author of An Outline of Sematology, Mr. B. H. Smart, justly says, Locke will be much more intelligible if, in the majority of places, we substitute the knowledge of for what he calls the idea of, page 10. Among the many criticisms on Locke's use of the word idea, this is the one which, as it appears to me, most nearly hits the mark, and I quote it for the additional reason that it precisely expresses the point of difference respecting the import of propositions between my view and what I have spoken of as the conceptualist view of them. Where a conceptualist says that a name or a proposition expresses our idea of a thing, I should generally say, instead of our idea, our knowledge or belief concerning the thing itself. End footnote. But besides nominal essences, he admitted real essences, or essences of individual objects, which he supposed to be the causes of the sensible properties of those objects. We know not, said he, what these are, and this acknowledgment rendered the fiction comparatively innocuous, but if we did, we could from them alone demonstrate the sensible properties of the object, as the properties of the triangle are demonstrated from the definition of the triangle. I shall have occasion to revert to this theory in treating of demonstration, and of the conditions under which one property of a thing admits of being demonstrated from another property. It is enough here to remark that, according to this definition, the real essence of an object has, in the progress of physics, come to be conceived as nearly equivalent, in the case of bodies, to their corpuscular structure. What is now supposed to mean in the case of any other entities, I would not take upon myself to define. Part 4. An essential proposition, then, is one which is purely verbal, which asserts of a thing under a particular name only what is asserted of it in the fact of calling it by that name, and which, therefore, either gives no information or gives it respecting the name, not the thing. Non-essential or accidental propositions, on the contrary, may be called real propositions in opposition to verbal. They predicate of a thing some fact not involved in the signification of the name by which the proposition speaks of it, some attribute not connoted by that name. Such are all propositions concerning things individually designated, and all general or particular propositions in which the predicate connotes any attribute not connoted by the subject. All these, if true, add to our knowledge. They convey information not already involved in the names employed. When I am told that all, or even that some objects which have certain qualities, or which stand in certain relations, have also certain other qualities, or stand in certain other relations, I learn from this proposition a new fact, a fact not included in my knowledge of the meaning of the words, nor even of the existence of things answering to the signification of those words. It is this class of propositions only which are in themselves instructive, or from which any instructive propositions can be inferred. Footnote. This distinction corresponds to that which is drawn by Kant and other metaphysicians between what they term analytic and synthetic judgments, the former being those which can be evolved from the meaning of the terms used. End footnote. Nothing has probably contributed more to the opinion so long prevalent of the futility of the school logic than the circumstance that almost all the examples used in the common school books to illustrate the doctrine of predication and that of the syllogism consist of essential propositions. They were usually taken either from the branches or from the main trunk of the predicamental tree, which included nothing but what was of the essence of the species. Omne corpus est substantia, omni animal est corpus, omnis homo est corpus, omnis homo est animal, omnis homo est rationalis, and so forth. It is far from wonderful that the syllogistic art should have been thought to be of no use in assisting correct reasoning, when almost the only propositions which, in the hands of its professed teachers, it was employed to prove, were such as every one assented to without proof the moment he comprehended the meaning of the words, and stood exactly on a level, in point of evidence, with the premises from which they were drawn. I have, therefore, throughout this work, avoided the employment of essential propositions as examples, except where the nature of the principle to be illustrated specifically required them. Part 5. With respect to propositions which do convey information, which assert something of a thing under a name that does not already presuppose what is about to be asserted, there are two different aspects in which these, or rather such of them, as are general propositions, may be considered. We may either look at them as portions of speculative truth or as memoranda for practical use. According as we consider propositions in one or the other of these lights, their import may be conveniently expressed in one or in the other of two formulas. According to the formula which we have hitherto employed, and which is best adapted to express the import of the proposition as a portion of our theoretical knowledge, all men are mortal, means that the attributes of man are always accompanied by the attribute mortality. No men are gods means that the attributes of man are never accompanied by the attributes, or at least never by all the attributes, signified by the word God. But when the proposition is considered as a memorandum for practical use, we shall find a different mode of expressing the same meaning better adapted to indicate the office which the proposition performs. The practical use of a proposition is to apprise or remind us what we have to expect in any individual case which comes with the assertion contained in the proposition. In reference to this purpose, the proposition, all men are mortal, means that the attributes of man are evidence of, are a mark of mortality, an indication by which the presence of that attribute is made manifest. No men are gods means that the attributes of man are a mark or evidence that some or all of the attributes understood to belong to a god are not there, that where the former are, we need not expect to find the latter. These two forms of expression are at bottom equivalent, but the one points the attention more directly to what a proposition means, the latter to the manner in which it is to be used. Now it is to be observed that reasoning, the subject to which we are next to proceed, is a process into which propositions enter not as ultimate results, but as a means to the establishment of other propositions. We may expect, therefore, that the mode of exhibiting the import of a general proposition which shows it in its application to practical use will best express the function which propositions perform in reasoning. And accordingly, in the theory of reasoning, the mode of viewing the subject which considers a proposition as asserting that one fact or phenomenon is a mark or evidence of another fact or phenomenon will be found almost indispensable. For the purposes of that theory, the best mode of defining the import of a proposition is not the mode which shows most clearly what it is in itself, but that which most distinctly suggests the manner in which it may be made available for advancing from it to other propositions. End of section 13. Section 14 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 7. of the nature of classification and the 5 predicables. Part 1. In examining into the nature of general propositions, we have adverted much less than is usual with logicians to the ideas of a class and classification, ideas which, since the realist doctrine of general substances went out of vogue, have formed the basis of almost every attempt at a philosophical theory of general terms and general propositions. We have considered general names as having a meaning quite independently of their being the names of classes. That circumstance is, in truth, accidental, it being wholly immaterial to the signification of the name whether there are many objects or only one to which it happens to be applicable, or whether there be any at all. God is as much a general term to the Christian or Jew as to the polytheist, and dragon, hippogriff, chimera, mermaid, ghost are as much so as if real objects existed corresponding to those names. Every name, the signification of which is constituted by attributes, is potentially a name of an indefinite number of objects, but it needs not be actually the name of any, and if of any, it may be the name of only one. As soon as we employ a name to connote attributes, the things, be they more or fewer, which happen to possess those attributes, are constituted ipso facto a class. But in predicating the name, we predicate only the attributes, and the fact of belonging to a class does not, in many cases, come into view at all. Although, however, predication does not presuppose classification, and though the theory of names and of propositions is not cleared up, but only encumbered by intruding the idea of classification into it, there is nevertheless a close connection between classification and the employment of general names. By every general name which we introduce, we create a class, if there be any things, real or imaginary, to compose it. That is, any things corresponding to the signification of the name. Classes, therefore, mostly owe their existence to general language. But general language also, though that is not the most common case, sometimes owes its existence to classes. A general, which is as much as to say a significant name, is indeed mostly introduced because we have a signification to express by it, because we need a word by means of which to predicate the attributes which it connotes. But it is also true that a name is sometimes introduced because we have found it convenient to create a class, because we have thought it useful for the regulation of our mental operations that a certain group of objects should be thought of together. A naturalist, for purposes connected with his particular science, sees reason to distribute the animal or vegetable creation into certain groups rather than into any others, and he requires a name to bind, as it were, each of his groups together. It must not, however, be supposed that such names, when introduced, differ in any respect as to their mode of signification from other connotative names. The classes which they denote are, as much as any other classes, constituted by certain common attributes, and their names are significant of those attributes and of nothing else. The names of Cuvier's classes and orders, plantigradis, digitgradis, and so on, are as much the expression of attributes as if those names had proceeded, instead of grown out of, his classification of animals. The only peculiarity of the case is that the convenience of classification was here the primary motive for introducing the names, while in other cases the name is introduced as a means of predication, and the formation of a class denoted by it is only an indirect consequence. The principles which ought to regulate classification as a logical process subservient to the investigation of truth cannot be discussed to any purpose until a much later stage of our inquiry. But of classification as resulting from and implied in the fact of employing general language, we cannot forbear to treat here without leaving the theory of general names and of their employment in predication mutilated and formless. Part 2. This portion of the theory of general language is the subject of what is termed the doctrine of the Predicables, a set of distinctions handed down from Aristotle and his follower Porphyry, many of which have taken a firm root in scientific and some of them even in popular phraseology. The Predicables are a five-fold division of general names, not grounded as usual on a difference in their meaning, that is, in the attribute which they connote, but on a difference in the kind of class which they denote. We may predicate of a thing 5 different varieties of class name: a genus of the thing, genus, a species, ivos, a differentia, diaphora, a proprium, ivion, an accidens, sivevidkos. It is to be remarked of these distinctions that they express not what the predicate is in its own meaning, but what relation it bears to the subject of which it happens on the particular occasion to be predicated. There are not some names which are exclusively genera, and others which are exclusively species or differentiae, but the same name is referred to one or another predicable according to the subject of which it is predicated on the particular occasion. Animal, for instance, is a genus with respect to man, or John, a species with respect to substance, or being. Rectangular is one of the differentiae of a geometrical square. It is merely one of the accidentia of the table at which I am writing. The words genus, species, and so on are therefore relative terms. They are names applied to certain predicates to express the relation between them and some given subject, a relation grounded, as we shall see, not on what the predicate connotes, but on the class which it denotes, and on the place which, in some given classification, that class occupies relatively to the particular subject. Part 3. Of these 5 names, 2, genus and species, are not only used by naturalists in a technical acceptation, not precisely agreeing with their philosophical meaning, but have also acquired a popular acceptance much more general than either. In this popular sense, any 2 classes, one of which includes the whole of the other and more, may be called a genus and a species. Such, for instance, are animal and man and mathematician. Animal is a genus. Man and brute are its 2 species. Or we may divide it into a greater number of species, as man, horse, dog, and so on. Biped, or 2-footed animal, may also be considered a genus, of which man and bird are 2 species. Taste is a genus, of which sweet taste, sour taste, salt taste, and so on are species. Virtue is a genus. Justice, prudence, courage, fortitude, generosity, and so on are its species. The same class which is a genus with reference to the subclasses or species included in it may be itself a species with reference to a more comprehensive, or, as it is often called, a superior genus. Man is a species with reference to animal, but a genus with reference to the species mathematician. Animal is a genus divided into 2 species, man and brute, but animal is also a species which, with another species, vegetable, makes up the genus organized being. Biped is a genus with reference to man and bird, but a species with respect to the superior genus animal. Taste is a genus divided into species, but also a species of the genus sensation. Virtue, a genus with reference to justice, temperance, and so on, is one of the species of the genus mental quality. In this popular sense, the words genus and species have passed into common discourse, and it should be observed that in ordinary parlance, not the name of the class, but the class itself is said to be the genus or species, not, of course, the class in the sense of each individual of the class, but the individuals collectively considered as an aggregate whole, the name by which the class is designated being then called not the genus or the species, but the generic or specific name. And this is an admissible form of expression, nor is it of any importance which of the two modes of speaking we adopt, provided the rest of our language is consistent with it. But if we call the class itself the genus, we must not talk of predicating the genus. We predicate of man the name mortal, and by predicating the name we may be said, in an intelligible sense, to predicate what the name expresses, the attribute mortality. But in no allowable sense of the word predication do we predicate of man the class mortal. We predicate of him the fact of belonging to the class. By the Aristotelian logicians, the terms genus and species were used in a more restricted sense. They did not admit every class which could be divided into other classes to be a genus, or every class which could be included in a larger class to be a species. Animal was by them considered a genus, man and brute coordinate species under that genus. Biped, however, would not have been admitted to be a genus with reference to man, but a proprium or accidens only. It was requisite, according to their theory, that genus and species should be of the essence of the subject. Animal was of the essence of man, biped was not. And in every classification they considered some one class as the lowest or infima species. Man, for instance, was a lowest species. Any further divisions into which the class might be capable of being broken down, as man into white, black, and red man, or into priest and layman, they did not admit to be species. It has been seen, however, in the preceding chapter that the distinction between the essence of a class and the attributes or properties which are not of its essence, a distinction which has given occasion to so much abstruse speculation and to which so mysterious a character was formerly and by many writers is still attached, amounts to nothing more than the difference between those attributes of the class which are and those which are not involved in the signification of the class name. As applied to individuals, the word essence, we found, has no meaning except in connection with the exploded tenets of the realists, and what the schoolmen chose to call the essence of an individual was simply the essence of the class to which that individual was most familiarly referred. Is there no difference, then, save this merely verbal one, between the classes which the schoolmen admitted to be genera or species and those to which they refused the title? Is it an error to regard some of the differences which exist among objects as differences in kind, genere or specie, and others only as differences in the accidents? Were the schoolmen right or wrong in giving to some of the classes into which things may be divided the name of kinds, and considering others as secondary divisions, grounded on differences of a comparatively superficial nature? Examination will show that the Aristotelians did mean something by this distinction, and something important, but which, being but indistinctly conceived, was inadequately expressed by the phraseology of essences and the various other modes of speech to which they had recourse. Part 4. It is a fundamental principle in logic that the power of framing classes is unlimited as long as there is any, even the smallest, difference to found a distinction upon. Take any attribute whatever, and if some things have it and others have not, we may ground on the attribute a division of all things into two classes, and we actually do so the moment we create a name which connotes the attribute. The number of possible classes, therefore, is boundless, and there are as many actual classes, either of real or imaginary things, as there are general names, positive and negative, together. But if we contemplate any one of the classes so formed, such as the class animal or plant, or the class sulfur or phosphorus, or the class white or red, and consider in what particulars the individuals included in the class differ from those which do not come within it, we find a very remarkable diversity in this respect between some classes and others. There are some classes, the things contained in which differ from other things only in certain particulars which may be numbered, while others differ in more than can be numbered, more even than we need ever expect to know. Some classes have little or nothing in common to characterize them by, except precisely what is connoted by the name. White things, for example, are not distinguished by any common properties except whiteness, or, if they are, it is only by such as are in some way dependent on or connected with whiteness. But 100 generations have not exhausted the common properties of animals or of plants, of sulfur or of phosphorus, nor do we suppose them to be exhaustible, but proceed to new observations and experiments in the full confidence of discovering new properties which were by no means implied in those we previously knew. While, if any one were to propose for investigation the common properties of all things which are of the same color, the same shape, or the same specific gravity, the absurdity would be palpable. We have no ground to believe that any such common properties exist, except such as may be shown to be involved in the supposition itself, or to be derivable from it by some law of causation. It appears, therefore, that the properties on which we ground our classes sometimes exhaust all that the class has in common, or contain it all by some mode of implication, but in other instances we make a selection of a few properties from among not only a greater number, but a number inexhaustible by us, and to which, as we know no bounds, they may, so far as we are concerned, be regarded as infinite. There is no impropriety in saying that, of these two classifications, the one answers to a much more radical distinction in the things themselves than the other does, and if any one even chooses to say that the one classification is made by nature, the other by us for our convenience, he will be right, provided he means no more than this: where a certain apparent difference between things, though perhaps in itself of little moment, answers to we know not what number of other differences, pervading not only their known properties, but properties yet undiscovered, it is not optional, but imperative, to recognize this difference as the foundation of a specific distinction, while, on the contrary, differences that are merely finite and determinate, like those designated by the words white, black, or red, may be disregarded if the purpose for which the classification is made does not require attention to those particular properties. The differences, however, are made by nature in both cases, while the recognition of those differences as grounds of classification and of naming is, equally in both cases, the act of man. Only in the one case the ends of language and of classification would be subverted if no notice were taken of the difference, while in the other case the necessity of taking notice of it depends on the importance or unimportance of the particular qualities in which the difference happens to consist. Now these classes, distinguished by unknown multitudes of properties, and not solely by a few determinate ones, which are parted off from one another by an unfathomable chasm, instead of a mere ordinary ditch with a visible bottom, are the only classes which, by the Aristotelian logicians, were considered as genera or species, differences which extended only to a certain property or properties, and there terminated, they considered as differences only in the accidents of things. But where any class differed from other things by an infinite series of differences, known and unknown, they considered the distinction as one of kind, and spoke of it as being an essential difference, which is also one of the current meanings of that vague expression at the present day. Conceiving the schoolmen to have been justified in drawing a broad line of separation between these two kinds of classes and of class distinctions, I shall not only retain the division itself, but continue to express it in their language. According to that language, the proximate or lowest kind to which any individual is referable is called its species. Conformably to this, Isaac Newton would be said to be of the species man. There are indeed numerous subclasses included in the class man, to which Newton also belongs. For example, Christian, and Englishman, and mathematician. But these, though distinct classes, are not, in our sense of the term, distinct kinds of men. A Christian, for example, differs from other human beings, but he differs only in the attribute which the word expresses, namely, belief in Christianity, and whatever else that implies, either as involved in the fact itself, or connected with it through some law of cause and effect. We should never think of inquiring what properties, unconnected with Christianity, either as cause or effect, are common to all Christians and peculiar to them, while in regard to all men, physiologists are perpetually carrying on such an inquiry, nor is the answer ever likely to be completed. Man, therefore, we may call a species. Christian or mathematician we cannot. Note here that it is by no means intended to imply that there may not be different kinds or logical species of man. The various races and temperaments, the two sexes, and even the various ages may be differences of kind within our meaning of the term. I do not say that they are so, for in the progress of physiology it may almost be said to be made out that the differences which really exist between different races, sexes, and so on, follow as consequences under the laws of nature from a small number of primary differences which can be precisely determined, and which, as the phrase is, account for all the rest. If this be so, these are not distinctions in kind, no more than Christian, Jew, Mussulman, and pagan, a difference which also carries many consequences along with it, and in this way classes are often mistaken for real kinds, which are afterward proved not to be so. But if it turned out that the differences were not capable of being thus accounted for, then Caucasian, Mongolian, Negro, and so on would be really different kinds of human beings, and entitled to be ranked as species by the logician, though not by the naturalist, for, as already noticed, the word species is used in a different signification in logic and in natural history. By the naturalist, organized beings are not usually said to be of different species if it is supposed that they have descended from the same stock. That, however, is a sense artificially given to the word for the technical purposes of a particular science. To the logician, if a Negro and a white man differ in the same manner, however less in degree, as a horse and a camel do, that is, if their differences are inexhaustible and not referable to any common cause, they are different species, whether they are descended from common ancestors or not. But if their differences can all be traced to climate and habits, or to some one or a few special differences in structure, they are not, in the logician's view, specifically distinct. When the infamous species, or proximate kind, to which an individual belongs, has been ascertained, the properties common to that kind include necessarily the whole of the common properties of every other real kind to which the individual can be referable. Let the individual, for example, be Socrates, and the proximate kind, man, animal, or living creature, is also a real kind and includes Socrates. But since it likewise includes man, or in other words, since all men are animals, the properties common to animals form a portion of the common properties of the subclass man. And if there be any class which includes Socrates without including man, that class is not a real kind. Let the class, for example, be flat-nosed, that being a class which includes Socrates, without including all men. To determine whether it is a real kind, we must ask ourselves this question. Have all flat-nosed animals, in addition to whatever is implied in their flat noses, any common properties other than those which are common to all animals whatever? If they had, if a flat nose were a mark or index to an indefinite number of other peculiarities not deducible from the former by an ascertainable law, then out of the class man we might cut another class, flat-nosed man, which, according to our definition, would be a kind. But if we could do this, man would not be, as it was assumed to be, the proximate kind. Therefore, the properties of the proximate kind do comprehend those, whether known or unknown, of all other kinds to which the individual belongs, which was the point we undertook to prove. And hence, every other kind which is predicable of the individual will be to the proximate kind in the relation of a genus, according to even the popular acceptation of the terms genus and species. That is, it will be a larger class, including it and more. We are now able to fix the logical meaning of these terms. Every class which is a real kind, that is, which is distinguished from all other classes by an indeterminate multitude of properties not derivable from one another, is either a genus or a species. A kind which is not divisible into other kinds cannot be a genus, because it has no species under it, but it is itself a species, both with reference to the individuals below and to the genera above. Species Predicabilis and species Subjugabilis. But every kind which admits of division into real kinds, as animal into mammal, bird, fish, and so on, or birds into various species of birds, is a genus to all below it, a species to all genera in which it is itself included. And here we may close this part of the discussion and pass to the three remaining predicables, differentia, proprium, and accidens. Part 5. To begin with differentia. This word is correlative with the words genus and species, and as all admit, it signifies the attribute which distinguishes a given species from every other species of the same genus. This is so far clear, but we may still ask which of the distinguishing attributes it signifies. For we have seen that every kind, and a species must be a kind, is distinguished from other kinds not by any one attribute, but by an indefinite number. Man, for instance, is a species of the genus animal. Rational, or rationality, for it is of no consequence here whether we use the concrete or the abstract form, is generally assigned by logicians as the differentia, and doubtless this attribute serves the purpose of distinction, but it has also been remarked of man that he is a cooking animal, the only animal that dresses its food. This, therefore, is another of the attributes by which the species man is distinguished from other species of the same genus. Would this attribute serve equally well for differentia? The Aristotelians say no, having laid it down that the differentia must, like the genus and species, be of the essence of the subject. And here we lose even that vestige of a meaning grounded in the nature of the things themselves, which may be supposed to be attached to the word essence when it is said that genus and species must be of the essence of the thing. There can be no doubt that when the schoolmen talked of the essences of things as opposed to their accidents, they had confusedly in view the distinction between differences of kind and the differences which are not of kind. They meant to intimate that genera and species must be kinds. Their notion of the essence of a thing was a vague notion of a something which makes it what it is, that is, which makes it the kind of thing that it is, which causes it to have all that variety of properties which distinguish its kind. But when the matter came to be looked at more closely, nobody could discover what caused the thing to have all those properties, nor even that there was anything which caused it to have them. Logicians, however, not liking to admit this and being unable to detect what made the thing to be what it was, satisfied themselves with what made it to be what it was called. Of the innumerable properties, known and unknown, that are common to the class man, a portion only, and of course a very small portion, are connoted by its name. These few, however, will naturally have been thus distinguished from the rest, either for their greater obviousness or for greater supposed importance. These properties, then, which were connoted by the name logicians seized upon and called them the essence of the species, and not stopping there, they affirmed them, in the case of the infamous species, to be the essence of the individual too, for it was their maxim that the species contained the whole essence of the thing. Metaphysics, that fertile field of delusion propagated by language, does not afford a more signal instance of such delusion. On this account it was that rationality, being connoted by the name man, was allowed to be a differentia of the class, but the peculiarity of cooking their food, not being connoted, was relegated to the class of accidental properties. The distinction, therefore, between differentia, proprium, and accidens is not grounded in the nature of things, but in the connotation of names, and we must seek it there if we wish to find what it is. From the fact that the genus includes the species, in other words, denotes more than the species, or is predicable of a greater number of individuals, it follows that the species must connote more than the genus. It must connote all of the attributes which the genus connotes, or there would be nothing to prevent it from denoting individuals not included in the genus. And it must connote something besides, otherwise it would include the whole genus. Animal denotes all the individuals denoted by man, and many more. Man, therefore, must connote all that animal connotes, otherwise there might be men who are not animals, and it must connote something more than animal connotes, otherwise all animals would be men. This surplus of connotation, this which the species connotes over and above the connotation of the genus, is the differentia, or specific difference. Or, to state the same proposition in other words, the differentia is that which must be added to the connotation of the genus to complete the connotation of the species. The word man, for instance, exclusively of what it connotes in common with animal, also connotes rationality, and at least some approximation to that external form which we all know, but which, as we have no name for it considered in itself, we are content to call the human. The differentia, or specific difference, therefore, of man, as referred to the genus animal, is that outward form and the possession of reason. The Aristotelians said the possession of reason without the outward form, but if they adhered to this, they would have been obliged to call the homoousios men. The question never arose, and they were never called upon to decide how such a case would have affected their notion of essentiality. However this may be, they were satisfied with taking such a portion of the differentia as sufficed to distinguish the species from all other existing things, though by so doing they might not exhaust the connotation of the name. Part 6. And here, to prevent the notion of differentia from being restricted within too narrow limits, it is necessary to remark that a species, even as referred to the same genus, will not always have the same differentia, but a different one, according to the principle and purpose which preside over the particular classification. For example, a naturalist surveys the various kinds of animals and looks out for the classification of them most in accordance with the order in which, for zoological purposes, he considers it desirable that we should think of them. With this view, he finds it advisable that one of his fundamental divisions should be into warm-blooded and cold-blooded animals, or into animals which breathe with lungs and those which breathe with gills, or into carnivorous and frugivorous or graminivorous, or into those which walk on the flat part and those which walk on the extremity of the foot, a distinction on which two of Cuvier's families are founded. In doing this, the naturalist creates as many new classes which are by no means those to which the individual animal is familiarly and spontaneously referred, nor should we ever think of assigning them so prominent a position in our arrangement of the animal kingdom unless for a preconceived purpose of scientific convenience. And to the liberty of doing this there is no limit. In the examples we have given, most of the classes are real kinds, since each of the peculiarities is an index to a multitude of properties belonging to the class which it characterizes. But even if the case were otherwise, if the other properties of those classes could all be derived by any process known to us from the one peculiarity on which the class is founded, even then, if these derivative properties were of primary importance for the purposes of the naturalist, he would be warranted in founding his primary division on them. If, however, practical convenience is a sufficient warrant for making the main demarcations in our arrangement of objects run in lines not coinciding with any distinction of kind, and so creating genera and species in the popular sense which are not genera or species in the rigorous sense at all, a fortiori we must be warranted, when our genera and species are real genera and species, in marking the distinction between them by those of their properties which considerations of practical convenience most strongly recommend. If we cut a species out of a given genus, the species man, for instance, out of the genus animal, with an intention on our part that the peculiarity by which we are to be guided in the application of the name man should be rationality, then rationality is the differentia of the species man. Suppose, however, that being naturalists, we, for the purposes of our particular study, cut out of the genus animal the same species man, but with an intention that the distinction between man and all other species of animal should be not rationality, but the possession of 4 incisors in each jaw, tusks solitary, and erect posture. It is evident that the word man, when used by us as naturalists, no longer connotes rationality, but connotes the 3 other properties specified. For that which we have expressly in view when we impose a name assuredly forms part of the meaning of that name. We may therefore lay it down as a maxim that wherever there is a genus and a species marked out from that genus by an assignable differentia, the name of the species must be connotative, and must connote the differentia. But the connotation may be special, not involved in the signification of the term as ordinarily used, but given to it when employed as a term of art or science. The word man, in common use, connotes rationality and a certain form, but does not connote the number or character of the teeth. In the Linnaean system, it connotes the number of incisor and canine teeth, but does not connote rationality nor any particular form. The word man has therefore two different meanings, though not commonly considered as ambiguous, because it happens in both cases to denote the same individual objects. But a case is conceivable in which the ambiguity would become evident. We have only to imagine that some new kind of animal were discovered, having Linnaeus's three characteristics of humanity, but not rational, or not of the human form. In ordinary parlance, these animals would not be called men, but in natural history they must still be called so by those, if any there should be, who adhere to the Linnaean classification, and the question would arise whether the word should continue to be used in two senses, or the classification be given up and the technical sense of the term be abandoned along with it. Words not otherwise connotative may, in the mode just adverted to, acquire a special or technical connotation. Thus the word whiteness, as we have so often remarked, connotes nothing. It merely denotes the attribute corresponding to a certain sensation. But if we are making a classification of colours and desire to justify or even merely to point out the particular place assigned to whiteness in our arrangement, we may define it the colour produced by the mixture of all the simple rays. And this fact, though by no means implied in the meaning of the word whiteness as ordinarily used, but only known by subsequent scientific investigation, is part of its meaning in the particular essay or treatise, and becomes the differentia of the species. Footnote: if we allow a differentia to what it is not really a species, for the distinction of kinds, in the sense explained by us, not being in any way applicable to attributes, it of course follows that although attributes may be put into classes, those classes can be admitted to be genera or species only by courtesy. End footnote. The differentia, therefore, of a species may be defined to be that part of the connotation of the specific name, whether ordinary or special and technical, which distinguishes the species in question from all other species of the genus to which, on the particular occasion, we are referring it. Part 7. Having disposed of genus, species, and differentia, we shall not find much difficulty in attaining a clear conception of the distinction between the other two predicables, as well as between them and the first three. In the Aristotelian phraseology, genus and differentia are of the essence of the subject, by which, as we have seen, is really meant that the properties signified by the genus and those signified by the differentia form part of the connotation of the name denoting the species. Proprium and accidens, on the other hand, form no part of the essence, but are predicated of the species only accidentally. Both are accidents, in the wider sense in which the accidents of a thing are opposed to its essence, though, in the doctrine of the Predicables, accidens is used for one sort of accident only, proprium being another sort. Proprium, continue the schoolmen, is predicated accidentally indeed, but necessarily, or as they further explain it, signifies an attribute which is not indeed part of the essence, but which flows from, or is a consequence of, the essence, and is, therefore, inseparably attached to the species. For example, the various properties of a triangle, which, though no part of its definition, must necessarily be possessed by whatever comes under that definition. Accidents, on the contrary, has no connection whatever with the essence, but may come and go, and the species still remain what it was before. If a species could exist without its propria, it must be capable of existing without that on which its propria are necessarily consequent, and therefore without its essence, without that which constitutes it as a species. But an accidens, whether separable or inseparable from the species in actual experience, may be supposed separated, without the necessity of supposing any other alteration, or at least without supposing any of the essential properties of the species to be altered, since with them an accidens has no connection. A proprium, therefore, of the species may be defined any attribute which belongs to all the individuals included in the species, and which, though not connoted by the specific name, either ordinarily, if the classification we are considering be for ordinary purposes, or specially, if it be for special purpose, yet follows from some attribute which the name either ordinarily or specially connotes. One attribute may follow from another in two ways, and there are consequently two kinds of proprium. It may follow as a conclusion follows premises, or it may follow as an effect follows a cause. Thus the attribute of having the opposite sides equal, which is not one of those connoted by the word parallelogram, nevertheless follows from those connoted by it, namely, from having the opposite sides straight lines and parallel, and the number of sides 4. The attribute, therefore, of having the opposite sides equal is a proprium of the class parallelogram, and a proprium of the first kind, which follows from the connoted attributes by way of demonstration. The attribute of being capable of understanding language is a proprium of the species man, since without being connoted by the word, it follows from an attribute which the word does connote, that is, from the attribute of rationality. But this is a proprium of the second kind, which follows by way of causation. How it is that one property of a thing follows, or can be inferred from another, under what conditions this is possible, and what is the exact meaning of the phrase, are among the questions which will occupy us in the two succeeding books. At present, it needs only be said that whether a proprium follows by demonstration or by causation, it follows necessarily. That is to say, its not following would be inconsistent with some law which we regard as a part of the constitution, either of our thinking faculty or of the universe. Part 8. Under the remaining predicable, accidens are included in all attributes of a thing which are neither involved in the signification of the name, whether ordinarily or as a term of art, nor have, so far as we know, any necessary connection with attributes which are so involved. They are commonly divided into separable and inseparable accidents. Inseparable accidents are those which, although we know of no connection between them and the attributes constitutive of the species, and although, therefore, so far as we are aware, they might be absent without making the name inapplicable and the species a different species, are yet never in fact known to be absent. A concise mode of expressing the same meaning is that inseparable accidents are properties which are universal to the species, but not necessary to it. Thus, blackness is an attribute of a crow, and, as far as we know, a universal one. But if we were to discover a race of white birds in other respects resembling crows, we should not say, "These are not crows." We should say, "These are white crows." Crow, therefore, does not connote blackness, nor from any of the attributes which it does connote, whether as a word in popular use or as a term of art, could blackness be inferred. Not only, therefore, can we conceive a white crow, but we know of no reason why such an animal should not exist. Since, however, none but black crows are known to exist, blackness, in the present state of our knowledge, ranks as an accident, but an inseparable accident of the species crow. Separable accidents are those which are found, in point of fact, to be sometimes absent from the species, which are not only not necessary, but not even universal. They are such as do not belong to every individual of the species, but only to some individuals, or, if to all, not at all times. Thus, the colour of a European is one of the separable accidents of the species man, because it is not an attribute of all human creatures. Being born is also, speaking in the logical sense, a separable accident of the species man, because, though an attribute of all human beings, it is so only at one particular time. A fortiori, those attributes which are not constant even in the same individual, as to be in one or in another place, to be hot or cold, sitting or walking, must be ranked as separable accidents. End of section 14.